Yo, I'll look. I'll tell you first, okay? We're on Miami Beach. There's a beach in every single direction, and she goes walking outside for an hour and can't find a beach. How's that possible?
Are you streaming anything?
Yeah, I am. I'm trashing you right now, farming you for drama.
Brain dead.
What?
They already know I'm brain dead. I thought they're gonna be surprised.
Oh, they were surprised. Now they think even less of you.
I didn't really look for a beach. I just checked east and I saw
What you doing, loser?
the longest path I would go.
The east is not the longest path. I don't think you can go east for more than like 20 minutes. You'll hit the beach. It'll just be there.
I asked someone yesterday and they said the closest beach is 15
Oh, that's
minutes
fine.
away.
You can just
And
ignore me.
the rest of it took an hour and a half because you hate me.
The closest beach is what?
You just wanted me to have something to do today, so I wouldn't be on your streams.
That's not true. You asked where the beach was. It's east. We're on Miami. Everything is the beach. Okay. Oh, also, feel free to jump on if you want to. Okay, hi. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
The only good beach is really to the east, though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, if you really want to go, what is to the west? Would you call this a bay?
Yeah, that is the bay.
Yeah, I don't think you can like go out there. But if you go east, you just walk in the direction of east. You're bound to walk into the ocean.
And I opened the compass app and I said, I'm heading east. And you said, why would you look at this dog shit app?
Because I don't know why you're looking at a compass app when you've got
You
map.
said east. You gave me a compass direction. Why not say, like, give me an address?
Because you're not a bird. So you look at the Maps app to show you the roads that you walk on that go east. You can't fly, so the compass doesn't help you. But your map has a compass too. That's why when it's the cone of vision. If you play Metal Gear Solid, you would know this. It shows you the direction that you're looking. But you know.
Just
What?
Just point the direction. Just right. Point. Say go that way. Look out. She'll get it
I think
immediately.
she's just trying to trigger me. Just intentionally. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want between a burger and a pizza? What do you want?
I think
Are those
pizza.
your options?
Okay, you're the vegetarian with the appetite. The be picky. Okay, what do you want? You can get a chair if you want. Go ahead. Sorry, hold on. She's got a...
No, because then this is gonna somehow get clipped onto like DGG clips. Us ordering food, and your chat's gonna call me brain dead still.
What?
Even if I'm just ordering lunch, they're gonna make fun of me. So
Good.
if I get on camera, that's gonna become clickbait.
Then don't be on camera. You're good. They can't even see you right now.
Yeah,
well, kind of.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be on every clip channel.
You're so
Me doing that
paranoid.
fucking drawing was clipped today, and people were making fun of it.
Good.
They said Farhad's just a banana with glasses. I don't even know what that means, but it was upvoted like 30 times.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Hold on. I'm sorry. We're just ordering food. Think hard.
You know a really good pizza place?
What? It has to be good vegetarian pizza.
Who are you talking to?
Dan.
Why don't you just get a cheese pizza?
Dan, do you want to go get food?
I already had lunch.
Yeah, why are you trying to go get food with Dan? I'm right here.
Because you're not eating.
I am. I said I'm hungry. I want to order something.
Oh, okay. I've just had a lot of pizza and burgers.
Listen, there's a place near you called Lucali, and it's really good pizza.
Okay.
Dave Portnoy, who's something of a cheese pizza expert.
Okay, we've been here like 3 times and it's just It's okay. But I
Oh,
don't...
so what you're saying is that he's an idiot, and you
Yeah,
have
I am.
better food taste
Yep.
with pizza
Yeah,
than Dave Portnoy.
I do. Wait, you've been there with us. Do you really think that it was like one of the best pizzas you've ever had?
No.
Well, then fuck you. Okay. So do you want pizza or do you want something different?
I mean,
Because you could also get noodles. You could get an Impossible Burger. You could have a
I
tofu.
No, I don't want noodles. Keep going though. Unless it's like pasta, but I don't want like Asian noodles if that's what you mean.
You could get some type of... Oh, do you want like Italian noodles? Like Italian pasta something?
Yeah, pasta could work. Yeah.
Okay. Is there an Italian section on DoorDash? Oh, Italian. Okay.
Okay, fine. I'll sit for this.
Okay.
Oh.
There's your chair. Okay, hold on. We got a place here.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be okay.
Do you need help
I
picking
can lift this over the carpet.
Good job. Nice job. Okay.
You know, I'm disappointed you don't even want to try that vegan place.
No, because I've gone to vegan places. I don't need to. It's like I asked me to eat a sushi. Why?
Why don't you show it to her? It's like good.
Okay, DM me and tell me where it is, and we'll go there tomorrow. Okay? We're gonna go to a
No,
great
no,
vegan
we
place
don't.
tomorrow.
We,
Okay?
we don't have to.
No,
go
I
there.
want
was
to
just-
now. I want to. Send it to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Uh,
Linguino pesto. How
Linguine?
Yeah. How does that sound? It's green, like vegetables, and you're a vegetarian. Isn't that like a match made in heaven?
I'm okay with pesto. I don't want linguine.
What is linguine? Is that a pasta?
That's the noodle.
Why,
my God,
how can you
I'm
hate a certain-
hungry.
What?
I'm looking at the menu for this. Just click that link and tell me you don't want that food.
See, now they're yelling at me for not liking linguine.
Who
So I don't
cares?
want to do this on stream.
Too
They're
late.
so emotional.
Look at the video. Ah,
Jesus Christ, Dan.
look at it. Tell
I'm
me
looking at
that
it.
you.
It's pretentious as fuck.
Oh God, look at it.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, main course.
I guess we're not going. Well, no, chat. I can't link because some of you guys are secret agents, and you're going to be coming for Stephen. And I want to live. I have a lot to live for. I might be at this restaurant with him, and if I am, I got to
What is
keep
this?
it on
Okay.
the DL.
Penne Siciliana? How about that?
No, I like pesto. Maybe pesto with the penne.
Can
or
you?
on rigatoni.
Penne.
Can you build your own?
I don't know. Let's check.
All these reviews are horrible.
What reviews mean nothing online anymore? It literally
Why?
doesn't matter because
You know,
half of it is botted. People pay for shit. It doesn't mean anything.
You know, Forrest Gump's favorite dish,
What?
penne. I just came up with that one on the spot. Thought it was pretty good.
Wait,
You
what
know,
is it? I don't know if there's like a build your own. You want some kind of pesto, you said, right? Oh, this place is called Pesto, so they should have.
Do you think Walter will get lunch with me?
Which, I don't know. Do you want to go out? I mean, I could.
I've just been a prisoner. You've been keeping me locked up in the other room for the past 5 days.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You've had your laptop and your phone. So what's the problem?
I guess nothing.
Yeah, you're very privileged. Okay.
so I guess you have no problem with Tate stuff then, huh? You have the computer.
Yeah, she's fine. Okay.
She chose to come here. Yeah, he gave me a very riveting itinerary. I was told we were going to shoot guns, go to vegetarian restaurants. All we've gone to is carnivore restaurants. I've not shot a gun yet. Let's do...
What am I looking at? Okay, Italian. Okay. Let's try. Oh, you're done complaining, or do you want to keep going?
Yeah, he made me watch another Michael Cera movie, which was also ass. And then when
I can't help that you have bad taste in movies, okay? We watched
movie?
15 minutes of it. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, but she doesn't like any movies at all.
No, I put it on the social network and then you went on your phone the whole time.
Because I've seen almost all of the social network, because Sorkin's writing is a chore for me to get
First of all,
through.
you said you haven't seen it. You've only seen clips.
I said I've seen like every clip of the movie. I get the point.
You're
See, the guy
so
did the thing.
pretentious.
But I watched some of it, but I also had emails and shit
You've
to
seen the
do.
Michael Cera one in full.
Because the Michael Cera one, because those are good,
So you didn't like
well-directed
the
movies.
Social Network.
The Social Network is okay, but it's not like a compelling film to me. But also, neither is like The Big Short.
I don't like the pacing of this Pilgrim movie.
You don't think what?
I don't like the pacing of the Michael Cera one.
Yeah, because you've got the Zoomer brain.
You guys are bad
If I
people.
don't like anything, it's because I'm a girl or I'm too young. It can't just be that like I just have a different taste than you.
I try to ask you what movies you
So
like,
do
and
I
the
like-
only
do I
answer
like
you give me
the
over and
Social
over again
Network?
is Marley and Me.
That's not true.
Yes, that is true.
How is the Social Network catered towards my like dumb female Gen Z brain?
Because Sorkin has this way of writing where every single scene is like rapid fire, like elegant fucking prose. Where it's like you would walk in and I would go, "How are you doing today?" And you would go, "Oh, nothing. Just another journey on this." I can't even do it. I can't even imitate it. It's like he has a very particular like
You
style
can't
of
do elegant prose.
right. It's not like the super
do, like, autistic
yeah,
riz, like
and it's
Scott
like
Pilgrim.
yeah, autistic riz as opposed to like the here I am today hacking everything for the 70 millionth time, and that's because I'm a super ingenious person and I go to Harvard and I want to do this type of thing. Blah 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 blah. Like every single fucking scene. Blah, 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 blah. It's just the way that he writes. There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing wrong about it. It's just like, I personally don't like tend towards that type of like.
Biographical.
I'm
Yeah,
curious,
okay.
Steve. If you chose to be a writer, you think you could do a better job than Sorkin? If you like basically dedicated
Have
your
fun
life to doing it,
talking
could
to
you?
this. I don't know. He's like one of the
What-
best. He's a super talented writer. I don't think so. Probably not.
That's right. So show some fucking respect when you talk about his movies. Say, I'm broken. I don't like his movies. I don't know why. Maybe I should seek therapy.
True.
Everyone else does. I don't. I don't know why.
Great. Okay.
It's weird.
Wait, hold on. Pesto pasta, is it?
I don't like when they're long.
Okay, what kind of... Oh, look, pasta choice. Any of these gluten-free?
Rigatoni.
Rigatoni, okay. Do you want truffle parmesan fries, fried shrimp? I think shrimp probably violate
No, I could add a dessert though. $12 cheesecake. That could be fun. I feel like I've earned it after being cooped up all day.
Yeah, after throwing away 80% of the food that you order, you want to get a cheesecake now? Okay.
Yeah, I
okay.
didn't throw it away. I thought you were gonna fridge it. And you said you threw it away while cleaning, which makes no sense.
You put French fries in the refrigerator. There's no shot you were gonna eat those.
I did.
No, you didn't.
With the burger, yeah, I did.
You ate the French fries you put in the fridge?
What? Do you leave them out overnight then eat them?
No, you don't. French fries are meant to be consumed within like 30 to 40 minutes of preparation. Otherwise, they go in the trash.
That's not true. You could just air fry it or bake it after. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right.
Have you never heard of leftovers?
Not leftover fast
We're all
food.
multimillionaires.
Leftover
Some of us save our food
fast
from the night
food.
before
Yeah,
and
is
eat
that
it
what
the
you
next
do?
day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
True. Okay.
Because I'm a mere 500,000.
No, it's because you won't consume more than 500 calories a day. Okay. Okay. Cheesecake. So rigatoni, cheese. Are there any other option boxes I need to check here for you? Is the picture satisfactory? Are we all good here?
I wish it changed the picture congruent with my order so I can visualize it.
Well, we don't have
I
that.
could go for a beverage.
Do you want Corbel
What
Brut,
is that?
La Marca Prosecco?
Oh, should I drink today since I don't have my pill anyway?
Wait,
we
did
get
you not go to
drunk?
CVS?
They didn't text me. They said they'll text me when it's ready.
Okay. See, that's...
What?
Just don't go on the balcony today, okay? All right. Anything else you need here?
Was that a suicide joke?
Bottled water? Yes. Jupina, pineapple soda can, Dr. Pepper, Coke Zero. Anything here? Catching your eye?
Did you throw away the Coke too?
No, I put it in the fridge because you didn't open it. Like
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do another one.
Okay.
They only have Coke and
Another
Zero
one.
regular Coke.
Coke Zero. Do you still have the regular Coke in the fridge? Crazy, huh? Okay. We got 44. This better be really good pasta.
What other options do we have?
This was what you wanted, isn't it?
I like to trigger your chat because they get so mad with the way I order food.
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
would
see,
too.
this is perfectly analogous with why women get raped. That's what they said.
Are you okay? Jesus.
Who?
You.
For quoting
think
your
she-
chat?
Nobody said that.
I think she's
Yes,
on the
they
Fresh and
did.
Fit.
They quoted our food ordering conversation. They're like, this is a perfect example of how women can't assert boundaries. And they put every line I said.
True.
And they
Maybe
hyperanalyzed
you know how
it.
you're really upset that people can't tell that you're joking. Maybe they were joking.
I
and you can't
promise
tell.
you they weren't. A
You don't
joke
think that guy
doesn't
was
stretch
joking?
the span of a 3-paragraph essay on your subreddit.
Your satire stretches the span of 30-minute conversations.
It's artful. Theirs wasn't artful.
Okay. All right, hold on. I gotta figure out what I want now. What were you saying, Dan?
I don't.
Oh. Okay. Don't say anything then.
It's just pauses.
I said, I don't know.
If you don't care about reviews, then I don't know how to trust this place. So we should probably order from a second place too to be safe.
No, the reviews don't mean anything. You just order it and then you eat it, and if you don't like it, you don't go there again.
That's how rich people
mean the re-
live.
Okay.
What?
You're being classist.
Nothing.
Can we also do another type of cuisine just in case?
No, we're not ordering. This is already gonna be a fucking $100 DoorDash order.
I can't believe you threw away over $60 of food yesterday because you were cleaning your apartment. That's actually insane.
Because you didn't eat any of it. You're gonna eat mozzarella sticks the next day?
Are you stupid?
That's
there
just
was a pie of
demented.
pizza. I ate 2 slices.
It's demented. You're demented. Okay. All right.
I think there's something wrong with you.
No, you're
okay. So why'd you
demented.
throw out the pizza?
Because I don't think you were gonna eat that either. I don't believe you. I don't trust you.
You just like.
Why didn't you ask for
compulsively-
it? If you were gonna eat it, why didn't you ask her this morning when you woke up before you left? Why weren't you like, oh, where's the pizza? I want to eat it. You didn't do that. You came back and you strategically looked for it so that you could say, where is it afterwards? Like you were actually gonna eat it.
What are you talking about? It's lunchtime and I got hungry. I didn't
True.
wake up and
Okay.
really go, let me consume
You
this
are right.
pizza.
I am fucking with you. I kept the pizzas in the fucking fridge. You would know that if you checked. Do you want to just eat the pizza instead?
Wait, are you serious?
Yes. In the fridge with the Coke and the 6 mozzarella sticks that you didn't eat. It's all in the same
I
little
don't
plastic
understand
bag.
the joke.
I was fucking with you. Do you want to just? Do you want to
that
just eat?
doesn't even make sense.
Okay, fine. Okay. Do you want to just eat that, or would you rather get the pasta?
Wait, that joke doesn't make sense. Is there still pizza left or mozzarella sticks, whatever, did you eat it all? And you go, I threw it away, oops, when I cleaned this morning. And I said, oh, okay, are you planning on getting food soon or should I go forage? That's when you'd, like, reasonably say I was joking.
Because I didn't know if
I can order something if you want. I'm hungry now,
Yeah,
too,
because I
so-
wanted to order food, so I didn't know. So I feel bad ordering, like, hot food, and then you're eating leftovers. It makes me feel like I'm an oppressor.
So instead you just pathologically lie and
Yeah,
say,
and then I
"Threw it
can order
out
you
to
something
try and
new.
be
Yeah.
nice."
So, just tell me, do you want the fucking pasta or not?
I'd like to have another option as well.
So you do want the pasta?
Alongside something.
Okay, I
This
did throw the.
place- this place
no,
is just
okay.
full of bad
Stop.
reviews.
I did throw the pizza away, and now you want the pasta. I proved my point. Okay. Yeah, it's gone. You are never gonna eat that pizza. You're lying to me. Okay. You're a liar.
I would eat the pizza, but now you got my hopes up.
Okay. Do you want the pasta or not?
Why don't we order the same pizza again? With the basil?
No, because it was like that was the most boring pizza in the world. Do you want that pizza?
Did you try it?
Yes.
I thought it was pretty good.
Okay. Do you want to order a pizza then?
I was promised vegetarian restaurants, fun ambiance, elegant vibes. Now we're door dashing, and then I have to go eat it in like my little corner of the
Tell you what.
balcony.
What?
So why can't I at least have something nice to eat?
Okay.
Wait,
what do you?
How long can she wait to eat? Ask her how long she can wait to eat.
She can probably wait an hour or two.
I haven't eaten in like 4 days. Because
How long can
ordered
you
If you
wait?
haven't eaten in
yesterday
4 days,
after the podcast.
I don't want
then
to.
you
I don't
threw
want
it
to
all
kill my
away.
stream to go to a random restaurant. Why? Is that
you-
what you're suggesting?
Well, no,
No,
that's
I
why I was
don't
gonna say we
think
can
I
wait
should
a
do
little
that.
bit so you can stream for now.
Oh, maybe. Wait. Can you hear Dan?
A little bit.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Or I meant, can you
Oh.
hear Dan? Not can you hear, comma Dan. Okay, wait.
Oh.
Wait. So, okay, what are you hungry for? Just tell me this. Okay, I'm dumping all this. This is not. Your heart's not.
I'm not saying recommending we go to a restaurant. I'm saying because we're not going to a restaurant. I want something fun to eat.
Yeah.
If I
What
have
do you
to
want
eat
that's
it
fun?
alone,
No. What do you want that's fun to eat? You don't have to eat alone. We have a table right here. We're sharing
Then they're
space
gonna make
right
fun of
now.
the way I eat. It never ends.
Why are you so concerned with what they think? Who cares?
Because every time I say one word, it gets like
Yeah, that's the internet.
it becomes 10 clips. No,
Yeah.
you guys talking is not going to become 10 clips.
There's like fucking 20 channels that back up every fucking thing we say.
I'm just saying. I think I've had the least amount of airtime on your channel and probably the most amount of clips.
No, you're just having a recency bias and you don't understand that it happens to a lot of new people that come on. And also, all of our conversations are incredibly charged and heated. We don't have any normal fucking talks.
One of them was
you literally
me
came here and you're
drawing
like,
SpongeBob and Patrick as us, and then people called
yeah,
me
in
a
the middle of
banana
like a
'cause of
fucking
that.
rape
No,
conversation.
but then just the SpongeBob thing got clipped.
Because you drew an art thing. It was cute. People clip it.
Do you still have it?
Yeah, it's in the fridge next to the pizza. Okay, what was the elegant ambient food you wanted?
Were you ever planning on taking me shooting?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
What if I had plans?
Do you?
I could.
I guess we're not going shooting.
I've gotten a lot of podcast opportunities from your enemies who want to
Yeah,
poach me.
that's great. Then do podcasts.
Maybe I will.
Dan, do you want to go shooting tomorrow morning?
What time in the morning?
Well, yeah, what time are you gonna wake up? That's another thing too. You wake up at like 1 o'clock. Okay, it makes it hard to do things.
I'm on LA time.
So you'd wake up at 10 o'clock in LA?
Is that unreasonably late? What time do you wake up?
First of all, you're not on LA time. Secondly, I'm up at the crack of dawn, 8 a.m. every morning.
Obviously, I'm not literally on LA time. I'm in Miami. I meant like
Yeah.
mentally, I'm used to LA time because I've been living in California for the past 6 months.
Do you think that I'm pretty sure it goes away after a day or two? Okay, you're not traveling from Britain. Okay, your clock should be reset by now. Okay, wait. What was the elegant food you wanted? I need to order something because now I'm getting hunger and now I'm getting grumpy. Okay, and I'm hungry and we're delaying the food order. What kind of food would you like? Let's try again.
See, my friend asked me if I want to hang out 2 days ago, and I was like, oh no, I think Dustin wants to like do something today. And then it was like 11 p.m. and nothing happened.
Oh, that's so my bad because when you telepathically communicated that to me, I was totally ignoring it.
Yeah,
you know,
you said I'm gonna
I
react
should
to
have been like,
ContraPoints,
oh,
and then we could do something. And then 12 hours went by. I'm like, wow, that must be a really long reaction.
okay. 2 days ago, Farah wakes up and I say, hey, I'm gonna, I'm like, oh, I need to watch like a ContraPoints video. It's probably gonna take a couple hours. And then she's like, oh, okay, I have to edit like my
That's not how the
podcast or
conversation
whatever. And I'm
went,
like,
you
okay,
know
cool.
it.
You can go edit your podcast. I'll do this. I go and check on this motherfucker like 6 times. She
You-
sits on the balcony for 11 hours. I'm like, are you okay? Do you want to do? Are you okay? Do
You
you
did
need
not
anything?
say, do you want to do something?
No, not do you want to, but I figured that like when you're done, you'd walk in and be like, okay, hey, what's up? I'm ready. And instead you're like, oh, I didn't think you
My
wanted
thing
me.
isn't timed. Your thing is I'm going to be doing something for a couple of hours, so obviously
Your thing is, you're doing doing editing? You said you were editing your show.
You never came and said, "Are you done editing?" So obviously, I'm waiting for you to say, "I'm done watching the ContraPoints
Why would
video."
I need to do that? We're both
How
people.
am I supposed to know when you're done? I'm saying I'll edit
You
something in the
walk
meantime
in,
until you're done.
You walk in, you pitter-patter to the room, and you go, "Hey, what's up? Oh, are you done?" And then boom, then you're on.
Oh, so I should just keep cycling back, waiting on you instead of just expecting when you're done watching the video, you'll come get me 10 feet away?
I came in and checked on you like 5 times. I'm
You
like,
didn't say
"How
you
are
were
you doing?"
done.
And you're
You
like,
just said-
"Oh,
you didn't say you were
hour 8 on the
done.
balcony. I'm fine." I'm like,
I
"Okay."
did not say you were done. I think I explicitly asked you, "Are you done?" And you said no. Do you need anything? But you meant done streaming. You meant you're not done streaming. I was asking, "Are you done with the ContraPoints video?" But then I found out you had been done with that for hours.
Why would I have you here to put you on a balcony for 11 hours?
I mean, you didn't know which corner of the room I was gonna sit in.
what do you think is my thought process
How do you
when
think
I
you had malicious intent? I'm just saying it's your fault.
do you think I'm
that I
fucking
was on the
retarded?
balcony. I'm
That
a
it's like,
guest in
"Oh
your
shit.
home.
Oh, I forgot there's a person here."
I'm a guest in your home. Should I like creep behind that curtain all day and see when you're done reacting to whoever ContraPoints
Just
is?
come sit up here and chat like you did right now. It's fine.
But you're the one who said in a few hours.
It was like a 2 or 3 hour video and I was done.
Should I have set a timer for 2 to 3 hours?
No,
Would
I
sit
thought
after
you
a
were
few
gonna
hours?
finish your thing because you said you had to edit a thing, and when
You
you were done with that,
said I'm gonna watch this ContraPoint thing for a few hours,
Uh-huh.
and I said okay. In the meantime, I'll edit.
okay.
So obviously, I'm gonna, you know what I mean, fulfill the time while you're watching something. You know that's true.
No, it's no.
You know that makes sense.
It makes sense in like. If I was like a fucking serial killer and you were worried that if you
Oh
came and
my
talked to
God.
me, I would like start smacking the shit out of you, it would make sense.
It's more like I'm gonna be wait for you to be done with the errand that you said you're doing.
Or you could literally send me like, "Oh hey, are you done with your thing?" Like, "Oh yeah, I finished." Like, yeah, you're.
I figured in one of the like 10 times you came to check on me saying like, "Oh, are you hungry? Do you need food?" You would have said like, "Oh, I'm done with the ContraPoints video, by the way." Especially since I asked verbatim, "Are you done?" And you said no.
What I-
but then you were like, "Oh, I thought you meant done streaming for the day."
Would I literally? Why would I go to you after hour 7 and check over and over again and like?
Why can't you just say, "Do you want to come on stream or do you want to hang out?" You kept saying, "Are
I
you
thought that was
okay?"
implied. You're in my house. Why would I bring you here and never watch you on my stream?
Because I thought you were still doing specific content that was solo content. That's obvious.
Okay.
Why would I try to infringe and be like, "Hurry up the ContraPoints video"? I'm like, "Okay, do your thing." And then I come out and you're talking to another
I think you just have
dumb
you have
bitch
severe.
that isn't me, and I'm getting very jealous at this point
Yeah.
because I'm like, I thought I was the dumb bitch on stream today.
Who was the other dumb bitch I was talking to?
Well, I'm not gonna say it. I
Wait,
don't
am
have
I?
beef with people.
Am I the dumb bitch?
No.
I forgot he's on this call.
Yeah, Dan's here.
Yeah,
now
I
you
forgot
see why
too.
I
It's like a
deserve
very
pasta
awkward
and maybe
fucking
another
third wheel
dish?
thing.
After everything you've put me through?
She's joking, by the way, guys.
No, this all happened.
But she's hamming it up for stream. Okay. Oh, the torture
is-
girl. Jesus.
Ugh.
Okay, hold on. I'm plugging her headphones in so she stops interrupting you, Dan. She's being very rude. I'm sorry.
Good.
Fuck. Do you have my battery?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, you gave her the battery? We know what that means. All right. Well, I guess we're at that stage of things. That happened fast.
Is this tiramisu?
What did I do with that cable? I don't know. Maybe, is it?
Hey, woman.
I'm opening a new DoorDash.
Hey.
Don't get mad at me and say that.
Hey.
It's gonna
Hey.
appear.
Hey. 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 Hello?
Where would I?
Hey.
Wait, I'm sorry, Dan. I can't hear you at all if you're talking. 1 second.
Oh, I can say whatever I want.
no, you
Look
stopped
at
talking,
him.
so if he
The
was
most
talking, you wouldn't
awkward Riz in the
Okay.
history of Rizzing is going on right now. It's like, God, we can see, and we're just supposed to remain silent as we watch this in the background? Like what? And act like this is just nothing? Cringe. I can barely watch. But I will. Haha, because it's a train wreck. And I want to see what happens.
Can you hear?
Hello?
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 Oh, hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi. What's up?
Hi. Not much.
Okay. Where were we?
Not sure.
Can you hear him?
Yep.
No, I'm asking her if she can hear you.
Oh.
Can you hear Dan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then fucking say something. Why are you remaining silent?
Yeah, why are you being silent? Like you
Because
were.
you responded before me.
But he
Well, you
can't
gotta be
answer
fast.
for you.
It's a man's world.
Well, at first
you know
when
that?
you asked me, I couldn't hear him. 'Cause you
Oh
dropped
my
the
God.
box.
Okay. Are we going shooting tomorrow morning, Dan? Oh yeah. What time are you waking up tomorrow morning?
Maybe I don't want to go shooting anymore.
Okay, never mind. We're not going shooting, Dan.
We need to catch up on all these vegetarian restaurants.
Tomorrow we're gonna go to a great vegan restaurant. Okay, it's gonna be so good.
I feel like somehow I'm getting burned here.
No, you're not. I'm sure she'll love it.
I mean, I like vegan food, if it's done okay. Oh, hey, woman. Not you.
That's probably
Hello?
you.
That's you. That's what you say. Yeah?
He's
Here,
talking to you.
I'll
Are
do
you
it for
okay?
both sides. Here,
Oh,
watch.
I'm so sorry. Am I supposed
Hey.
to respond super enthusiastically when someone just shouts "woman"?
Oh, no, I'll just have the conversation
All right,
myself. Here we
goodbye.
go. Hey, Farha. Yeah? Hey, listen. Don't read the sub. You're gonna fucking kill yourself, unironically, okay? It takes
I
many
don't.
moons to be able to go and start reading that sub as an orbiter until you can build up the thicker skin. Okay, thanks, Dan. That's great advice. Yeah, I know. A lot of people, they go in there and they feel really bad because they're gonna go and read initial oh man, I didn't do good. I thought I did good and I didn't. And then they're gonna be down in the dumps. And it's like, you know what? Don't let it get to you. You're okay. All right. I mean, you're fine. But I don't want to say you're okay. I mean, that's that's really up for us to decide. But that said, don't go read it. Give it a few weeks.
I
Thanks, Dan.
appreciate that. I promise you, it does not bother me,
Okay.
but I do appreciate it. So, are you at a place now where you can read it? Have many moons passed?
I just ban anyone that even if you do an emote to me that implies that I wasn't the best thing you've ever heard today, I ban them. Like if I get a copium emote or something, you're gone. That's it. That's how I deal with it. Just
Wait, how do you ban people? I thought you're not a streamer person.
I've bought my loyalty both with donations by being a pay pig for years and then being one of the lone survivors. You see that movie, Mark Wahlberg, called Lone Survivor? I'm basically one of those guys.
I
Okay,
haven't.
but instead of the Taliban and shit, it's various privileged groups instead. So that's kind of me.
Nice. Dan, if you live in Miami, how come you guys don't do IRL streams more often? You
Hey,
always do
good
Discord.
question. True.
So the reason for that is because Steven's a degenerate that either sleeps or is streaming 24 hours a day, and I have children and a wife and a life, and he gives me 15 minutes notice usually before anything. It's like, hey Dan, do you want to go shooting now? So the fact that I had a notice for maybe tomorrow was amazing. I would have been able to do it. So there's that, and
Okay, before we
Yeah.
go too deep into your bullshit, what do you want to eat? Did you figure it out yet?
I didn't know.
Okay, I need you to figure it out because now I'm getting hungry and angry.
I know. It was kind of like me 2 days ago on the balcony, but I had more patience than you do right now, so you'll be okay. We're gonna do 2 meals,
We're not ordering 2 meals.
but then we're just gonna have to order again in 3 hours anyway, right?
Why
So,
would we have to order 2 meals?
lunch and dinner, so wouldn't it be cheaper to just get it at once?
You eat Okay.
hey, you guys know now, if anyone has a check mark, they're officially a simp. There's no other reason for them to have it except that they're an Elon dick sucker. That's it. I don't even know if fucking does
I
Twitter
didn't even get
Blue
my
even give
I
you
didn't even
anything
get
now?
one check mark for my fucking
Yeah,
What was that noise? Wait, did something
I can't believe you buy it. Why? For what
Because they
reason?
said that you get preferential treatment showing up in replies or whatever.
How do I drag this on screen?
You can't. It's 2 separate computers.
I see you do it sometimes.
No, you've never ever seen me do that because it's literally impossible.
Should we open it on this?
No. Well, I don't want my address and everything showing up on stream.
You've already been doxxed, right?
Yeah, but I don't need you repeating it over and over again.
You're that bitch. All right? Isn't it because of you that he's been doxxed and you're like, hey, you got doxxed this time on this stream, right?
Because
That
I
happened the other
represent the
day
Muslim
because of
community?
me?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Steven said it was your fault, though, right? Was
No,
it?
what-
Was it her fault?
No, I've
No,
never
if anything,
said
our
that.
clip chimping drama like hid his whole like Muslim hating arc. Like, if anything, I got him out of that scenario because people got mad at him for a new thing.
Really?
was
Wait.
doxed
He definitely
as the
said it was
Muslim
you.
stuff.
No, I've never
Did you
said
actually
that.
say
No,
that?
Dan is making shit up right now.
I'm pretty sure you
Someone
said
found
it the
a
other day.
Discord log where you did say that or something.
Okay, yeah, show
and
me.
You're gonna justify
Okay.
it to me that
Yeah.
you meant something otherwise.
Okay, what are we looking for? Pete's. Oh, this place. This sounds divine. Yeah. Let's see what they've got. What?
Okay, never mind.
Chill.
No,
We, like,
I
just
literally
had
thought you
pizza.
did say that.
What?
That's
We
fine.
like just had pizza.
Yeah. Okay. Do you not want pizza?
If there were leftovers, then yes. But if we're ordering something new, then like let's do something fun.
Okay. What do you want that's fun?
I don't know. Show me the options.
Here's
right
the
now
options.
You just searched pizza.
I didn't search pizza. I clicked Italian, I think. Would you like?
Mamma
do
mia.
you want me to click something different?
Dan, what's good around here?
Depends. What are you in the mood for?
I don't know.
Okay, might be a little bit difficult to fulfill that order.
Well, I want recommendations.
McDonald's. That's real good.
Well, the problem is you have a very... So you're a vegetarian that doesn't like vegetables.
Correct.
So basically what you have is pasta and pizza and yeah, no fish either, right?
No. So just pasta and pizza?
Hmm. Yeah.
Did you
Okay.
like eat any of the mozzarella sticks, or you just threw them all out?
All of them went right in the trash
Why didn't you eat them?
because they were a day old.
No, I mean like yesterday.
Because I can't just be eating fuck tons of fried food at night for no reason. I'm gonna balloon up to like 250 pounds.
But you were the one who added them to the order. I,
I
thought you...
asked if you wanted them, and you're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds great."
Oh, because I thought you also wanted them.
If I wanted them, I would just. I don't need your permission to
I
order
think we
food for
need,
me.
like a translator.
No, we don't. I perfectly understand everything just fine. If you want to sit on the balcony for 10 hours, that's on you.
I don't want to. I was very mad.
Oh, you should have like enunciated that at some point, you know? Set like a
No.
clear boundary, firmly
I was just gonna
stated
ghost
it.
you after this week,
Oh,
which your
listen.
cat would have loved.
Well, hey,
But then we
listen.
resolved it, so now I'm getting a unit in the building.
Okay, well, okay. As long as I don't have to go down and feed you every day, otherwise you'll just sit in the corner and die.
You were saying to me yesterday, are you going to be able to live alone? I thought you were implying you wanted me to live in here.
No, you're good luck,
That's what it
okay?
seemed like. Because you're like, I don't know if you're able to like take care of yourself. I feel like you need to like live with someone who can.
Yeah,
like,
because I
feed
feel like
you.
left to your own devices, I think you'll like sit in a room all day and just die.
Just because when I'm a guest in someone's house and they tell me to fuck off until further notice, that's what I do.
Is that what I told you? I said to fuck off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I said you want me to fuck off, and you said, oh, we're doing this ContraPoints thing. Okay. Let's do fried Oreos. Oh, are there any like fairs in Miami?
You're not eating fried Oreos. You need real food. You have to eat a food. Yeah.
Okay, so what?
I don't know. This place is good. All of their food is good. Okay. So what? Okay. We'll look. We'll look. Hold on.
I just want to do something fun.
Fettuccine Alfredo pasta.
I told you I don't like that shape already.
You're just gonna starve.
Why can't we just go do something? Let's get the bikes. Let's rent the bikes. Wasn't that fun? Riding the bikes.
Aw, did you ride a little bike, Steve? Where'd you go?
We
To
rent city
east
bikes.
to the beach.
To the beach.
Wow.
Why don't we do that and you put like the little streaming.
Did he put on his little short shorts that he has for biking?
Did you? I don't-
Okay. Here's the deal. We will go. We'll bike tonight to this restaurant and we'll go eat there, and then we'll order something now for this. Okay.
Okay.
Deal? Is that a good
Are we
compromise?
actually gonna bike? Are you gonna tell me when it's biking time, or is the onus on me to ask you when it's biking time every 10 minutes?
Okay, I'm gonna gym tonight at probably 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and then after that we'll bike to the restaurant. Is that acceptable?
What time? Because then I'm gonna assume you're gonna tell me when
The
you're done
gym closes
gymming.
at 11, so the absolute
Okay.
latest. If you're too retarded to ask me when I come in, like, hey, well, I'm ready to go. If you just like, are you gonna what, paste up in the fucking corner of the room and just stay there unless I say something? Is that how you live your life?
Dan, wasn't I in the
Hi.
right?
I don't know what we're talking about. With what?
Me waiting on the balcony until further notice. Or was I
You
being
were-
a passive little bitch?
She sat on the balcony for 11 hours yesterday.
Did he hear
Why?
the story?
Okay,
Because
here.
No.
I said, I don't want you to feel pressured to put me on stream just because I'm here. Do what
You
gotta
never
do.
said that. Why
Yes,
would
I did.
No, because if you said that, I would probably say in response, "No, it's fine. You're cool."
That's not...
Why would I have you in my apartment
Because
if
you're
I
never
didn't?
listening to me. You're always like playing little games while we talk, so you didn't process what I said. But
I
that doesn't mean I didn't
absolutely
say it.
processed what you said.
Just because you have a bad
I don't have a
comprehension skills
bad
doesn't mean I didn't
comprehension
say
skills.
It, Dan. So I said, don't feel pressure to put me on your stream, whatever. Like, do your thing. And he said, I don't feel pressured.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's okay for me to be on stream. That means you don't feel pressured to tell me, don't be on stream today. Like, that's how I interpreted it.
Well,
Let's-
that's because
So
Let's
okay,
do like
wait.
the simple. Let's do like the
Dan,
simple, logical
Daniel.
explanation of everything. Hold on.
Dan, listen to me. So the next day, I say, if you want to solo stream, I can fuck off for a while. And do you want me to fuck off? And then he was like, I have to react to this like ContraPoints thing for a few hours, but then like later you can hop on stream. So I said, okay, I'll edit Sling in the meantime. I go out on the balcony editing for 12 hours. And he goes, why didn't you come on stream?
But to be fair, I checked on her like 5
Yeah, so I
times.
thought,
I checked on.
he's
I went out. I was like,
checking on me
"Hey,
that
are you
he's gonna
okay?
say
Are you
I'm
doing
done.
it?" And she's still on her phone. It's like, "Oh, I guess she's like still editing." I'm like, "Oh, you okay? You doing okay?"
My
like,
editing wasn't time sensitive. Your reaction video was.
You don't think after like 6 hours you'd be like, "Are you done with your thing?" You like,
I did. I said, are you done? And you said no. And then later you said, oh, I thought you meant, are you done streaming?
What?
Dan, who's the
You're-
dumbass?
Why wouldn't you just come inside?
Because you were coming to check on me, and I was asking you, are you done? Are you
It's
done?
you have a self-esteem issue. That's it. That's all I can say. I'm sorry. You have a
I
self-esteem
mean,
issue.
Because
Steve,
I
I don't want to
Dan
reveal
is
too
gonna
much,
troll
but
me.
like,
Dan is trolling me right
I'm-
now. Dan just typed in chat. I can fuck Steve over so hard here. Do I? Dan, I can see it. I'm not blind like you
what
are.
does
You
that
fucking
mean?
retard.
What
He's
does
gonna
that
take
mean?
your
I
side
was
and troll
I was
the
going to
fuck
say
out of me.
something that Steve said to me is just that you're not confident and that you don't like say anything at all, and he was kind of taking advantage of that to do it in this situation.
Using the power differential. Yeah.
You said that?
It sounds like
Yeah.
it.
Maybe
Well, I
the-
mean, not
the
so
second
not so
part,
cruel to
but-
that, but just that like that you need to like get your wings and kind of like fly a little bit. Like you need a lot of prodding and poking to do anything. You won't speak up or do anything. Is kind of his thought.
In what regards?
I don't know. You have to ask him. It's the way he said.
Well, how'd the conversation arise?
We were talking about like podcast hosts and stuff, and he wasn't sure you could handle it.
He's literally making shit up right now. You know this, right?
It
Why
doesn't-
would I make
it
this
sounds
up?
a
I have
little
no
too
fucking.
specific.
I have literally no stake in this whatsoever.
You do have stake. You're trying to.
I'm the one. It's me that's trying to help you get it right now, and him. Forget. You know what? You're right.
That's what you sound like. Dead.
I'm sorry. I can change the subject, Steve. That's my bad. My bad.
I don't
A
want
little
this.
bit awkward silence in here now.
No, we're just ordering food.
I didn't ask what you
Mhm.
wanted, and you're not choosing anything. So, what are you going to tell me what you want, and we can go and look at that because this is looking real good to me right now. Pasta, Impossible Burgers, and pizza. Those are your 3 options, right? Or do you have something different?
I want something sweet as well.
You're not eating candy. You need food.
Can we also order coffee?
If the place that we order from sells coffee, sure.
You can order from other places, right? In one order.
Maybe. I'm just trying to think if I want to spend $55 on coffee because I'm getting a second DoorDash bonus plus.
Just type vegetarian into the search bar, and then that'll give us better options.
How is there a vegan thing but not vegetarian? Oh. Okay, pick one.
Should I tell her that she was right and you have been drama farming me? Like she.
Let me
warned
type better.
What'd you say?
Let me type better.
Do you want to call her and squash the beef?
I don't even have real beef with her.
She
It's
said you drama farmed her.
the fit.
I said I'm going to Miami, and she said be careful of Destiny. He drama farmed.
Yeah, because I will drama farm you, especially if you fuck with me. Okay, but I barely have I drama farmed Indie Fox on my stream before, guys.
Wow, way to out a personal
I did.
conversation.
Yeah, I did out
you,
it.
You literally just drama farmed her by naming her.
You guys are so soft. You are the softest motherfuckers in the world. Okay.
Well, has he? Has he drama farmed her?
Don't. No.
You asked them to answer.
Yeah, ask them. When did you talk to? See, I don't even think I've talked to her on stream ever in my entire life. What?
Do not click that. Do not click that link.
I clicked it. I'm sorry.
I mean, you could. It's your stream.
It is. Okay. Look. What do you want here?
Oh, search Korean. They have a lot of vegetarian stuff.
So you want Korean food?
It's an option. Do you like Korean food?
I will eat anything right now. I'm hungry. Okay. Pick one.
2 Korean girls. See if they have kimbap rolls. I like those.
Kimbap rolls. I'm not seeing them.
We're gonna check another place then.
Pick one. You've got one more option, and then I'm just gonna order shit for us, okay?
Okay.
So pick well.
Do you like Indian food?
Yes.
I don't. I was just asking. Sucks, doesn't it? Okay, let's do the second one. Search kimbap.
Oh wait, someone's saying I might have spelled it wrong.
I don't think so. Okay.
They're saying it's G. That guy said.
You know, if you guys are gonna fucking talk about the food, it's like one Google search away. I don't understand. What is this stealthy shit? Either be quiet and don't say it. Don't be like, let me get the El Ceviche on Collins and Fifth roll with a side of mayonnaise.
It's not a restaurant name. It's a particular type of cuisine. You fucking retard. You retarded fucking
I know.
moron.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going right now. I know where you're going. I'm gonna actually go there, and I'm gonna come to your door and dox you as a result of this.
Okay, good one. Okay, what do you want from here? Pick one.
I told you kimbap.
I don't know if these people have that. I don't even know if that exists.
You're not even spelling it close to correctly. K-I-M. Maybe just search kimbap into the search bar instead of the store menu. Wow. You lied when I said I only got one more search. Oh. Interesting.
It might just be associated. I don't know if these places have it.
Well, what would you order if I've used up all my guesses?
Well, now you mentioned Indian food.
I don't want Indian food.
I didn't ask you if you wanted Indian food. This place looks good right here. Sandwiches.
I don't like sandwiches.
How can you not like sandwiches?
I don't like the concept.
You don't. You're gonna die. We're gonna start training. If you do move in here, we're gonna train. I'm gonna train you the fuck up. Okay.
You can't dox me. I'm in hiding.
I don't give a fuck. You're gonna get big, and you're gonna want to eat real food. You're gonna get off this vegetarian cringe shit. You're gonna have a real appetite.
Did you not text me 2 weeks ago and said make me vegetarian?
Make me vegetarian?
All you do is lie. I
Why
can't
the
even do
fuck
it
would-
because my Telegram.
Why
Fuck
would
you.
I
Open
want to
your
be
phone.
vegetarian?
Open your phone. Open it.
Yeah, open your phone, Steve.
Open your Telegram. Search vegetarian. Make me click the third one. Click the third one, you piece of shit. Make me a vegetarian. And I said why, and you said to impress you.
Obviously, we're joking. Why are you going full laugh right now?
I can't be here anymore. Listen, let
you
me
later,
know about
Dan.
shooting
Have fun.
stuff.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Okay, so we're both gonna go vegetarian.
Yeah, that's not happening. What is even the context of this?
I'm trying to rewrite history. Oh, that was best hood humor sliding on me.
So why did you just out that? Great. Now you're drama farming.
I outed a faceless meme page.
Well,
My bad.
good job.
You outed Indie Fox.
Yeah, who I love. She's my favorite content creator. I cheered for her every day in the Crimmer Wars that she'd defeat the evil Amaranth. Okay, what kind of sandwich?
Has she made
I'm
her
looking
comeback
for
yet?
a vegetarian sandwich for you, okay? Oh my, have you ever had a grilled cheese sandwich?
Yes, I've had a grilled cheese
Okay,
sandwich.
that's what you're
I
getting.
really don't like them.
You're gonna get this.
I genuinely,
okay?
that's probably my least favorite food.
Okay, then you have what? No, first of all, no, it's not. There's a million. I don't even know if there's enough to a grilled cheese sandwich to not like it. It's bread and cheese. Okay.
You can say that about water. I don't want to just have water for a meal or ice. I don't want to just munch on ice cubes. There's not much to it either.
There's not calories in ice
Isn't
cubes.
Miami like a cuisine hub? Like
Yeah, for people that eat real food, not for vegetarians that don't eat vegetables.
Okay. So we're just giving up on kimbap.
I don't even know what kimbap is. Kimbap. Is this kimbap?
We can like Instacart groceries and make it.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
I think that'd be fun.
Okay, download Instacart and go do that, okay?
I have to pay for it. I paid for the bikes.
The bikes were free. Nice rewrite of history there.
They were $16.
Really? Oh, so you lied yesterday when you showed me the receipts.
I showed you. I don't know why their receipt's coming off as 0.
Show me where it charged you $16.
That's just what it said on the.
The receipt said 0,
bike
didn't it?
app. It's
And then you were like,
$8
oh,
per
it must be
hour.
like a promotional thing.
Maybe.
There you go. So it was 0.
But I still had the intention of paying for it. I put my card info.
And I had the
on.
intention of buying you food from 15 different places. You said no. So what is that? You owe me like $1,500 now in buying groceries? Because I had the intention of buying you all this different food?
Yeah. I spent like $3,000 on this flight.
No, you did not. What did you fly? Fucking presidential class? Were you on fucking Air Force One? What do you mean? Okay, we're going to look at this place. 62 minutes. No, we're not. Oh my god. I need a place that's close by.
We should just go somewhere.
Where are we going to walk to?
We can bike.
We're biking tonight, okay?
I'm gonna just get like the monthly passes now for us since I'm living here.
Why? We could just buy bikes, couldn't we?
Yeah, but this is convenient because you could just park it anywhere, and then you have to
Okay.
worry about like theft. We could also buy bikes.
No, fuck
But
it,
you're
you're
probably
right.
gonna make me buy
Get the
you a
monthly
bike.
pass. No, yeah, I will. Okay.
If I live here, how often are we gonna hang out? Because I'll just be sitting on my balcony this time waiting for you to hang out with me.
I
We're
don't.
gonna need like a contract.
Yeah? This doesn't have, there's no, that, whatever you're talking about doesn't exist. Kimbap, I don't know what this is. It's not a real
You're
thing.
misspelling it. It's BAP, not BOP.
BAP?
KIMBAP.
It's,
I'm just wearing you down so we can do our 4th and final rape debate.
uh-huh.
Yeah. Let's do. Why are you trying different spelling variations?
Because I'm worried you're not giving me the right one.
You can also Google it. I gave you the right one.
What about bibimbap? What is that?
Bibimbap's pretty good. It's like a vegetable bowl. I like vegetables when they're Asian style.
What does that mean? In a sauce?
They're-
Wait, people are saying kimbap is just sushi.
Yeah, it's like veggie. It's like a specific type of veggie roll.
So we just need sushi with vegetables.
It's more than that. It's Korean style, so it has Korean flavoring. But sushi's Japanese. Kimbap is Korean. Your chat is racist. If you go to Google and search kimbap near me, it'll tell you which restaurants serve it. I don't know why you're acting like DoorDash. It's the only website on it.
Because I'm not leaving this house, okay? That's why.
Yeah, you can then take the restaurant name and type it into DoorDash.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is even accurate because the DoorDash shit didn't have it either.
I mean, that's literally the name of the restaurant's Kimbap. I'm sure they have kimbap there.
This place is like 20 miles away. I know that maps
That's
aren't
the
your...
direction you sent me at.
No. Even if I would have sent you in that direction, you still would have hit a fucking beach because we're on an island. We're here.
After 20 miles.
No, you would have hit it after 20 steps. We're literally on the beach. If the wind blows too hard, we're going to be submerged in the
Why not
ocean.
tell me to go west?
Because that's the bay. There's not like a beach there. It's just water and shitty area. I don't even know if you can go swimming there. But if you go east, there's nice sands. Look at this nice duny sandy area. Okay.
So I don't need a guarantor for my apartment, but would you do it anyway?
Why?
Because you were saying yesterday you don't want to do it because what if we have like a bridge burning and then I'm going to screw you over by making you pay my rent?
Yeah.
I don't need a guarantor. I could just put down 2 months. But if I make you my guarantor, you're less likely to burn the bridge.
Yeah, but then that gives you a ton of leverage to fuck with me. Or I have to buy out your apartment lease.
Why would I do that?
Wait, I don't know. Why does anybody?
I can gain so much more from you over the long haul. All these restaurant receipts are gonna add up. I don't need you to just
I'm
pay my
paying
rent
for this.
here.
What is it adding up for?
Exactly. So why would I burn the bridge?
Okay, then we don't. Why would you need more leverage? You're okay. You're just.
Because you burn the bridge very in a very volatile way.
Then don't do crazy weird
Like
shit.
Mr. Girl's done nothing to you. I've done nothing to you. Zerka's done nothing to you.
I haven't even burned the bridge with Zerka. Me and Zerka are chill.
You said you did once.
Well, yeah, because he was weird.
So if we burn the bridge, can we put like an expiration date on it, kind of like yours and Zerka's? Like it'll only ever be a 1 year.
Well, it depends on what you burn the bridge over.
Okay, can we draw a picture and you tell me what the limits are? Like what's like acceptable behavior, bad behavior that you'll put up with?
Like you sitting on the balcony for 11 hours was bad behavior.
You would potentially burn the bridge
If you did that like 10 days in a row, yeah.
because I'm the one who suffered?
Because it makes me feel bad. I suffer worse than you do there.
So you burn the bridge with people because you don't have to feel the guilt of what you've done to them. You screwed over Lav and Mr. Girl and Zerka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
I didn't like the burgers we had the other day.
What? You said you ate it all, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, then how did you not like it?
I wasn't a fan. I ate it the next day because that was all you gave me for 3 days worth
Look
of
at
time.
that. Hunger is the best spice.
I've never heard that before. That's a good saying.
It is, and it's true. Oh, this place. This looked good. I was getting into this, and then you tried to rip it away from me. Oh, there's like no vegetarian shit here.
Did you try my sesame tofu the other day?
Fuck no.
You drink like 10 Soylents a day, but you have...
I drink 1 to 2 a day
But then what's your issue with tofu? It's just soy.
because Soylent is like a soy derivative. It's a different thing.
But you made it sound like eating tofu is gay because it's soy.
I wouldn't eat cubes of Coca-Cola, okay? Eating tofu is different than drinking Soylent.
But you just made it sound like it's because it's like gay vegetarian food.
It's because if I'm eating tofu in something, the tofu is probably a substitute for something else. And I would rather have the thing that it's substituting.
That's if you have like a very meat normative mindset.
I
It's
do have
just
a very
sesame
meat
saw
normative
on-
mindset.
on
I'm a meat normative
meat.
person. I like meat. You have a very...
You do realize Soylent is a substitute as well, right?
Yeah, but there's nothing that it like is a substitute for that I could eat that's not Soylent. Like if there was a normal like meal replacement that's not
There
Soylent.
is, Ensure.
Is it? That sounds like something for
There's-
senior citizens.
It is. My parents put me on it growing up. 'cause I
Yeah,
was
you look like you
malnourished.
needed some more of it.
Yeah.
What is coconut custard? That's probably like a dessert dumpling, right?
It doesn't sound very good. What's your favorite food?
Indian food. Oh, I can just order you Indian food. They've got all sorts of vegetarian shit.
I don't eat Indian food in this heat since I'm gonna be outside. for
You're
the
in an
next 12 hours.
Air conditioned apartment.
I was on the balcony.
That's by choice.
Where else should I be?
You can go. There's a nice breeze on the balcony if you jump over.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
2 suicide jokes in 1 hour.
Yeah,
I think legally, if I do kill myself, you're slightly culpable now.
Yeah, am I?
Like that one case where the girl told her boyfriend to kill himself, and he did.
That was like an extended. I couldn't have told you to kill yourself more than 20 or 30 times.
But
I think
after
she
I
was.
clip chimp it and play on a loop.
Oh
of me
yeah?
telling
Are
me
you
to
gonna
kill
do that
myself,
as you're jumping off the
and then I
balcony? You're
delete
pushing
the
publish
VOD,
on
so
your
there's
fucking
no
TikTok.
reference of what actually happened.
True.
Then yeah,
Okay.
Twitter will crucify you. Ooh. Are there Denny's here?
Probably. Is that what you want?
Only if we go there.
Okay. Nope.
I can't believe you're letting me do this for so long. It's been like an hour.
Okay. Yeah, you're
I don't
right.
know why you're putting up with this.
True. I'm gonna order something right now.
No, I was gonna say like breakfast foods could be fun.
Well, tonight we'll go to the breakfast food place.
Oh, can we bike to like a 24-hour diner? That'd be cute.
We'll bike to that place. It's
What place?
the place that I said we're going to tonight.
Which place?
I'm not gonna say it on stream because then fucking people will show up and ambush me there. I got enemies.
That's what Mira does. She says it's all content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
She's like, chat, I invite you to come meet us.
I'm not trying to die right now, okay? Not yet.
She hasn't died.
How much chicken do you think is in a chicken empanada?
Are you serious?
What?
There's no in between? You're gonna get me chicken empanada?
It's for me. Why are you assuming my life revolves every sentence that comes out of my mouth?
Why would it
you?
matter how much chicken's in it?
Because I'm trying to think of like, is a chicken empanada going to have a good like 50, 60 grams of protein worth of chicken? Or is it going to be like 2 little bites and a ton of fucking bread?
You could probably customize it and ask for like extra.
Extra
ingredients.
chicken inside the empanada?
Unless they're already like pre-made and they just heat them up. I don't know.
Oh, let's see.
Do you like calzones?
What's the difference in a calzone and an empanada?
I think the dough is a little different.
You're getting the pesto pasta with rigatoni, like we were gonna do an hour ago.
And cheesecake.
You're gonna eat all of this, okay?
I'm gonna eat none of it.
If you want to go to the good vegan
you
restaurant,
wasted my time,
if there's gonna be, if you want to go to the good vegan restaurant tomorrow, you have to eat all your food between now and then, okay? Just letting you know.
Oh, I think we could actually Uber Eats my Zoloft. That's what someone told me. You can actually use Uber Eats for medication.
I don't think you can Uber Eats prescription medication, can you?
From pharmacies, I think.
No shot. It's got to be like another program or something.
No, I think you can. Ooh, I do chocolate cake instead.
Yeah.
Do you have milk?
Yeah.
Cow milk?
Yes.
Okay, good. Ooh, they have churros.
You're not... Nutella and sprinkles dessert pizza. Oh my god. I can't. Okay, that's what you're getting.
Wait, why? Are you on a diet?
Well, no, but I'm not trying to...
Wait.
This is... We're ordering it. It's... It's about to be in.
Okay. Wow, no tip? You don't tip your drivers?
Yeah, that's no tip. Good one. What even aversion to long pasta?
I don't like the texture. I'm also a child and it's hard for me to swallow it.
If you live here, you're going to eat more food too. Like, I'll force you. We're going to go to restaurants, you're going to order shit, and you're going to have to eat what's in front of you.
Sure.
Or you're going to have to at least try like 3 bites.
Let's do it. Are you also going to teach me to drive?
I have to
Be
teach
my
Melina how to
full-time
drive
father.
first. There's a line of people that need to learn how to drive, okay?
She doesn't know how to drive either?
Nope.
Oh. You guys don't have like a car in LA?
Yeah, I did. But she's European. They just don't drive over there.
Same, yeah.
Same.
I never learned.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where are you from again?
Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
Where from in Europe?
Chester, New York.
Oh. No, like, I mean, like, where are you really from?
What do you mean?
Like, where are you from?
Like ethnically?
Yeah.
Are you doing a bit?
No.
Because that's like a very 2016 bit. When
What?
brown people
Really?
Get mad at people asking them, where are you really from? So that's very like outdated meta wokeism if that's what you're doing.
No. I'm
Okay.
not woke. I'm
You're
just
saying
racist.
That's like a bit Hassan probably would have done in like 2015.
Probably,
He's
but it wouldn't have been a
moved
bit.
on.
He probably would have unironically said stuff like that because he's racist, because he's Turkish.
He does seem to be a bit of an N-word apologist sometimes.
He is. Pretty sure Turkish people hate every single other group of people in Europe and themselves sometimes. And everybody hates Turkish people too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think the apartment will let me in because they're background checking me right now?
Why would they not let you? Oh, like you passed your background check? I'm sure it'll be okay.
Well, I don't know. It's taking a while. You didn't tell them to toss my application, did you?
Maybe. Maybe they watched the stream and they decided they don't want your type of people here.
Yeah. We're good?
Well, now we're just waiting for your food. Why, were you going to go sit on the balcony for another 12 hours?
Oh, I was going to say until you told me the food gets here, but you probably wouldn't. You would just come ask me how I'm doing and then eat it here in private. So
Yeah, and I would just never tell you. What is this? Okay. Oh.
Why do you like this strand of cat so much?
I just like all cats. They're cats. How can you not like cats? Oh, look, somebody made a diagram of our conversation. Uh-oh, who joined?
Hey, Steven.
Hi.
Hey, I'm planning out my Florida trip. Are you gonna be available May the 20th?
Why is your mic so fucking quiet?
Mine?
Yeah.
Cause you told me. Oh, you know what? It's not even plugged in, bro. I'm using a webcam mic. One sec. Whenever Irrelevant in stream, he like. Plug. Okay, there it goes. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, yeah, I forgot. Irrelevant thinks like we're being watched by the government or something, so he unplugs like all of our mics.
Oh yeah, that's a Tuskegee thing. You wouldn't understand.
A Tusky. What?
Don't worry about it. Your mic is horrible. Where do you guys live again?
We live in Arizona.
Okay. Someday I'm gonna come over and fix all your shit because Jesus Christ.
I would absolutely adore that. I don't know what's the. I was actually gonna ask you earlier. Do we need to get like a new mic or something? Cause like we don't use headphones when we stream, and obviously that causes a lot of like.
Even without headphones, there's no reason for your audio to sound this fucking atrocious. There's just you guys have some weird shit going on. Also, I don't think you guys are actually playing the audio on stream. From the people talking. I think you're like playing the audio on stream through the speakers.
Do you mean like it's coming through our mic from the speakers?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like you don't
No,
actually.
it does. Yeah, no, I hear that a couple times. When I watch back, I try not to watch back the streams because I'm too cringe. But like, when I have watched it back, I do see that shit. I'm like, okay, like I get it. I don't know. So did you see that thing I messaged you about the PC sponsor guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna bring when we go to Florida. So the thing that's really great about this sponsorship is that the PC is travelable. You can put it in a little case and you can walk around with it. So when we come there, we can just bring our microphone in our luggage or whatever, and you can just show us what we're doing wrong with OBS and all that stuff.
Wait, are you trying to open this in Paint?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably. What? Give me the date again.
May 20th. We're probably gonna go May 19th, and then but we're doing stuff with Pixie or Straighter Hair or something. But it'll be around that time, from like the May 19th to like the 24th or so.
Okay, May 25th to the 28th. I'm gonna be in Wales. So.
Like what's Wales?
Like your mom. Okay, I'm just telling you so that you if you plan it later, I'm not gonna be here.
Okay, cool. I'll make sure it's within that time, 19th through the 24th. Wales? I thought, dude, that's a real fucking place.
It's like part of the UK, but nobody knows about it, talks about it, or cares about it.
I just thought it was in Vinland Saga, dude. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, the 19th to the 24th, we'll go from there.
Okay.
And I'll message you.
Have fun.
All right, cool. All right, bye.
Wales is like the Finland of Scandinavia, like to the United Kingdom. All right, what do you want?
Wait, me?
Yeah, you said you wanted this in Paint. What do you want to look at? Yeah.
Oh, they went food again. I was like, I swear we just solved this. No, this is good. I'm glad they did this. I was actually gonna suggest we do this, like type it all out.
Yeah, well here it is, typed
So you
out
can't
perfectly.
flip-flop.
Yeah, this is perfect.
We're doing an impromptu rape debate.
No, I'm just saying this chart is perfect. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me give it a good look. Would it piss you off if I opened it on Word and organized it vertically instead? Is it super autistic that?
It's not autistic, it would just be wrong. The horizontal organization here is necessary
Why?
to the comprehension of the chart because it's clearly delineating the differences between thoughts, the rationale, the verbalizations, and then the understanding that follows. It needs to be shown horizontally to show you how one flows through to the next.
I don't like the color scheme.
You don't like the color scheme?
Yeah.
Is that better for you?
Thank you. Okay, thoughts. I want to have sex. The rationale. I want to have sex. I don't want to be seen as easy. I'm playing hard to get. Okay. I think it's this one thought. I thought it was different because you always say like the whole like, oh, a girl might say to you like, I'm coming over, but we're not gonna have sex. And Alex on Playing with Fire was saying this last night too, that they say it sarcastically, like they're saying even after you've begun kind of like making out, take off your clothes, like, you know, I'm not gonna have sex with you, right? And he was saying that like they say it sarcastically.
I've had
But the
two different girls say something like that to me before, where it's like,
In a
we can go
sarcastic
there,
tone.
but like just, you know, well, they weren't being sarcastic, but it's kind of like if somebody would even bring that up, like it seems like that it's something that is already on the table. Like, I don't know, it's just, and it's been that case, so.
So I guess
about-
I feel like saying it sarcastically.
talking to the goddamn microphone.
I guess I feel like saying it sarcastically is starkly different than
Yeah,
not wanting
it
to be
is.
seen as easy.
Sure, it
'Cause
is,
one's
but some people say it,
flirtatious.
well, like, seriously.
Can we watch my Alex debate?
If you want to, sure.
No, it's okay.
But we're not at the verbalization part yet. That's not what they're saying yet. This is just like what they're. This is kind of like the. This is like what they're going to rationalize to themselves before they talk. So like their thought is, I want to have sex, but then they're thinking like either I want to have sex or they're like, well, I don't want to be seen as easy and I'm playing hard to get. So the verbalization is going to be different from there.
Okay. I might want to have sex. Let me see how I feel. I guess I'm still confused how this one can then lead to.
Follow the arrows. What part are you just follow the arrows and talk
I
your way
get
through
that.
it. So let's see it. You can read out loud if you want.
Do you think I'm just rereading the sentence in my head over and over?
I don't know what you're doing, obviously. Isn't that part of the problem we had yesterday with you existing on the balcony for 11 hours? So let's just speak out loud now. Go ahead.
I don't know how to talk about this in a way that's not just like looping all the conversations. in
Don't
my
loop,
head.
just talk about the chart. What part of this do you disagree with? Do you disagree with any part of this?
Okay, explain this part to me. This to this.
Okay, so the woman is thinking, I don't want to have sex. So before she verbalizes it, she's like thinking, okay, like I really don't want to have sex is like her kind of feeling about it. Or she's got like social programming to kind of be passive, or she's like a little bit worried. There's a lot of apprehension about what the guy's expecting and how he's going to respond to things. That these two different types of like feelings are going to lead to a different verbalization. Different types of verbalizations.
I guess I don't understand how these are two different. If the thought is I don't want to have sex, isn't the only rationale I don't want to have sex? Like how are these?
This is like
parallel
well, you say that you
rationales?
don't want to have sex, right? And then you're trying to think of like what are the feelings that you're having like in response to that. So if you're thinking like, oh, like I don't want to have sex, and then you're like, yeah, I don't want to have sex. Then the verbalization will be like, no, don't touch me. I don't want this. I don't want to have sex, etc.
Oh,
But
okay, I see,
if
I
your
see.
thought is like,
Yeah.
I don't want to have sex, but then the feeling is like, ooh, like I'm really worried about telling this guy.
Okay,
I don't know if it's going to
that
think
makes more
negatively.
sense.
Then it'll come out like this. I
Yeah.
don't know why this is called rationale. This is stupid. It should be called like feelings or something. But
Okay, that makes more sense. I see. So like they don't want to just say no because
these are the
they're
feelings that they're
socialized to
having
be,
about
like,
it.
more polite.
Yeah, sure.
That's what
Social
that
programming to
means.
be passive, fear, apprehension, expectations.
Okay, I see. Okay, so I guess I just don't see how this relates to our conversation because you were saying we already had agreed that all of this is ambiguous. Like I didn't think our contention was about anything in this box.
Sure,
I
but
thought
here's
our
what-
contention was that you were saying things even. Wait, I need to use this because they can't see my finger.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I'm fan it. I'm sorry. God.
No, my. Do you understand why I'm trying to understand? It's not that I don't understand the chart. I'm trying to see how this relates to our argument because we were not. Wait. Sorry, I'm gonna draw on this, but I can just remove it.
Hold on. Are you about to say some retarded shit? If you're gonna pretend like we're arguing about down here, you're either lying or you just don't remember. Again, I'll say, oh no, this was where you're like, if a girl says no and you think the word is actually like no or something, right? Nobody's saying if
No.
you're saying stuff like this and you keep going, you're always a rapist. If the girl is saying shit like this and you keep going, proceeding is clearly
Yeah,
rape.
so in our last debate, like the one we did like 2 days ago, I think we already agreed. I think I even said all of this is ambiguous because we were talking about the Aziz Ansari. We were like rehashing it.
Yeah.
And I was saying like, okay, this is ambiguous. But I guess, well, the reason I kept getting confused is because you kept saying sometimes when a woman says no, it's because she's going to be perceived as slutty. So when you say no, my brain is already in this category. You weren't saying sometimes when a woman says she's not sure. Like you led
Yeah,
always
I'm
with
sorry,
the
but
no
we said
thing.
I thought we already covered this.
No,
when
we
I
did. You didn't mean no.
Yeah, she doesn't mean like no, like no.
Essentially.
She just means like, oh, I'm not ready, I'm not sure, blah blah blah. That's what that's a short. It's a shorthand for. Yeah.
I would assume the no is a shorthand for all of these things, not a shorthand for these things.
Okay, cool. Well, then we
Right?
agree on everything then, right? If the issue is just that communication, then we agree on literally every single thing in this chart. Then.
We don't because
Wait,
you're
wait,
still
wait,
saying
hold on.
that.
Somebody's making shit
Wait,
up
wait,
about
wait,
me.
wait, wait. Listen to me.
Hold
Listen
on.
to me.
Okay, sorry. Or wait, no, I don't know why I just said to go because I wouldn't listen. Hold on, wait. I guess Live has been going intensive streams. I'd be super ready to chat with her. The issue I'm saying is that any streamer worth a damn that would platformer is also friends with Destiny. I'm not. I won't bring him on mid convo and cut stream short at his request. Just to be clear, I have never told someone to cut a stream short when talking to fake abuse victim Lav. Don't know why people are making up comments like this, but oh well. Don't know why he would say that. Fucking retard. But of course he wants to talk to her because he wants the clout, and then they can all spread their little stories about me. Sorry. Okay, go. Okay.
Okay. So you just said if the girl says anything in this category
Mm-hmm.
and then he continues, he's a rapist.
Probably, yeah.
But didn't you also say that she can say things in this category and it could be confusing to him because he might assume it's in a different tone, so then he's not a rapist?
No, because the word that we added there that was from the Ansari story was like, I don't want to have sex yet. I'm not ready. That's different than like, I don't want to have sex.
No. You always, in your example, when you talk about girls being flirtatious or hard to get, you're always saying,
Why not just say it? You'd spend more time trying to figure out how to type it in than
because
just...
they're the one who mapped it out, so why can't I? Sex, winky face.
You don't understand how you're joining a relevant stream last night can be interpreted the way the Oreo did? Kill yourself, Jason. Actually fucking find the sharpest fucking... Actually don't. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. Don't find a sharp razor blade. Find a dull razor blade because I want you to suffer while you're digging through the fucking skin of your neck before you hit the jugular and you fucking bleed out. Actually, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I don't want you to cut through your jugular. I want you to cut through your fucking windpipe. I don't want you to die because you pass out instantly from loss of blood flow to the head. I want you to die because you're choking on your own fucking blood, you fucking retard. Why would I sit here when some creepy fucking stalker loser cunt is going on streams and spreading fucking lies about me? I even explicitly told Irrelevant, you don't have to stop. You can even keep talking to the insane fucking lunatic if you want, but just don't have her come up here and just spread a bunch of fucking lies about me over and over and over and over again with no fucking pushback. That's fucking insane. I don't understand how you guys don't understand that. That's like an insane proposition. Like, can you imagine if I was friends with Irrelevant or friends with some other person and some girl's like, oh yeah, this guy, I think he like sexually abused me. And then I just bring her on stream and I just have her talking about it casually? You're like, I fucking hate Hassan so much. And even for him, when Lab would bring shit up on stream, I would say, no, you're not gonna fucking give like false allegations against Hassan on my stream. That's fucked up. I think I've held that consistent with every single fucking person I've ever brought on. And if she did want to bring false allegations about Hassan, I'd say Hassan should come on and talk about it. You're just gonna sit here and do it unopposed. Kill yourself. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so you were saying that she says, but we're not going to have sex. That can still be misleading, and that doesn't necessarily mean if he persists, he's a rapist. Doesn't this still fall into this category?
This, what we're not, is the smiley face falls into the middle one for sure.
But your whole argument was
Are
that-
you not gonna hold on? I'm sorry. I might already be triggered out to the end. Are you gonna act like Irrelevant didn't get the idea that you didn't want him to talk to Lab? I literally explicitly told him he could talk to Lab. I said it's fine, just let her talk about me. And as soon as I leave, they start talking about me again. He talked to her for 5 fucking hours. You don't think if I wanted to tell him to stop talking to her that I'd be like, yo, don't talk to Lab? I'm pretty sure there's a second or third fucking time that he was that she was on his stream. I'm not cutting his streams. I didn't tell him not to. They talked for fucking hours and hours. What are you talking about? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just what I said.
I think that's an ambiguous statement. The smiley face is weird. It's like when a kid goes to hit another kid, you're gonna be like, stop hitting. Or you can be like, oh, stop hitting. In the second way, you're actually teaching the kid to hit more because he's like getting a positive reaction from you. What?
Steven,
Yeah?
Irrelevant wants to speak to you.
Sure, I don't even have a problem with irrelevant. I don't hate irrelevant. Nothing is wrong. I'm just saying that if something's gonna happen, then I'm gonna like jump on and talk about it. That's it. He let me on. I'm fine with that. I just don't want anybody like spreading weird fucking things about me, like without me being there to say anything about it. That's it.
Do you feel like he didn't push back at all though when she mentioned things? I wasn't here, so.
My issue is that like I don't think that if she would have said something like Steven did something horrible to me, then I think he probably would have said something. I think he was going to. But the problem is she is a stream of unending lies. Every single time this stupid fuck opens her fucking mouth, all she does is lie and lie. Are you gonna post on a TikTok and say I'm talking about you with you right next to me and make me sound abusive? Where's that going? I saw you record that story. Where's that going to?
This is a selfie for my OnlyFans, you paranoid fuck.
I know you took a secret video too. Okay.
I didn't. Are you?
The problem is just that she like so she'll come on and
So
say like
obsessed with
oh
yourself.
like Steven I am thank you
Selfies.
true
Selfies. I was taking selfies.
Yeah, we got it. Okay, yeah, keep scrolling. Okay, so when she's saying this, like, oh yeah, like Steven goes unopposed with no criticism and blah 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 blah. Like I just like hearing her like just say all these lies. She lies as easily as she fucking breathes. I hate her. But if she wants to lie about shit, just not about me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I was having that conversation, a big point for at least me was to address specific claims first and then go back and handle those later. So the claim that I was trying to address initially was whether or not apparently her claim was that Mr. Girl and her would stop. They would be fine with you if you just said the words, I'm considering what happened or my ethics with my orbiters.
Yeah,
And
sure.
that's it. Yeah. Which I didn't believe her on, and I didn't believe to be the case, so I was going to address that point, and then you came in. I was going to address that point, and then go back to the statements that she had made prior, because she had been made several statements that were, like, beside the point or not on the point, and I wanted to hold her to a specific line of questioning and then go back and address some of those different things.
Okay.
All right, we good?
But do you
Yeah, we
feel
were
like-
always good. We're fine. Nothing's
But
wrong.
do you feel like he was like? You kind of feel like he was being like shitty though, right? Like he was kind of like talking mad shit, like let her do.
No, he
you know?
wasn't talking mad shit at all. I don't think so. It just when I hear her just rambling, especially she's like trying to like penetrate like all of my friend groups and everything. It's like she's actually a stalker. She's like, but she's worse than Anna. At least Anna had like actual mental problems going on. She's like doing all the behaviors but she's just like a dog shit person. Like she doesn't have like a real mental illness to blame. She's just a horrible fucking piece of shit, subhuman degenerate fuck that is like desperate for fucking attention from anybody in my peripheral. But if you guys want to talk to her and everything, that's fine. I just wish she wasn't talking about me everywhere. It's so fucking creepy and weird. But actually, I don't even agree with any of that. If she wants to keep talking about me, I encourage her to do it. I'm sorry, I take it all back. Go ahead.
Damn, you're really you're hitting us with the lab impersonation there, going back and forth on your
Well, I talked to
position.
my lawyer this morning, so if she wants to keep making statements publicly, it's just more shit for me to farm, so I don't give a fuck.
Oh, talk to the lawyer. I see. I see.
Wait, so in a specific conversation that Irrelevant had, the problem you just had is that
Dude, stop
you-
drama.
No. You, no. I'm trying to
You
understand
are
this.
drama.
Yeah,
The only reason I am in here is because he told me I had to be in here.
Because I think
because
because
he's-
it seems like because I'm trying to figure out what your issue was. 'Cause it sounds like he just explained it, where he was gonna address what you were talking about later. But like you didn't like the fact that she was just like going on a rant for a little bit, and he didn't really say anything. But he had a whole organizational
Just doing it.
structure on how he's gonna attack it later. But do you have like PTSD? Like you like assume that he wasn't gonna say anything about it?
No,
And-
I imagine what his problem was because she would initiate with being these like side jabs and stuff like that and not get to the question that I asked her. What he probably wanted me to do is more accurately go like, hey, can we stay on topic? Can we stay on topic? The reason
Or just like let's say that irrelevant. Let's say that somebody was accusing you of like murdering somebody. Okay.
Yep.
Like, if the conversation was like, okay, I think irrelevant is a murder. You're like, okay, well, let's address that. And she's like, okay, well, yesterday he went over to that lady's house and he fucking killed her, right? It's like, okay, that's like one thing. But let's say the accusation is you're a murderer, and she's saying, okay, so irrelevant. We all know that he's like, for instance, like a messy fuck. He shits in his fucking bedroom and then he steps all over it and he squashes it between his toes. I don't know why. Yeah, so irrelevant. And then you know that he's got like a history of like, like touching kids, which is weird. I think he's a murderer. And then you're like, okay, well, let's address like the murder allegation. That's the type of shit that triggers me. Is she just, everything she says about me is lie, 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 lie. And even before you've gotten any big accusation, she's already lied like 15 fucking times about random shit about me. And I was like, fuck. And it's like, even if you like try to address and push back against the major allegation, it's just irritating to hear her spew, to repeat whatever Max Carson fucked into that little itty bitty fucking skull of hers, and have that come out over and over and over again. It's irritating as fuck.
Yeah, no, I completely understand it. I think that, again, the reason why I chose the dialogue path that I did instead of like a different one is because I think if I tried to address every one of those things, I never would have got to. It would have just been a repeat of every single.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think Darius has a bigger problem with you than me.
Wow,
What?
Darius, what's up? What's your
I
problem?
don't have any problem. No, I thought, wait, what is that about? All I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out what's going on here, because I was like, I'll be honest, dude, did you see Hannah? She's so fucking beautiful. I was just hanging out with her the whole fucking day, mad fixated on her, and then I come in here and I see this succubus on my computer, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Then I come back in here and there's a fucking moth, and I'm like fucking freaking out by that, and then I see you in a grumpy dad voice, and I'm like talking to me, and I'm like, oh no, what the fuck happened? And then, fucking irrelevant. I was like, you must have a legitimate reason. Like, he must have, like, let her say some crazy shit. So I didn't see the fucking VOD. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What's the whole stitch? So there's no issue. I'm just like, what the fuck is, like, I was like, because irrelevant, I don't know if he, like, fucking said some shit. I don't know, I was like, or let her, like.
No, I don't think irrelevant didn't talk shit at all. No, I don't think so.
I don't know why he's lying. I literally told him everything that I said, and he's
Well, no.
dude, you gotta get in here.
No, because I think that,
Uh-oh.
okay, so Steven has a legitimate, like, issue where, like, he feels like people are constantly just letting her rant and ramble and go on. But I don't feel like you would do that. So I'm like, okay, what did you feel like you did?
Yeah, I don't think you would, but it's just like she's shown up on like 6 different fucking streams. Like
Yeah,
she's like
yeah,
saying raw constantly, and I'm like, and then I hear like some people, and I just get really nervous too, because I hear like Brittany will like repeat a fucking thing that Mr. Girl has said, and it's like, I don't know if Lav is actually, like you can force a dog shit meme long enough that it actually becomes a meme. Like I don't know if Lav can force herself hard enough on these platforms that people start to uncritically like repeat shit she's saying. And the problem is the types of claims that they're making mean that if I ever push back against any of them ever, I always look bad. Like I don't know if this is intentional by Mr. Girl or not, but it's put me in a situation where it's like, oh, well, who's Steven? Well, Steven is somebody that tries to control everybody around him, and he's somebody that can't take criticism. So with those two axioms in place, now Lav runs around saying that I'm basically a fucking rapist on platforms, and if I tell anybody anything, like, hey, I don't know if I like this, oh, that's because Destiny controls his orbiters. And if I'm like, Lav, can you please stop shit-talking me about? Oh, that's because Destiny can't take criticism. So I'm like catch-22'd in every possible way that I can like do anything. So I just see her going on Connor's stream, her going on Tomfoolery stream, her going on Wix, like every fucking stream, just like repeating these same fucking, and then I see her like on Irrelevant for like 5 hours. Oh, to be fair, she was talking about it for 5 hours. But yeah, it's just like, I'm like super paranoid. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she's fucking everywhere. Like on Twitter, in all my friend groups, on my subreddit. Like, yeah, I don't know.
That has to be fucking like fun though. Like every time you hear someone talk and they say something that's relatively similar, you probably are thinking like there's some like weird like psyop going on against you. But there actually is though. It has to be like fun to think about. Like you have to like play games with everybody. That's fun. That's like a. Do you like doing that?
Yeah, it's fun. Why are you drama farming Irrelevant right now?
I'm not drama farming Irrelevant. I'm just like, dude. I'm just like, okay, because if there's something we need to review, I'm like, okay, what did he do wrong, and we can figure it out, and then not have it happen again. Because if it's like, if there's something, that's why I was like, is there something specific that happened that was like, okay, this girl's going on, but no, I'm understanding now that it was more like amalgamation of multiple people she's gone on platforms with, and just kind of like spewed shit, and then like, it's like a whole deal. Which I understand.
You are a snake.
I literally a snake, you see?
You are such a
No,
snake.
dude, you literally are like, I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything there. And I'm like, why the fuck is Steven so mad? But now I understand more that she's going on like tomfoolery and all this other random shit. I just thought.
Wait, hold on. I don't even know if I'm that mad. Like all I said was like, I just want to be able to defend myself. Irrelevant, let me come on and defend myself. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like I'm not even mad.
Steven, listen to your voice right now. Go on Vokaroo, record yourself right now, and then go last night and look at when you left the call. I saw you were pretty upset. I felt like legit disappointed father vibes. I'm
So-
being real-
No, I think we were fine. I was just me and Lav were shitting on each other. Sorry, good.
So let me just do this, okay? Darius, Darius was like, "Oh, Destiny's very upset with like something that you did and shit like that." And I was like, "Oh, well, I think I did all right, so I'm not really too worried about, your opinion unless, you want to lay it out, and you've laid it out and I've heard it." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, I was going for a different strategy. I explained that at the beginning." Right? And so I was like, I'm not too worried about it. And he's like, "Oh, no, man, you should get in there and you should talk with him about it." And my issue is there's fucking the claim that Lav made, which is the idea that, like, you control me. So I didn't even want to come in here in the first place because I think this looks bad optically, first and foremost. And second off, like, who cares? We can have a difference of opinion on how to go about a conversation, and
But
that's
you don't
fine.
even- But I didn't even know that it was a disagreement on a difference of opinion. I thought it was a disagreement with how you like conduct things.
No,
in
you
general.
didn't. We talked about it.
We did talk about it, and you told me they were like, who cares? It doesn't matter.
I literally said I had a way of going about the conversation. He wanted a separate way to go about the conversation, and that's the way it is.
I don't remember that part.
You are a drama farmer. I should probably learn after you. It'd probably be better for my career.
Damn.
Okay, we're gonna see Steven in like a month now.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah. We're gonna go.
Is that true, Steven?
If you guys are coming over here, are you flying or driving?
We're flying.
Jesus. Wait, why not just drive?
My scooter only gets 30 miles per hour.
Oh,
and
because I was gonna say if you drove, you could pick up fucking Straighterade, and then you guys could have a whole fucking carpool stream shit, you know?
Well, no, she's supposed to be coming with Pixie.
Pixie already like lives down here, doesn't she?
There, right?
Well, I don't know what Pixie's saying. Pixie, I don't, dude. Pixie's like manic, like all the time. But like she keeps like messaging us. She's
Man,
like, "Oh,
you are still farming.
like Straight Rate's gonna come at this specific time, and we're all gonna go together, and we're all gonna hang out. Like I need to go to Florida, the other place he lives, or I need to go to Miami Beach, and we need to figure it out from there." So it's like I'm trying to figure out like which fucking way I should go, but I'm assuming at some point she said she wants to, like we're supposed to do content with you, and I didn't even ask you. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just trying to fucking figure it out, dude. I don't know, but like yeah, I know she doesn't live over there, but like she has plans to go to Miami Beach. We have plans to go there at some point. So even if we come to Miami, even if we go to Fort Lauderdale, God, dude, I'm taking a fucking plans. Dude, even if we go to the other fucking location, we will get to Miami at some point.
Okay,
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale is literally like 45 minutes from here, so yeah.
Oh, that's not bad. I didn't even know that.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I was just saying, if you picked up Straighterade in like a rental car, you guys could like stream the drive. That would be content.
Oh yeah, I'll learn how to drive before then. Well, I
Wait, you don't know how to drive?
Do you want to teach me? On stream.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Oh!
That's big. Okay. That's locked in. That's locked in. All right. Sorry for asking y'all. We're good. Continue talking about what you have you ordered food yet?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Is that Nicholas Dior athlete?
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right.
You're in line behind Melina, then Farah to learn how to drive, though. We could just do like a whole driving school, you know?
Oh wait, do you need to like time that like situation?
Dude, you are a master at this.
Time what?
Doesn't-
Wait, what?
Like the
Keep it up, bro.
my presence like.
Oh,
like,
fuck.
You know, how
Yeah,
you
Melina
know
probably
how-
just won't be hanging out with us, okay? Since you can't fucking control yourself.
Dude, it's like I'm a sex offender, man. Like I don't know what the fuck.
Why are you
like I
saying
can't be
this?
within like fucking 6 fucking miles.
Why
of
are
this-
you saying that?
Motherfucker,
You could have picked something else.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it in mind. Have fun.
All right, good
Be
one.
careful. Okay. Do you have anything else to say about this?
About that situation, I wasn't listening.
About
this
this.
one. It has nothing to do with what our argument was, like, at all. But
How does it not? It's literally exactly what our argument was about.
It's not because, like I said, you said even if she says this, it could mean that she says it in like.
Oh,
a
okay.
friendly
Let's
way.
just ignore all that then. So, assuming that this chart is accurate, then do you agree completely with this chart?
With how the understandings are deduced from these verbalizations.
That the
yeah.
ambiguous intent box is probably bad?
Like this one.
No. In the understanding part.
Oh.
We don't ever want people to be in this zone, right?
Proceeding might be rape. Not proceeding might be a missed opportunity. Multiple missed opportunities. Blah blah. Blah. Yeah, I guess our conversation, though, like I said, was more about you were saying women.
Yep,
need
don't
to-
care about that. I'm just asking, do you agree with this chart? Why is she so quiet? Because she's not speaking into the microphone.
Proceeding might be rape. Not proceeding might be a missed opportunity. Multiple missed opportunities predisposes towards proceeding in future. Maybe this is where I'm hung up.
What?
Multiple missed opportunities predisposes towards proceeding in future.
Yeah,
Can you
let's say that I
explain
have two girls over and they're kind of iffy and I am super ultra respectful and I don't push anything. And then later on from both of them, I find like, hey, like we totally could have, like, I wish you would have tried something. And that probably means in the future, it's like, okay, well, fuck, if a girl's ambiguous, I'm going to try to like lean into a bit. And then that might cause some bad crossing of boundaries in the future.
Oh, okay. Solutions. Clearly communicated boundaries and respect for those boundaries. Yeah, I would agree with this then.
Okay, cool.
I still, like I was saying, though, I didn't feel like that's what our...
I don't care.
Debate was
We
about.
everything makes sense. This chart has explained everything. We're good. We agree 100% on every single thing.
Why are you throwing away rape content?
I'm just saying we agree. It seems like we do. Post this chart on your... Can you cut the TikTok here with this chart and saying you agree on everything?
But-
5-second clip.
I just don't feel like this is what our debate was.
I don't care what you think our debate was. The problem with the debate is like 80% of it was caught up in like weird semantic shit that was prohibiting us from even having a conversation. So like, for instance, we argued like half that thing over what do I mean when I say no? And then you're like, oh, no means this or that or that. And then you argued the difference between like, well, when somebody says no, like in the moment, like somehow you have this idea in your head that I think that if a girl's saying no, like right before sex, that I think that's ambiguous, which is fucking retarded. So like 90% of that conversation.
Well, at least that's what Alex was saying yesterday. He was like, oh, I think this is what destiny means.
I don't care what Alex said yesterday. I'm not here to
So you
say what
disagree
Alex
with
says.
that?
I don't know. I'd have to watch it.
You didn't watch my debate.
You told me not to.
If I say not to watch something on stream, that means you can't watch it?
Well, I gymmed. I gotta lift. Why, do you want to watch parts of it?
Yeah, we're gonna watch my Todd part too. I wish we watched the first part on stream. That was good.
No, because half of that stuff we probably shouldn't have said on stream. So,
True. Okay, so when you said this statement, sometimes when a woman says no, it's because she doesn't want to be perceived as slutty. You didn't actually mean anything in this category. You meant everything in this category. Because you
Correct.
keep strawing what I'm
yes,
saying by
correct. Yes. Stop saying but this, but I thought whatever you understood wrong was not what I was communicating. Yes, just stop there. Yes, that's what I said.
No, because you were the one making it unclear. Because you were like strawmanning what I was saying and saying, "Oh, do you think when I
Okay.
say
Do you want to argue
no-"
about what you think I thought I said?
Mikey,
Like, I don't know.
why are you
there's-
so scared about me finishing?
It's
the
not
sentence?
scared. It's just a pointless thing because now you're revisiting where we had the misunderstandings of language. But now we know.
No,
what I'm
it's
saying.
not because the
Okay,
reason
all
it's a
right.
harmful statement to say sometimes when women say no, it can mean she doesn't want to come off as a slut is because when you say that, even if people aren't thinking just the word no, they're assuming you're referring to things in this box. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
I'll make it clear. I'm talking about the middle box then.
Yeah, so don't say the sentence. Sometimes when women say no,
Yep,
she
I
really
just said
means
you're
yes.
reiterating what I just said. Yes.
Well, I feel like you kind of just brushed past
I
it.
brushed past it because every single person that's having this conversation in good faith knows exactly what I'm talking about. Nobody interprets that statement as like, if you're about to fuck her and she says no, maybe that means keep going. Nobody's interpreting it that way.
The reason people get triggered is because when you say the sentence, sometimes when a woman says no, it can mean yes. It's because they think you're referring to statements in these boxes.
No,
If you were
no,
to
they're
say, just get on TikTok and say, sometimes when a woman says, I'm not sure, it can mean she doesn't want to come off as slutty. There wouldn't be that kind of level of pushback. Don't you agree? Don't
No.
you think it's because people are
Nope.
assuming it's
I think the
about
level of
this?
pushback would be about the same.
You really think so?
Mhm.
If you were to say sometimes when a woman says maybe later, it could mean maybe later. You think that would have the same level of reaction as sometimes when a woman says no or don't touch me or I don't want this or I don't want to have sex, that could mean
Yeah, because the Aziz Ansari story was all this middle box. And even you came on to argue with me that it was an unambiguous no. So even you understand that, but right now you're in debate mode, so you want to argue the otherwise. But everybody understands it when you're like, oh, sometimes when a girl says no, she doesn't actually mean no.
Because they
Nobody's thinking that she's
conveniently-
actually saying like, no, don't touch me, I don't want this. Nobody's thinking of it that way.
You can't even acknowledge that your verbiage was misleading. The stuff in the Aziz Ansari box, I mean, we can pull it back up, but it was neither of these things, and I feel like...
Sure,
they
do you
did
want to
that
go?
on
We can go
purpose.
pull it back up and look at the actual statements.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Is our food here?
Nope.
It says arrives in 1 minute. 1 to 7 minutes. I feel like you're taking your anger from whatever that conversation was and taking it out on me.
No, when people want to argue about past misunderstandings of semantics, it feels like we're not having a real conversation. It's like, well, 7 days ago when you said this thing, no, I
semantics
just
are
blah, blah, blah.
important when you make the statement. Sometimes when a woman says no, it can mean yes.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think
That's
in your
all
brain,
about semantics.
in your brain, we can never clear up the semantics because now you're going to obsess over that past conversation because you realize we probably do agree on almost all of this. So,
That's
but
not
you
the
want to
past
find a point.
conversation. That's the sentence you keep regurgitating in every debate. Is that one sentence?
Yeah, but that's because every single person, you included, understands what I mean there. But for some reason, you want
No,
to like
clearly
fight on
I
the
don't.
semantic.
Do you think I was pretending to think you meant this? Obviously, I thought you meant this, and I think most people would assume you meant this.
I don't think you would talk to me as a human being if you thought that I meant this. I actually don't. I think you would think I was a disgusting fuck and you wouldn't even be at my apartment right now. If you genuinely thought that I'm saying that sometimes when you're about to fuck a girl and she says, no, I'm not ready, I don't want to have sex, she means yes. You do not think that of me. You don't. You never thought that I've ever said anything like that ever. You've never thought
Why
that.
are you strawmanning again? Who said something about like in the moment she's taking off her clothes and she says, no, I'm saying you're saying I don't want to have sex. Who said that has to be embroiled in the moment of
Because
like,
that's what you said yesterday. You said, oh, in the moment. And that's what we started talking about, in the moment. There's a difference between saying this, like, right before having sex, versus like, oh, I'm coming over and I don't want us to have sex tonight. That's here. That's in this middle box.
But that's not added. Do you see why this is confusing then? Because now you're saying, oh, sometimes this sentence falls in the middle box depending on the timing of it. Do you understand why this chart isn't fulfilling?
If you can't figure it out, then we should only have sex in marriage. You're laughing like you think you're making a point, but in reality, it's just no. It's hyper autism. Like that's what it is. Like you're saying, like you don't see how it might be different saying I don't want to have sex right before a guy sticks his fucking throbbing dick in you versus saying it like before you go over to a guy's house. Yeah, obviously there's a difference. One would obviously, to anybody that's not autistic, would obviously fit in this box. The other one would obviously fit in this box. No, I don't feel the need to verbally distinguish between the two because every single person that doesn't have actual terminal weapons grade autism knows the difference between those two things.
Okay, so why would people get so mad or triggered by the statement sometimes when a woman says no, it means yes?
Because they expect men to be mind reading at all points of the interaction while treating women like actual retarded fucking children that are incapable of verbalizing anything. And the reason why I know this is the case is because when you start saying maybe a woman could verbalize something, rather than saying, oh, I didn't know that you meant like verbalizing, making boundaries clear, instead they go, no, a woman can't verbalize anything because a man will rape her, a man will abuse her, a man will kill her, a man is larger than her, instead they give reasons why the girl can't say any clear thing at all, which is an indication that they think that the woman can't verbalize anything and shouldn't be expected to verbalize anything ever. So no, I know that I'm right on all of this because all of the behavior makes sense. You're the one that's doing the like Olympic levels of like retard mental gymnastics, trying to say like, oh, well, I thought when you said that when a woman says no, she doesn't mean no, you were saying right as the dick is about to go into her. Nobody's saying that. Nobody thinks that. You don't even think that. You're in debate mode.
I'm genuinely not.
You are. You 100% are.
How? If I was in debate mode, we wouldn't be using a picture, right? It'd all just
When
be
you
about
say
rhetoric.
things like, oh, I don't want to have sex, I didn't know that if you're talking about like right before the moment or like before the girl even comes over, are you saying those are two different things? Obviously, those are two different things. I don't know why you even asked that question.
The difference was you thought that the general consensus when you say the statement, sometimes when a woman says no, it can mean yes, but she doesn't want to be perceived as whatever it's in these two categories. You think it's obvious that the general public thinks you're referring to no
Yes.
meaning the stuff in this box. And
Correct.
I'm saying no, people are going to think you mean the stuff in this box. And I'm saying the reason I think that's 100% the case is because if you were to say, sometimes when a woman says, I'm not sure, it can mean she's not sure or she doesn't want to come off as slutty. I don't think people would have that pushback, don't you? But you're saying you disagree with that.
That what? Repeat that last part.
You said that even if you were to say, sometimes when a woman says, insert anything from this box, as in, sometimes if a woman were to say, instead of saying no, I'm not sure, that can mean she just doesn't want to be perceived as slutty or she wants to play hard to get.
Correct.
I don't think there'd be just like a general pushback to that.
Okay.
'Cause
I
then
think
you're
there would
just
be.
saying
I think
that-
that they would say, as they've said, you might have even said this, you should just always err on the side of caution.
I've never used that phrase.
Okay, then
That's-
I've heard people use that phrase a billion times. Just err on the side of caution.
Yes, because they assume you're referring to stuff in this category.
But that doesn't make sense. If I'm about to touch a girl and she's like, I don't want this, I don't want to have sex, don't touch me, I'm not erring on the side of caution there. I'm just listening to what you're saying. Oh, okay, we're not gonna have sex. There is no erring on the side of caution because erring implies that there's an ambiguous thing. Nothing down here is ambiguous. Don't touch me, I don't want this, I don't want to have sex. Nothing in this box is ambiguous. There is no erring on the side of caution.
But do you understand why it's confusing? If someone just hears the sentence, sometimes when a woman says no, they're not going to assume that no means maybe later,
Okay.
right?
No, I disagree, but I think we're looping hard on this point.
Okay. And also, like we were saying, if we were to pull up the Aziz thing, I don't think the statements that were actually in this were the ones we were debating about were even in this box necessarily, right?
Really?
And that was more in the moment. You're saying, oh, if in
we're
the
gonna go
moment.
check. We'll check through those statements, okay? You're about to get banished to the balcony.
I don't want to eat on stream.
Why?
It feels too intimate.
No shot. Impossible. Impossible.
What?
$12 for a slice of cake. For this? I thought it was gonna be like a full-on, massive, huge fucking, which still would have been a ripoff. $12 for this slice of chocolate cake?
If it makes you feel better, like, I'm only gonna eat a fraction of this anyway.
You're gonna eat the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but I can't eat it on stream.
Dude, I got mind fucked by those pictures.
Yeah.
I just got mind fucked by those pictures so much.
Did you get 2 for it?
No, I got one for me.
Okay.
This is my empanada. This is my empanada. I thought it was gonna be way bigger. It's an okay size. I paid $70 for this food.
Bottom of the hour now, we are following breaking news out of New Mexico. The involuntary manslaughter charge against actor Alec Baldwin in the Rust movie set shooting has just been dropped. That is according to Baldwin's lawyers. We want to check back in with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, this happened pretty quickly. What more do we know?
That's right. And again, it's happening
did they
on
even
the
charge
day that
him?
Alec Baldwin is set to participate in the reproduction of this movie, or the beginning of the production of this movie. This is, again, coming from Alec Baldwin's attorneys. We have not heard from prosecutors just yet. We have not heard from investigators. But his attorneys releasing this statement, I'll read directly from them, saying, "We are pleased with the decision to dismiss the case against Alec Baldwin, and we encourage a proper investigation into the facts and circumstances of this tragic accident." As a reminder, Alec Baldwin was facing one charge of involuntary manslaughter connected to the death, the October 2021 death of Elena Hutchins. She was killed after that gun went off. Alec Baldwin always said that he didn't fire that weapon. Instead, he says that the weapon went off accidentally. There's investigation.
That is not true. I'm almost positive he had to pull the trigger on that particular firearm to shoot it, but regardless.
That show that a weapon can't be fired unless the trigger is pulled. Either way, she lost her life, and the production was going forward today again. But as of now, we know that all charges have been dropped. That's according to Alec Baldwin's attorneys.
Shaq, this is so striking because you remember the original prosecutor in this case basically being adamant that they were going to pursue this case against Alec Baldwin. So what does it mean for him right now? Are there any other pending civil?
That was so stupid to charge him. Even if he did pull the trigger, it was so dumb. Does this mean the armorer is still being charged? Yeah, she was probably liable.
Just because you're a cop, why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge?
You're saying we shouldn't be armed?
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, next time there's an active shooter going into a university, then we're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
You know what?
Like they did in Uvalde? Oh, got him.
Cases, or is this it for Baldwin?
Yeah, the guidance that we're getting is that prosecutors could still decide to file charges again if they wanted to, although that's pretty unlikely, but that is always a possibility. But on the criminal side, this could signal the end of any criminal proceedings for this situation. There is still civil litigation underway. There's a lawsuit filed by the family of Hutchins. That is still yet to be concluded.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news.
Just a general rule for my followers: if you see people misgendering me, please don't correct them. This usually just leads to them getting pissed off and sending me hate. I appreciate that you're trying to stand up for me, but I prefer to keep things more low-key with my gender. What are your pronouns, though? Any. What? Fucking kill me, dude. Damn, conservatives are gonna be fucking ass mad.
Fortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that. More words can describe my presence, but let's not be selfish. I walk a path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance, allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another. A passion that allowed human life to be conceived over and over and over again. And through it all, with proper planning, placement, and the correct space and time, here I stand. Mistakes made, battles fought, time elapsed, ridicule spewed. I refuse to let the actions of mere fellow humans distract me from serenity. In this life, do you feel a purpose?
Damn.
A longing, a yearning itch for completion? If so, then we both share something unbreakable, something remarkable. Never fall short to the false obstacles some call roadblocks. I'm a walking example and breathing blueprint to what resilience can display regardless of the sagittal divide and support. You see, hate is nothing but an expression of colluded emotions. Hate can be controlled. Hate can be tamed. Hate is nothing but an insecurity within oneself, but can be overcome. Giving humans specific labels makes me slightly uncomfortable, but I thank all categories regardless. So to all of my supporters, fans, members of the Covenant, and all of my emotional haters that are truly disguised, I thank you.
Damn.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Fuck me, dude. I'm sorry, dude.
الحمد لله وحده والصلاة والسلام على من لا نبي بعده. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. The purpose of this video is to discuss with you guys some thoughts I had after the debate that Daniel recently had with a Muslim feminist about the topic of Muslim women and education. Some of you guys have asked me to post a response, write a post, do a video, something to share my thoughts on what happened and the topic of that debate. So here we are. Now, one of the most often repeated attempts to discredit Daniel's position is to say this line: "But you married a wife who went to Harvard, you hypocrite." I am that wife he married from Harvard. Let me tell you the same quick story that Daniel mentioned in his opening statement in the debate. The first meal that we had together right after we got married was a dinner that we sat down to, and he had just recently graduated from Harvard and I was still a senior at Harvard. I was in my last year. And in the middle of this meal, he says at some point something like, "You know, I really don't believe in women's education." And I almost dropped my spoon. He said it so casually, conversationally, as though any rational, normal, reasonable human being would agree easily. He said it like you would say, "Oh, the sky is blue," or something equally clear and obvious. And I thought, who is this guy that I just married? And does he remember that I'm still a Harvard student? So if you felt shocked hearing him say that in the debate, so did I years ago. And you're not alone. As Muslims living in a rapidly secularized modern world, it's natural for us to feel shocked, to feel very surprised and even put off by hearing statements like this, expressing sentiments that we've literally never heard before. What do you mean? You don't believe?
Okay, I feel like Miami food is suspended on some fantasy bullshit. Listen, it's going to be a bit much. There's like no meat in this lasagna, okay? If I'm paying like $30 for an itty-bitty tin of lasagna, there should be a fuck ton of meat here. I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but carbs in general are really fucking cheap. The noodles here are not expensive, okay? Grandpa's not fucking hand carving these things in the back room. The cheese is very fucking cheap. Probably bought it at fucking Walmart, okay? And the sauce is fucking sauce. It's also not that expensive. I don't understand how it could be so expensive. At the very least, give me some protein. Lasagna isn't really meant to be a meat dish. Kill yourself. Fuck you. Put some more meat on it. Or charge me $5, okay? There's probably, if I had to guess legitimately, there's probably about $1 worth of ingredients in here. Maybe. Probably about $1. It's noodles and cheese. Miami is like insanely exorbitant when it comes to like the food costs down here. It's actually crazy. I said this, I just experienced this again when I went out with some friends in, where was I at last? In Austin. I paid for dinner, I think for 7 of us in Austin. And it was cheaper than when me and Melina go out. It was like $160, I think. I was like, oh, cool. It's like insane how expensive food is in Miami. I don't know why. They're wild here.
in women's education. It seemed to me years ago.
160 for two. Yeah, like here's a restaurant that I love going to. This restaurant. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is an amazing restaurant. The food is really good, okay? But the price is insane, okay? These motherfuckers don't put price. Well, now you're gonna think I'm lying. Wait, was there like a takeout? Okay, so this might be like food that I order, okay? So firstly, edamame, $8. Decent appetizer, $8. This is like 30 cents of fucking beans, okay? But whatever, that's not even the worst, okay? Gyoza. Gyoza's good. You get 4 or 5 gyoza for $18. The beef one is really good, $28, right? So maybe you get edamame as an appetizer. That's $8. Maybe we get some, I guess we'll do pork belly gyoza. That's $26, okay? So that's kind of an appetizer. And then I like to order 6 chicken wings. $20. And then I'll probably need one other thing because we haven't eaten much food yet. It's 6 chicken wings and 4 dumplings, okay? So we probably need one more thing. So we're at $48, $50 so far. What were we at? Oh, maybe I'll get some bao buns, which is just a bun and like a fucking thing of pork belly, and that's $15, right? So that's like an okay meal, I think. That's not a lot of food. It sounds like a lot of food, but it's not. If you right, so we've got so we've got 6 chicken wings. Okay, that's 6 chicken wings. We've got 2 pretty small pork belly bao buns. It's just got like each one has one little thing of pork belly in it. Okay, that's 2. And then we might get some edamame as an appetizer. And then maybe 4 or 5 gyoza. We'll even go with the pork belly gyoza, the cheaper one. So for like an okay amount of food, assuming if we want to drink, the Coke is probably like fucking $5 is my guess. Oh, sorry, only $3. And then we're doing a 20% tip. So for one person, if I included everything, for an okay amount of food, $77. If Melina orders the same, and this is not like exquisite food. This is good, but it's not exquisite. It's good. For me and Melina to go and eat, it's about $150 at this restaurant. And that's assuming I get the pork belly. I get the pork gyoza, not the beef one. But I'm probably gonna get the beef one because the beef is better. It's just. I don't even mind that like food is like expensive, but it's just like it's kind of like it's like meme expensive. It's memes expensive. Is there a way that I can see a menu here for these guys? If I want a plate of fruit, $18. If I want a dinky ass cup of orange juice, $10. It's been a long time, but isn't a gallon of orange juice like $5 or something? How much does orange juice cost at like the store? Can't I get like a full fucking gallon for this? This is like, it's insane. A cinnamon roll is $18. An iceberg wedge salad. That's a big hunk of iceberg lettuce. What is a head of lettuce cost? Is it like $1? A head of lettuce. $18 for some bacon bits, some tomato and avocado, and some ranch. Again, like, I wouldn't care if it's like, okay, sure, it's expensive because I'm anime, but it's not even that it's expensive. It's like, it's meme tier. This is meme tier of prices. They're not even trying. Like, some dude in the back is just like memeing it up. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Destiny, how's it going? I came to talk about something different, but
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
see you're going off on the menu prices
Hey,
in Miami.
Wait, speaking of, let me go get a drink and make sure. I don't know if Farah's like crying on the balcony again. Hold on.
Oh no, what's happening, Chad? He's got someone crying in his apartment. My goodness. Oh, I need to sign in to see the ats.
No.
You sure? There's a Coke in here, and a can if you want it. You've got bread. Would you like some bread?
I put my leftovers in here, trying to throw them out.
Hello, everyone. Kind of boy, he's adopted a feminist TikToker. Well, that's exciting. Official two children club.
I don't know why this wasn't the first thing to go. This is like also one of the pizza. I'm going to the beach.
He's actually kidnapped her. Well, I mean, that's potentially equally exciting.
Okay. You see over here where all the water is?
Yeah.
Typically, when the water meets the land.
You do realize I can't see the water when I exit the building, right? Like, I'm not thinking, oh, Destiny's apartment is like right here. Like, I don't recognize your window. You get that, right?
Open your map thing.
Why is everything so expensive? It's because of Joe Biden, guys. It's because all of you guys voted for Joe Biden. All right?
What? I'm helping you. Open it.
That was the compass.
Yeah, let me see it.
The compass?
Sure.
Okay, how about this? If I just walk perfectly east,
Boom.
and then I time it, I'm just gonna go east the entire way, okay?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me to do?
Keep walking east. Go over to the beach. Yeah.
And under.
Am I planning to go over McCarthy's budget? I guess I could at some point. I don't know how interesting that'll be. It's like conservative wish list. Cut every Social Security and like, Medicare, Medicaid program that we've got.
You can go over there to the bay.
Lower
There's
taxes.
like boats and shit. I don't know if you
Fun
can swim.
stuff.
Did you think I was gonna go swimming? You know.
I don't know if there's a beach there. I think it's just like docks and shit. I don't think there's a beach.
Well, obviously they didn't mean.
It looks like shit. Well, I'm not surprised the McCarthy budget doesn't look too great, if I'm honest, boys. Kind of boys, any econ interesting? The answer is no.
Perfect east, the whole way. Okay.
Did Joe Biden cause sonic inflation? That's undoubtedly yes.
I don't know why you're holding your phone like this. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Put it on the ground.
For east.
Bro.
What do you mean?
Good, that direction.
I have been seeing the inflation situation in Argentina. It's not totally unusual for Argentina to have pretty crazy inflation. So, oftentimes when people say, "Oh, there's an old saying in economics: developed economies in Japan," they forget Argentina. People oftentimes add that one in there.
Be careful. Don't go into any strange people's vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Destiny? I was gonna ask: is there a chance that you're just going to like beachfront? Just really expensive places to eat in general. Like,
No.
are there no affordable options in
Everything
Miami?
here. I mean, like, there's fast food places, but every like named restaurant is. Oh, I'm not in Miami. I'm in Miami Beach.
Oh, that doesn't that kind of explain it then? You're in like a resorty town.
Yeah, no, I am. But it's just like, I don't even think anywhere in New York City was like this. Even in Manhattan, even in Times Square, the prices here are just like ridiculous. Like, I'm really curious what
Yeah.
the most expensive like block for like food is in the world. In the United States, I don't think I've ever been to a place that's been as expensive as Miami Beach. It's like comically expensive. Where I'm paying $10 for a little thing of orange
Yeah.
juice. That's like comical.
I mean, it's not quite as expensive, but like if you were to live near the beach even in Galveston in Texas, which is like a poor man's version of a beach town, everything's still really expensive just because they mark everything to survive the whole year when obviously like 90% of their business comes in the summertime, right? So if you live there year round, you're going to be paying, instead of $18 for a salad, maybe it's 15 or something here, you know.
Sure. There's also like,
but
the tip shit is getting out of control.
The tip shit? What do you mean?
That every single fucking person that I go to now turns to me a screen to tip them in a convenience store, in a gas station, and not only that, now in restaurants where you eat in Miami Beach, every single restaurant here automatically includes the tip. And then they give you the thing, and then it says, do you want to tip more? 2, 5, or 7% on the screen. It's even more over the normal 20% that they automatically add.
My wife is a weirdly generous tipper. We've had this discussion before where like, even if they include the service charge, she'll still want to tip 20%. So like she'll want to do 20% service charge and then another 20%. And it's like, but that doesn't make sense. There's a reason they're just adding it, right? Like they're already getting tipped, you know?
Yeah, and I'm like that too. Like where I would always pick the 7% option. Like I'd always like, oh yeah, fuck it. But like at some point, I'm starting to feel like, bro, why the fuck am I tipping this guy who's just sitting here?
You know, the one that gets me is when you go to a froyo place, like a frozen yogurt, like ice cream place, and it's not even like it's self-serve. You know, you get the bowl and make your own cup of frozen yogurt, and then the person at the front counter, who's just stood there the entire time, wants a tip. And I just don't like. To me, tipping was there's like the philosophy of tipping is twofold. One is the person is directly giving you service.
Yes.
Right. So if it's like, you know, a waiter at a restaurant, or if it's like a cleaner at a hotel room, whatever it is. And two, I think part of the philosophy of tipping is that the person's not paid very well. Like they don't have a good hourly wage, right? And that's one of the reasons they don't tip. And, you know, in Europe they don't tip because there's no such thing as tipped minimum wage. They just all make a decent enough wage. And so if basically both of those conditions aren't satisfied, I don't see why you would tip someone.
Yeah,
you know?
it's ridiculous.
Seems weird to me.
Well, it's not. I don't
But
know why
anyway.
you're laughing. It's not funny. It's insane and ridiculous and
Look,
inappropriate.
okay, it's only funny because you probably just eat out too much, Destiny. How about you just cook at home? You ever thought about that? All right.
No, I don't have time for that bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
just
I
buy.
heard Biden was thinking of doing this. Please.
Oh shit.
Getting rid of random charges. Show me prices. I just want to show me the price. I don't like that there's like 15 additional fucking charges on every single fucking thing. I just started noticing it more, and I'm like, what the fuck? Just what does this cost? Like in an airport, you'll pay like a fucking booking fee, a service fee, a tax fee, an airport cleaning fee, a fucking like, you know, it's like, what the fuck am I paying for? Same thing on Airbnb. There's like 25 different fucking, show me the fucking price. Oh my God.
I saw a funny, I don't know if this was real, but I saw, it's so absurd it almost has to be a joke, but I saw a sign at some Starbucks franchise that was like, we will now be charging for no ice. Like if you ask not to put ice in your drink, they'll charge like an extra $1 or something.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know, man. It's insane. What is a service charge? Aren't I paying for a service? Like, isn't that what the whole fucking bill is? Like, I don't know, dude. I mean,
I think, I want to say somebody, I think it was in regards to maybe Airbnb or something like that, doing that, where it's like you get hit with all these crazy, like, what's the opposite of upfront? Like, back end fees that you're not aware of when you book the place.
No.
And I think somebody had mentioned Australia has rules about that. How like Australia has rules that basically say that you have to give the all-in price before someone actually gives you their money. And so if you VPN to Australia and book an Airbnb, you can actually see all the back end fees up front.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that affects the market in Australia. I mean, I assume it's fine. I don't think anybody likes hidden fees, you know? It's
it's
kind of like the baggage fees for airlines. Like, I think most people would probably just rather... Like, I think it'd probably be better if everything was just baked into the ticket price and you didn't have, like, these weird disparate
that's why,
fees
like,
for bags and shit.
I bet my JetBlue ticket probably costs a little bit more because, like, Wi-Fi is free on the plane, but I'm okay with that. Just do that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But... I don't know. I mean, part of that's in response to inflation. Like, people want to keep the headline price as low as possible. So they'll, like, you see, like, gas stations, they'll have cash price, but it'll be, like, little tiny, like, oh, yes, this is the cash price. And it's cheaper than everyone pays with a debit card and credit card nowadays.
Oh, yeah. By the way, that shit is fucking illegal. I'm 99% sure, or not illegal, but I'm almost positive that it violates all of your cardholder or your payment processor agreements if you charge people more to use a credit card or if you discount for cash. So like if you've got a store, people do this all the time.
Oh,
They're
really?
shameless. Yeah. If they're like, we have a 2% service fee if you use Visa or MasterCard, or if you use a credit card, that is
Yeah.
a violation of the code. You're not allowed to do that if you accept credit cards, but people just fucking do it anyway.
Yeah, that's like super normal.
Yes.
A lot of places do that. I didn't know that was against like
It
a
is
terms of
against their
service.
terms. If you report them, they'll lose their ability to process those cards. Not that you should, but like,
Hell yeah. Get to report all
it's
these
one of the
small
reasons
businesses.
why, like, it's funny when Europeans come to the United States because they use VAT, right? So when they go to the store and it says $9, they take it, they go to the cash register and they check out and it's $9. But in the United States, all of our taxes are added after the price, so it's like, yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, that's also pretty dumb as well. Like not having the, just the tax included in the price. I'm not sure if that's like, I wonder if part of that is just that we have such a localized system of taxation. Like it might be easier for stores in a more like national tax system to just include the price. But if you're dealing with like if Walmart has stores all over the country and you have to deal with all the different local and state and like federal taxes, maybe it's a little bit more complicated, but
Nah,
it's
I don't believe that shit. Not even for a microsecond. Fuck
I mean,
these
obviously,
losers.
like Walmart can probably handle themselves, right? Like they could probably figure out how to do it.
I
Just
feel
fine.
like a VAT is really complicated to calculate, isn't it? How do you know how much value you're adding at each stage of production? Like if you send me a car frame and I put like 2 tires on it, did I really add value to the car? Like how much do you even calculate? How do they calculate it? I'm really super curious.
Well, it's just a tax on the price that you pay at each stage, right? So
Is
like
it?
yeah, so like if you're gonna make electric components and you buy, I don't know, iron ore to process, you're gonna pay a VAT on the price of the ore, and then you're gonna charge a price for the components, and then the people buying it from you are gonna pay a price for the retail price of the components, and so on and so forth until you finally get to a sort of end user of a product.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So it's just the value add is just whatever people charge at each stage of the production.
Gotcha. Wait, everybody's saying for businesses, everybody keeps saying businesses don't pay VAT.
Well, so it's a little complicated. So it's kind of like when people say that like workers actually pay all of the payroll tax because it's just passed on to workers in the form of lower wages. But the truth is that if you really did a study on it, and there's different studies as to like who absorbs what taxes and how, that some proportion of the payroll tax is actually absorbed by businesses, and similar with the VAT, like 100% of the VAT is not always passed on to the end consumer. In theory, that is how it works, but it's not. It's in practice, oftentimes there's some, I don't know, like the opposite of leakage. Like there's some sort of tax absorption from from the businesses, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like the VAT is just a really effective way to raise revenue and fund cool programs.
I'm sorry. I just jerked you around to like 15 different topics. What'd you actually come in here to discuss?
I was gonna, I promised. I was talking to people from my Discord, and somebody brought this up. I thought it was interesting. So, are you familiar with Creator Clash, the iDubbbz boxing?
The boxing shit, yeah.
All right. Have you ever considered not boxing yourself? I don't know if you'd be into that, but you've got a super duper, almost like weirdly active community. You talk about your Reddit a lot, how like proportionally you have so many more active Reddit users. Have you ever thought about doing a DGG boxing match? You could get all the orbiters to box each other, and it would be fun. You could do it for charity. It could be a fun event.
It would be super fun. If somebody wanted to go through all the trouble and everything setting it up, I would definitely support them doing that. But I don't think I would go through all the effort myself. But
I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. I'm sure it's significantly more complicated than people would realize to set up like a combat sport event, because all the sort of liability and stuff like that. But I wonder how much of it is sunk cost. Like you do it 1 year and it's just like 10 times easier the next year. I'm not really sure.
I'm sure things get easier, but you've got like the arena and stuff you've got to rent out and everything. Like that probably is a pretty pricey thing that there's no shortcut.
Yeah, that's fair. It's hard to. I don't know how people estimate like for Creator Clash 1, they rented out a really big stadium, and I don't know if that's just like, oh yeah, they're just taking a big risk. Like it might be a quarter full stadium, or if there's like a more sophisticated way to kind of know how many people are going to come to an event like that. Like with something like a DGG boxing event, I have no idea. I don't know how many people you could really expect to show up to something like that. So I envision it being like a much smaller, maybe like 1,000 person sort of stadium or something like that. I'm not sure, but who knows?
Huh.
But it could be fun. There you go.
Yeah, sure.
You know, instead of doing your media company, just do a boxing match with all the orbiters. Easy.
Wait, hold on. Somebody said, Destiny, you're wrong. Is a merchant allowed to add a surcharge to the purchase amount for using a Visa card? In general, no. A merchant must not add any amount over the average. Why are you saying I'm wrong? This agrees with me. Sorry, I cut you off. I mean, it would be fun. I'd like cast it and I'd support it and I'd promote it and everything. But yeah, I don't think I
Would you want to box in that event? Would you ever do a boxing match or like a combat match?
I thought about it. Once I hit my strength goals, yeah, there was one I almost agreed to do, but then shit
That's
got
what I was
weird.
saying. You've almost certainly been offered one, if I had to guess. Like,
Yeah,
you're just
I
a
might.
big.
It would
I
be
imagine
fun.
all like big creators have been.
It would be
offered
fun.
at some
Ask me in like 3 or 4 months. I might have a better idea if I do it or not. Yeah.
I see. Have you ever thought about like, hey, I'm gonna train boxing just in case. Like, I'm gonna try and get like a good.
Well, the
6
thing
months
is
of
that
boxing.
like there's boxing training that I would do, but right now I'm getting really close to like there's like these ideal goals I have for how strong I want to be on like major lifts, and I really want to hit that. And if I start doing a bunch of like heavy duty like boxing training, it's not going to work really well with that type of lifting at the same time. So I want to hit like my minimum strength numbers before I start like on that heavy boxing shit, because the boxing training is like really taxing. It's a fuck ton of cardio. There are certain lifts that I probably won't be able to progress on. Like if I'm doing boxing and I've got like coaches, they're gonna want me like fucking deadlifting. That's not gonna be a thing he wants me to do. So yeah, I just want to like hit my gym goals first, and then we'll see.
Is like, what if you do? Is that a thing? Like, if you do cardio, you can't gain muscle as easily.
Yeah, you can, but it won't be as easy. Yeah, and I'd also probably have to. Yeah, I definitely have to cut weight too for where I'd want to be, because I'm 5'8" and I'm like 175 right now, so I definitely want to lose like a decent amount of weight as well. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, for you, like, would you? I guess, like, would you just want to fight like the biggest creator you could, or would you want to fight someone like you didn't like? You know?
No, it would have to
somebody
be like it would have to be like an exhibition thing.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I don't know why I just said exhibition. Like a grudge thing. It would have to be like somebody that I have like good reason to fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then
Yeah.
it would also
wouldn't
have to be
like
somebody
a.
that's like roughly the same size and everything too. So.
You got you and Haas. You and Haas are same height. You know.
True. That is true. Yeah, that'd be something.
Or I guess, what was it? He's an inch shorter than you, just a little bit smaller.
I don't know. Maybe.
There you go. There you go. A bunch of people have told me that if any event happened, I should box Hans of Harkir, but I feel like people don't realize how much of a gorilla that guy is. I mean, he's like 250 pounds, muscled
yeah, he's
as fuck.
really strong too. Yeah.
He's really fucking big. Like, I don't know. Maybe I would do it, but it's hard to conceptualize that, because he is. I'd probably be more comfortable doing an MMA match against Hans than doing a boxing match. Even though that probably on paper that sounds scarier.
Why do you train MMA?
Well, I do a lot of jiu-jitsu, and obviously boxing you can't do jiu-jitsu in a boxing match, but I think that's probably where, like, if I had to fight Hans, I'd rather have ground be a possibility. I might still get the shit beaten out of me, obviously, because he's just so much bigger and stronger, but who knows? People are saying Rage Pope. I don't know how big Rage Pope is, though. Like, Rage Pope might be
Wait, are you
way
the guy
bigger or
that-
smaller than me.
Does Rage Pope leave every time you show up, or was it somebody else?
I think it was maybe Ruminate. Where
Oh
he
no,
had
it's
a big...
Ruminate. Oh, Ruminate and Rage Pope. That would be a fight. People would love.
I don't know why
to
he
see.
doesn't. I don't know what the history behind. I saw that one day. He was like, "I will not show up on stream with Ruminate," but I don't know what the history of that is. I don't
I'm
know
not
why.
even sure actually at all either. I don't know why he hates him so much. I actually don't know.
Yeah, but no, I don't know how big Rage Pope is. I mean, it might be a terrible matchup for all I know. Like, he might be much smaller or much bigger than I am. So
yeah.
Anyway, he leaves when a convoy joins too. That's not true. We've talked recently, not that long ago, but no, yeah, I jumped in to pick your brain about that. I was curious if you'd ever considered organizing it. It sounds like you've been offered a fight before, but not organizing a full on event.
It was going to be
yourself.
something related to Just Pearly things, but then shit started to fall apart with her, so I don't know. But maybe we'll see in the future.
Like, Just Pearly Things was going to do a.
She was maybe organizing
like
something.
a match.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, okay. That'd be interesting. I think a lot of people would love to see Just Pearly Things box. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but I don't even know who she would fight, because she's pretty big, probably fairly strong, unless she lies about her volleyball stuff. I don't even know what other women are, because I think she's like 5'10" or something too. So
Wow. I mean, to be fair, like in the Creator Clash boxing match, there was this. Her name was whoever. It was Kiri, I think, like Kura, the challenge accepted girl. She fought Andrea Botez, and Andrea Botez was way bigger than she was.
Yeah, but that girl
she
had
ended
been
up
training for like years or something, wasn't she? She had been putting in a lot more training than Andrea had.
No, apparently it was kind of because at least I listened to a podcast with Kiri, and I think what she said was that it's not that she had trained for a long time. She just trained crazily intensely. Apparently, Kiri used to be a professional athlete.
Yeah, she
used to be like
in
a
that podcast because I think there was a little bit of
Oh,
drama
you think so?
around
Okay.
because when they were trying to figure out, I don't know if she lied or not. I should be careful on this because I've only read a little bit about this, but apparently she represented like she hadn't been training much at all, or she was ready to train and start the fight. But apparently she had like almost a full year like under her belt. Plus what you said, she used to be a really good athlete before. So yeah,
Yeah. Well, she came out, and it was like, it was actually crazy how technically sound she looked. She looked like a really, really able boxer. And Tony Jeffries, I guess she had maybe trained at his gym, who was the commentator there, the bronze medalist. He said that she had been training like she was an Olympic boxer, like 6-7 days a week, multiple times a day. I mean, it's her whole concept of her YouTube channel is doing insane physical challenges and stuff. And so obviously she's going to release a video about boxing. But that's all to say that, I mean, you could find someone who is maybe smaller than Pearly who could give her a run for her money. You never know, I guess. It's hard to say. But I think something like that would be fun to doing. I think influencer boxing is a lot more popular than I thought it would be, just in general. It seems like people are just... It is just interesting to see amateurs try to do something like that.
yeah.
Like
I mean, boxing
or-
is a joke of a sport, so everybody is doing their meme shit about it. Yeah, that's how it works.
Trying to bait people in the chat, talking shit about boxing.
No,
Destiny.
fans of boxing know this is true. That's why they get so fucking ass mad over the amateur shit. Because a lot of these amateur tickets are pulling more than like almost any other boxing event in history has. So boxing has become kind of like a spectator meme thing. A lot of people that are like big fans of the sport are a little bit irritated by that.
Well, I think boxing is almost like any individual combat sport. It's, I mean, like, because a lot of people will say really stupid stuff. Like they'll say like, oh, like jiu-jitsu doesn't work in a fight, or like boxing doesn't work in a fight. And like I mean, there's like a grain of truth to that in the sense that if you're talking about the sport of boxing or jiu-jitsu or the sport of like kickboxing or whatever, like obviously there's techniques that just don't have any place in a real world fight, right? And a lot of the times it can be boring. Like Floyd Mayweather was, his whole career, Floyd Mayweather was criticized for being like a very boring boxer to watch because he would he'd be like very defensively minded throughout the whole fight and like gas his opponents out, and then he'd come out in the 10, 11 rounds of your 12, 13, 14 round fight and TKO people and stuff. So I can see how that would be very very boring to watch. I mean, for me, the only combat sport I like to watch is just MMA, just UFC.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like MMA and UFC stuff have done a lot better job at marketing their players and themselves, and like the pre-fight stuff and everything. Like, there's a lot more excitement and storylines and people that feel passionately about MMA and UFC fighters than it seems like people have felt about boxers for quite a while. That's just the feeling that I get. So.
Well, that's one of the criticisms of the Ali Act, is that the Ali Act almost arguably gives too much power to the fighters, right? Because one of the big criticisms of every boxer who has a crazy, like, oh, I'm 45-0, is that you have a much greater ability to guard your record as a top-level boxer, right? Because you have a lot of individual power in that sport, and promoters don't have as much power, especially as you get further along in the sport. Whereas, obviously, in a circumstance like the UFC, where it's basically just matchmakers deciding you will fight this person, and that's just how it's going to be, right? Because you work for the UFC. It does lead to a much tougher road to be a champion, and a lot of times more exciting fights, because you can't just, like, one of the things people said about Mayweather versus Pacquiao was Mayweather just waited like 12 years for Pacquiao to get old. And it took so long for Mayweather to agree to a fight against Pacquiao. And it was at a point where Pacquiao wasn't nearly as good as he used to be. So, but that's what happens. So, but no, I do like MMA better. The problem is I don't see influencer MMA. I think a lot of people are very scared to do I think people are less scared to do like a boxing match versus an MMA match because, I guess people are more scared to get elbowed in the fucking eyeball or something. But
Yeah, without triggering anybody. Not to say that it's easy, but boxing is probably a bit more simple in terms of rules than like MMA, which is going to have like a lot of crazy shit going on. Like, I think boxing, because of how restrictive the rules are, it's kind of fun to watch two amateurs hop in the ring and kind of like box each other. But like for UFC or MMA, it's going to be like wild, like people like jumping around each other and like rolling around, and it's just going to be like fucking wacky as fuck to watch. Whereas like boxing is probably a bit more entertaining for amateurs to watch. It would be my guess.
yeah, that's probably fair. I could see that. I think that another big piece is the cardio. The cardio can make even boxing look a little rough to watch, because a lot of times amateurs will do a boxing match and they'll just get completely exhausted after the first round.
I think that's
but I think
actually
especially
almost all the celeb boxing I've watched, creator class shit. It seems like all of your heavyweights are tired in about 30 seconds.
well, because it's hard to learn. It's not even necessarily stamina, right? It's like energy management as much as it is raw stamina, right? You know, I
not
saw
being, like, super excited and like, you know, throwing everything in like the first 10 seconds and then being completely winded for the rest of your fight and everything. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Exactly. Like I've heard jiu-jitsu brown and black belts say that jiu-jitsu is not even a good workout for them anymore, because they're so good at managing their energy during a jiu-jitsu match that they don't even feel tired, right? And whereas like someone who's only been doing jiu-jitsu for a year or two is going to be completely fucking exhausted after every single match, because of a combination of not having that stamina, but then also not really knowing how to manage your energy very well. And every combat sport's the same. So with MMA, you know, if you were to add in the the prospect of wrestling and like ground game and stuff like that, people would it's interesting how bad the average person is at fighting. Like if you ever see amateur fights and stuff, and
Sure.
it's that's one of the interesting things. But yeah. Oh, someone makes the astute observation that if you roll in a tournament, you'll get gassed. Well, obviously that's true, right? If you're a black belt rolling with other high level black belts, obviously that's true. But most gyms don't have just a plethora of black belts to roll with on a daily basis. Oftentimes your black belts are going to be your instructors, if anything. So yeah, I saw Sneeko is he going to do a match? He's been doing boxing.
I don't think he will ever do a match. No, that'd be my guess.
Oh, you don't think so?
It seems like he's only trying to pick opponents that are much smaller than him, that realistically have no shot of ever winning. And it seems like he is, I don't know how seriously he's training, and he's ignoring any like legitimate requests from people that would have a chance. So.
Oh, that's weird. No, I didn't realize. I just saw he'd been doing some training. His form was, it was.
I can't tell if he's like actually doing
there.
Training. Is it? Or I don't know if he's doing training or it's just like for Instagram stories. It's hard to say, right? Like he also posts like videos of him working out all the time, but I never actually see him like I don't actually see him like do any real life. So I have no idea. I can't tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell how much like for social media versus how much you like actually feel strongly about.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, I assume a lot of like influencer people like that do. I don't know how to put it. Like it's like they probably don't, like their real life isn't really representative of what they put on social media.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those. Well, I guess Sneeko's not a fitness influencer, but I don't know. You see that in the fitness influencing community a lot.
Well, sure, fitness influencer. I was gonna say for red pill guys, they kind of are, because like they're trying to be like an everything. They want to sell you a lifestyle. It's not enough to just be like entertaining or thought provoking, whatever. They want to sell you the entire package. So yeah, it has to be every single thing they do is wake up, take a cold shower.
It's like the Liver King guy.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
That's rough. The Liver King guy. I was shocked to learn how small that guy was. He's 5'6" or 7 or something like that. I was like, what the fuck? Like he really chooses his angles very, very well.
I think I'm pretty sure Tom Cruise is 5'8". Yeah, people are.
I think 5'8" Tom Cruise is a lie that he tells. I think he's even shorter. I think Tom Cruise is like 5'5" or something.
No,
because I've met people that have met Tom Cruise, and they've all told me. I've met 2 people that have met Tom Cruise, and their stories are that he is very, very short. Like very, very, very short. But I could be wrong.
Huh.
Could be wrong. But anyway, Destiny, that's all I had. Put it on your radar. DGG boxing event. Put it up. Leave it up to the people, Destiny.
Yeah.
Ask the people if they would want to see it and participate. Could have some good You know, you could have a relevant boxing Darius or something. That would be fucking crazy. You know, that'd be a good.
True.
I don't know if they're relatively similar size. Exactly.
No, I'm pretty sure Relevant's like 6 inches taller than Darius, but yeah.
Well, fuck, never mind.
Nice try.
But you know, I think somebody had told me they would want to see you fight Nick Fuentes in my Discord.
That would be interesting.
They could see that happening. You know, do you think you could beat the shit out of Nick Fuentes' Destiny? Think you'd have a shot?
I mean, as it stands right now, yeah, but I'm pretty sure I'm like 30 pounds heavier than him. It would probably come down to who has more, and I probably am like, at this point, probably way more physically fit than him too. So it would come down to how much he wanted to train. I mean, I'm sure if he grinded it out, what is he, like 24, 25?
He's younger.
Yeah, he's
got the
younger than
age.
me. My genes suck for fucking testosterone and everything too. So if you put the work in, he could probably get that. But as it stands right now, yeah, I would clobber the fuck out of him.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be on gonna be on TRT one of these days.
Nah, fuck no. I would be.
What,
I'm
you don't
already
think
like
so?
a fucking Coomer Lord. Okay, if I got on TRT, my life would be fucking over.
Well, but you said you had bad genetics for testosterone. You know,
I just have,
it sounds like you've.
I have low. My T is very much on the very, very, very low end, but I don't have like symptoms of low T. So my body is probably just like a low T body, but I'm not like symptomatic.
Oh,
of
really?
low T. Yeah. So if I were to start doing
That's
TRT,
interesting.
there's probably going to be a lot of weird side effects that are going to fuck with me. Plus, you've got to be on it like for the rest of your life, basically. So.
I didn't know that was a thing. I thought if you had low T, you just definitely had negative effects from it. I didn't know you could just.
The problem is that the reference range for testosterone is huge. The reference range for testosterone is like 300 like nanograms per deciliter to 1,000 nanograms per deciliter. It's a huge range.
I see. So some people have like a natural lower equilibrium of testosterone. It doesn't necessarily mean their T levels is low. It's just relative to the population.
Yeah.
I see. No, I didn't know that. I thought it was more like, you know, you're supposed to have, I don't know, this many fingers, like you're supposed to have this much testosterone.
Now, if you've ever gotten like a blood test or whatever, you can see that like the reference ranges for a lot of hormones and stuff in your blood are pretty wide. That's why it's important. Like if you think you've got low T or whatever, or if you think you have issues, it's really important to go off of like symptom reporting. You can't just like look at a number because the reference ranges are huge, and what might be low for your body might be high for somebody else, or et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I mean, I started doing, I don't know if you're big into taking, you know, if you take the supplements every day, I started doing supplements and vitamins and whatnot. And I've noticed basically no difference. What my wife said was that you're not going to notice a difference pretty much ever. But if you were to compare like a boy at 60 years old who never took supplements versus a boy at 60 years old who consistently took supplements, there'd probably be a noticeable difference in health and like fitness between the two. But that does make it a little unsatisfying.
An econ guy, so you should be used to reading studies, so you should just do some research. My understanding is...
Well, I've done research. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you found the same thing. My understanding is, and obviously make medical decisions based on your doctor and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Don't just take my advice for anybody in chat listening. But my understanding is that when it comes to supplements, the only two I've ever heard positive things about, I think, or seen positive research about, are like omega-3, like fish oil things. And actually, that's it. That's the only one. I've never read a good study on like multivitamins. I've seen have like, I don't know if they do anything. Or unless you're low on a vitamin, I don't know if like supplementing anything else matters. But so like
for
people
me,
in chat are spamming,
I don't take
people in chat are spamming vitamin D and vitamin C. But like I think if you're not, unless you're low on those because you're not getting them naturally already, like through sunlight or whatever, I don't know if it matters to supplement. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, it can be actively bad for you to supplement things that you're not low on, right? I mean, you could get kidney stones and stuff like that.
I mean, maybe only if you're doing like super supplements, like the 10,000% daily intake. I don't think you're gonna get like kidney stones doing a little more vitamin D or something, are you?
I see some of these. No, not a little bit more, but like I see some of these fitness influencers that take a seemingly preposterous amount of supplements. Like you'll see like, hey guys, I gotta walk through my fucking average day, and here's my 45 pills that I take every day. Like, this cannot possibly be good for you? Like, I understand, like it just doesn't seem like that can be good for you to do that. But I don't know.
There's a lot of cringe shit about like anytime anybody says super anything, it's probably bullshit.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've heard. Yeah, I don't take that many supplements. What I take is stuff that I think I'm low in. So pretty much everybody, like you've probably read the same stuff. Like it's like a crazy high percentage of people have vitamin D deficiencies because nobody goes outside anymore. And so I take vitamin D. I do a multivitamin, fiber, and then the fish oil. That's it. So that's it. I don't. It's hard to justify taking anything else because, yeah, you're right. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense to take like every possible vitamin and nutrient because you eat and stuff. Like most people get what they need just from whatever their regular diet is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't do any. It doesn't sound like you do any of that stuff.
I drink protein and I take like creatine for gym stuff, but otherwise, nah, fuck everything else.
Interesting. I read somewhere that it was like people in their 30s. What advice would you give to people in your 20s? And like most people were saying you just really need to take your health seriously. You start to notice if you haven't taken your health seriously, you start to notice it in your 30s, and it can get a little rough.
I agree about that. This is a total feel statement, so maybe this is bullshit. But when I think of like take your health seriously, the two huge things I'm thinking of are, and these are, my guess is going to be this is more important than almost any dieting thing, is one is controlling weight. So don't get obese, because once you get obese, cutting back is so fucking hard. So number one is literally just weight control. Even if you're eating poorly, just like keeping low weight is my point. And number two is some sort of physical activity. It is so sad to see people like in their 30s that like have a hard time like standing up because their like kind of back is sore, or if they get like kind of a pain in their shoulder or like arm, they like it just is there forever because they're not doing any physical activity. Like, yeah, don't be that person. So some sort of physical activity, just keep your weight low. Like obviously that's like the bare minimum, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not basically fat, you're probably 70% of the way there to living like your naturally longest life, So
maybe, but
at least if I had to guess, I mean, being overweight is pretty rough for you. I went to what was it? What's a bone doctor called? I can't remember.
Sounds like osteo something.
No, it's not ophthalmologist, I don't think. But I went to a
surgeon. Isn't osteo something? Fuck. Isn't bone osteo? Oh, is it orthopedic?
Orthopedic. I went to an orthopedic doctor, and I was like, yeah, I've been having this pain in my wrists. Every time I do like when I can't basically do push-ups with my palms on the ground because I just have this huge pain in my wrists. And he was like, well, just don't do that anymore. And that was his only suggestion. Just don't do that motion anymore.
Yeah.
And he offered no. He's like, I could do surgery or anything, but if it's not debilitating, just don't put any pressure on your wrists. And I was like, oh well, I guess I'll, guess I'll try and do that. So that was the first time I went to a doctor, and it was like, oh yeah, you just got something bad with you. You just got a bad wrists. I was like, oh okay, that's great.
That's pretty sad, yeah. Doctors, you have to be careful when it comes to like probably like like doctors are good with health stuff, but like nutrition and exercise stuff probably not as much, would be my guess.
I guess so. I don't know if I don't know if any of the nutrition stuff is really I don't know if any of the nutrition stuff is very useful. Like there probably is an optimal, like this is the optimal diet for a human being to live as long as possible and as healthy as possible. Like that probably does exist, but it just seems like it's very hard to figure out what that is, and it seems like really the big thing is just control your calorie intake and be sure that you're eating a somewhat diverse diet. But
yeah, it's like
it seems like
it's like working out kind of, right? Like as long as you know the basics, you're probably okay. But like all of the weird min-maxing for like should you ever eat a fucking egg is like probably for 99% of people doesn't matter that much, especially when you look at like, not to say that you should do this, and I know that there are foods you eat that are going to be correlated with better no, not correlated, I'm sorry, there are better foods you eat that will be causal for better health outcomes, I'm sure, but like you've got people that live to like 108 who like were smoking and drinking their whole fucking life, so
yeah, a lot of it's just genetic. I mean, people talk about Trump, how Trump lives like a complete sack of shit, right?
Sure.
But his dad lived to be like in his 90s, I want to say, and like Trump is, you can hate on Trump, I guess, but like Trump is in significantly better shape in terms of his mobility and like
cognitively and everything. Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, cognitively compared to many of the like I don't think most people who are almost 80 years old are going to be able to move quite like Trump, and it's obviously not because he exercises regularly or eats healthy. It's just he just has those. He has those those like live a long time genetics that you can't really you can't you can't buy those. You know, you're just born with them. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Anything else? Anything else, buddy?
You know, buddy. Actually, a coworker got mad at me for calling him buddy.
Really? Why is that?
It was. I said thanks, buddy, and he said, I feel like you're trying to patronize me by calling me buddy. And I said, oh well. Guess I'll try my best not to do that. I've never heard of anybody being offended by being referred to as a buddy before. But
my ex-girlfriend used to hate it when I called her buddy. I was like a default. I called everybody buddy. And anytime I called her buddy, she fucking lost it, yeah.
Oh, yeah? That's when the abuse started? Every time?
Yeah, for her.
Damn.
That was when her abuse started, yeah.
Oh, like she would say, don't call me buddy, and then you'd like lock her in the closet for several hours?
Yeah, on a nice day.
Okay, that seems like a reasonable response. I don't think I've never called my wife buddy, to be fair.
Well, that's good.
Maybe it's a little different. I don't know if you call Melina buddy regularly.
No, that was like a phase of my life. I just don't use buddy that much anymore. Not like because I think it's bad. I just don't, you know. Sometimes I miss it, but...
You miss buddy every now and then?
Yeah, you know, that was one of the words they took from us, among others, so...
Oh, has buddy's been taken from us by the woke mob?
It might have been, yeah.
Goddamn. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, now that's all I've got. No economic updates, I don't think.
No econ updates at all. Can you... what do we... I need to find a way to bait Republican lawmakers on Twitter. We gotta have something else to talk about in this country besides trans issues. There's gotta be something else, dude.
Here's my strategy.
Like when I did this like last year for trans shit, and now like, oh god, it's like the Republicans are like catching up to my Twitter arc. It's so fucking boring.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a panel recently on Rob Noor's stream, and the stream was about I think the topic was something along the lines of like has leftist rhetoric caused trans people to start committing more violence, you know? And my position was no, but all the conservatives were very there was like an extreme, like Rob Noor did not get, these were not the moderate Republicans of the world on this panel.
Yeah, there are no moderate Republicans online. I remember the last time I was on a panel with Rob Noor, I asked, like, does anybody here even like Ben Shapiro? And every single conservative said no, because Ben Shapiro wasn't even close to as far over as these guys were, so...
I mean, Rob was moderating. He did a pretty good job, but I think, yeah, especially online, it's hard to find moderates of any type. I mean, even myself, like, I wouldn't call myself a particularly moderate person.
True.
But, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think I've had this argument before that left-wing, like, I feel like left-wing radicals today are, like, significantly less scary than right-wing radicals today. Like, if I had to pick who would be in charge of the government, like one of these like Twitter leftist people or like Nick Fuentes, I'd probably pick a Twitter leftist. But
between the radical, oh man, I don't know if I make enough money to get genocided by some of these people. I'm not sure. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I got a bad taste in my mouth after all like the Cuban shit, so I'm not actually sure. Fuentes, a fellow Hispanic, might be better for me than some of these lefties that insist on me being like an ex-slave owner or some shit.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's the risk you run. I just feel like if we really boiled it down, I'd much rather. I feel like I'd much rather have like a Twitter socialist be president than like someone who wants to pay all the Mexican people to go back to Mexico or something. Like it's like this doesn't seem like it has a. There's not even any. There's no room for good policy. I think in a lot of right wingers, right? But I think a lot of left wingers have, more, to me, a capacity for good policy in general. But that's
possibly
that's just me, I guess.
Hopefully,
but,
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that trans panel got pretty bonkers.
Hello, Zonia. What's up?
Oh, someone joined.
Hey, Connor boy, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Did I say something?
I hope so.
That was bad.
Yeah. So
oh, no.
I don't know. When I see like when you talk about like Twitter socialists and Twitter lefts, I see a lot of people who will also say things like, liberals are no different than fascists and enable fascism, and they talk about liberals being ontologically evil and sock dems being not pure enough, right? So if that's their mentality, like if we plucked one of these Twitter leftists out of nowhere and placed them on that pedestal and made them sort of the leader, who's to say that they wouldn't end up genociding a whole shit ton of people as well?
Well, obviously, we could conceive of leftists who would be worse than people who are on the right, really. I'm just making a generic statement that if we really had the entire population of, like, Twitter left versus the entire population of, like, alt-right, you know, white nationalist people, whatever you'd call, like, this sort of QAnon right that's, contemporary or far-right, I'd much rather, I think on average, I'd probably strongly prefer someone in that Twitter left community than someone in that right-wing community.
Yeah, I would say probably the odds are a little bit better there. Probably a little bit better for inclusion as well, though I see that a lot of inclusion seems to sort of taking a side seat for a lot of puritanical kind of beliefs and such. So,
well, yeah, I mean, any movement has its, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I see some people say like it even happened on the panel that I was referencing earlier, right? Where like right wingers will say, "Oh, the left never fights like the right does. Like they never eat their own like we do." And then the left will say the exact same thing. Like, what the fuck,
Yeah.
So I mean, any like, any political movement's gonna have, it's all broad based to some degree, right? And so some of them are gonna be significantly more radical than others. And certainly less appealing to the average person. So
I think online radicals in general, just that mentality is dangerous. It leads down a road of being exclusive and in trying to find enemies within the camp or those who aren't pure enough. And so I think that inevitably they will become a problem in one way or another. And maybe even beyond just, when I say online radicals, I'm kind of doing that because a lot of what we cover is stuff that's online, and they tend to be among the loudest and most extreme that we get to observe. But in general, just extremism tends to lead down a road of closed-mindedness, exclusive, like in-group preference behavior, trying to find enemies, and labeling people as enemies and outsiders and othering them. So it doesn't seem like it's a really good thing to have on either side. I would say that, sure, the exclusiveness is more based on immutable traits when it comes to those on the far right than it is with those on the far left. But I think in the end, you can end up with a lot of the same horrible outcomes.
I mean, I think throughout history, though, a lot of times extremist thought is just a relative term, right? And sometimes, radical people can push the bounds of what we might thought wasn't really possible in terms of social justice and economic justice as well, right? And so it's hard to determine whether that's, if that's actually currently happening, or if, we'll kind of wake up from the fog and realize maybe we went too far in some of these regards. But I don't know. I think that, most of the... I'm a fair bit, I'm fairly progressive socially, and I struggle to find aspects of current sort of social justice movements that have been bad in terms of how they've been enacted in terms of policy, right? It seems like most of the policies on the back of these social justice advocates have been pretty decent. I mean, there are examples that I disagree with, but
I'd say
that's fine.
Policy-wise, definitely doing a little better there, and tend to be more in the realm of maintaining or expanding the one's ability to self-action. Whereas probably with the far right, that tends to be reined in much more and tends to disproportionately negatively affect those who are different, either by birth or by social status, etc.
I mean, the type of radicalism in the far right is it just to me, it seems significantly worse than the type of like far left radicalism. You know, I think I used the example once when I was debating a bunch of conservatives on the conservative Discord server, which was like, you know, I don't know, the worst case scenario if a far leftist gets in office, they're gonna take my house and, you know, make it communal property or something. But it seems like the worst case scenario if a right winger gets in office is like my Muslim wife gets put in a camp, and so do I because I'm in the LGBTQ community, right? And so that's kind of why I have that preference.
Yeah, I would say that's sort of the case overall. But the way you qualified it earlier, saying like take your Twitter leftist or Twitter socialist, I see that as not being representative of them, because I would see them as definitely being far more extreme, wanting to find reasons to label people as being ontologically evil, being in aid of the enemy, etc., and finding ways to exclude them from the group and label them as something that needs to be exterminated. So that's the problem I see with
we may have started a discourse, Sonia. We got Sonsel in here now. Got ABBA. My
Yeah.
goodness.
How's it going?
Should be interesting.
We may have messed up, Sonia. Goddamn. I was talking to Sonsel on his stream about transgenocide. It was a good conversation.
There's a terrible topic. I think we're kind of done. I just heard Steven saying that he's tired of trans discourse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I was actually going to jump on. I didn't want to interrupt anything, but since we're kind of on topic, I was going to ask Destiny how he moves on from looping on a specific topic, because I've been on this fucking trans-genocide discourse, and Vosh is a stochastic stochastic terrorist.
Well, right now there is no moving on from it
3
because
weeks.
that's what like Republicans are obsessed with, right?
That's what I've said a million times, but the people that attack me for my trans takes aren't conservatives. It's always fucking lefties. I can't fucking get away from it, my dude.
Oh, just stop talking to him. I
You
don't know.
just stop-
That's what I do.
yeah, you just need to kind of ignore them, honestly.
You should probably just adopt the correct opinions, Sansa. and people wouldn't fuck with you. I don't know if you've ever considered that, but
Well, I mean, I saw a video about me earlier today that said that I was literally a fascist already, so I don't know if I need to adopt any new positions. Maybe I'm on the right path.
To be fair, they had like 8 viewers on their stream while doing that segment about.
Ooh.
Oh, really? 69 people were watching, which I thought was funny, but 8 people were watching it live?
That's what it looked like.
Jesus Christ.
Did you see the chat? It barely scrolled the entire 20 minutes of their coverage.
I just listened to it.
Yeah.
What's up, Abba? What do you want?
Go ahead.
he's muted himself.
Fucking loser. Okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead, Zonia.
Wow. Rip. Sonsel,
no.
Zonia, would you guys do a
you gotta
DGG
kinda-
boxing match?
Me?
Against each
Yeah,
other,
both of
or
you.
just in general?
No, like in general. Like you'd be part of the, who knows who you'd get matched up with.
I would
I wouldn't
box.
be
You know,
opposed to it.
I would box Lav. I don't feel like
That'd be
that would be
fun.
unfair at all, and I think
No.
people would really enjoy it.
That's if you want to start some discourse. That's the discourse starter right there.
There you go.
Ah,
He's
yeah.
gonna be going to
Actually,
Twitter. He's gonna
I
be going
changed
to
my
Twitter
mind.
saying male
I wouldn't
misogyny
do.
moment.
I wouldn't do any boxing shit. Never mind. Fuck that. I shouldn't run. I'm not gonna support an event because I can already see where it's gonna go. Like I've got like 7 million fucking trans people in my community that are gonna want to box, and it's just gonna be trans discourse over like who gets matched with who the entire time.
True.
You could just do a trans, showdown. You get to whoever the most famous trans DGG orbiters are.
Yeah.
There you go.
Brianna Wu versus Zonia, maybe?
Well,
yeah, maybe.
I'll
I don't know.
box Striker.
Striker. Like
Striker
the
would kick my
Nazi
ass, though.
guy?
She's way more fit than me.
No, Striker
No,
is an
it's-
asshole trans person in my community. And she needs to get her shit kicked in. I think it'd be good for her. She'd learn some good life lessons.
Oh
she
no.
says she'll do it.
I don't know who this is. Goodness. I thought you were talking about Eric Striker at first. It's like, oh, that'd be interesting.
No.
See a
He's
Nazi get
longtime
his ass
DGer.
beat.
Long time
Goodness.
DGGer.
Long
I think
time
she-
DGG.
I think she and I are like similar height, but she's like way more fit than me.
Yeah, you could have Taftage, someone suggested. She could get in there. Fucking beat someone's ass. Be good. No.
True based.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I don't think the trans discourse thing is going to abide for at least a couple election cycles. Personally,
No,
I think
it'll be over soon enough. Nobody can.
I really
don't
don't think
any
so.
single issue ever has been for a couple election cycles, except for maybe like the fucking Cold War or something, right?
I guess it depends on what you mean. Like, I think that already the fucking CRT in our schools things has lasted 2 election cycles. Right?
Are we still talking about CRT, or is that just like a message? Yeah, I feel like that's not as much a thing anymore.
Well, but we're in election off season right now, right? So maybe I think in the next 6 months it'll heat up again as the primaries get closer. But I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think that I was talking to, it was the same panel. I was saying that I think the reason why Republicans are so focused on this is because
They have nothing
it's
else.
effective at getting them out of primaries. Unfortunately, in more swingy states and districts, it's effective at winning the primary, but it's not effective at winning the general election. You saw.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think the
Republicans
issue is that,
just
like-
nominated crazy people.
And
So-
how, what do you even like? I understand that people just vote for, their party and shit, but God, it's got to be whiplash going from like strong big business conservatism in the neocon Bush era to literal like populism in the Trump era. Like the whiplash between like corporations are like the backbone of America to fuck all big business and don't trust anything is like fucking wild. That's got like conservatives in like within 10 years had like a 180 on how they felt about business in America. That's got to be insane.
Well, in general, there's a strong tone of nihilism among conservatives, and that seems to have really kind of shifted the overall views of conservatives. So it's, I don't know what like the future direction is going to be, honestly. Like with conservatives, it looks very unknown, very nebulous, like where that's going.
I think it's going to inevitably lead to moderation because I think the 2 stories out of 2022 as to why the Democrats outperformed so much that resonate with me are 1, terrible candidate quality from the Republicans, and 2, millennials and Gen Zers, as they make up a stronger and stronger proportion of the voting base, are just not becoming more conservative as they get older, right? They seem to be remaining very progressive. And I think part of that is because of this, that you grow up in the neocon era, which is already pretty right-wing. You lead into the Tea Party era, even more right-wing. You lead into the Donald Trump era, even more right-wing, which seems to be leading into like Donald Trump 2.0 QAnon era, which is, of course, even more preposterously right-wing. And so you have a lot of younger people that are kind of like my age all the way up to maybe 35, who have only ever seen like progressively significantly farther right candidates and like crazy and crazier farther right candidates. And so I think that's partially what explains young people just not being on board with Republicans. And so I think the Republicans can only rely on like low voter turnout for so long. I mean, eventually millennials, like the average millennial eventually is going to be like 45 and be like a prime voting demographic. And, that only gets more and more relevant over time. Like I saw a stat, I think it was like 16 million, I want to say 16 million Gen Zers, like new Gen Zers are eligible to vote in 2024. And I mean, that only means like, in 2024, so many more millennials are going to vote because as you get older, you vote more often. So I don't know. I feel like structurally Republicans are just going to get wiped out, or they're going to have to become
Unless
more
they can do something with the Hispanic
reasonable.
thing, yeah, because they're getting even in the presidential elections, like the vote margins are getting insane. Like like they're not going to be able to rely on the way the districts are cut up, or population or geography is not going to be able to carry them much longer. Yeah.
You guys
I mean,
are
the
assuming that
Hispanic,
they're not going to
you
have
know-
a fascist takeover of the government. I've been watching a lot of
that's
Vox
fair.
recently, and I feel like we're actually in danger of having like at least 3 genocides.
True.
I feel
The
like
thing
we
is,
might- a genocide of democracy, a genocide of trans people,
Hold on.
a genocide of. Yeah.
To be fair, though, unironically, that Supreme Court case where they're going over the, what is it called, the state legislature absolute theory or something like that, like the idea that,
Oh, yeah.
like state legislatures can just vote for whoever they want for president. Like, if this Supreme Court passes that, I think there is unironically an argument that it's a significantly less democratic country if they were to actually say that that's the case.
I haven't heard anyone more intelligent on like legal stuff talk about it yet, so I don't really have a strong opinion other than it sounds super spooky.
It does sound
That's something
spooky.
I've been wanting
Yeah.
to dig into.
I
I just
mean-
haven't really done it.
It's just we shouldn't. I mean, the Electoral College is already pretty bad, but I mean, adding in the idea that the state legislatures, which are like there are some state legislatures that are so gerrymandered, like state level gerrymandered, that some states barely even function as democracies, right? And so the idea that a state legislature that's been voted in by, 40% of the vote, but has 2/3 of the Senate seats in the state, is now going to decide who gets the electoral votes for that state. That's crazy. That's crazy. And so, yeah, that would be, yeah, I don't know. That would just be fucking ridiculous, honestly.
Mm-hmm. One thing's for certain, I think with the growing like nihilistic views and perspective of conservatives and the growing more like radically progressive views of the left, um, I have a feeling that there's a lot of it just seems like there's more and more polarization as time goes on. And I know it's kind of a meme, right? We often say that like America's never been more polarized, but then you go back and look, a few decades back, and you're like, oh, it was pretty polarized. But it seems to me like there is less and less of a cross section toward between the poles, right? And there's a lot more polarization overall, and not as much of those willing to understand those of different beliefs or even communicate with them. It seems these days it's much more people are much more ready to write people off as just being somebody that they can't even engage with. I think social media has really been a problem for this, with both creating a lot of echo chambers as well as people tailoring their own social circles and friend groups down to their own politics, which that is a new phenomenon that didn't used to be a thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's like it is genuine. I mean, because the thing is, I think there's a lot more people. It's not that I don't know how to put this. Like, I don't think it's that people are viewing certain people as being unreachable. I think there just genuinely are a lot more unreachable people. Like,
yeah,
because on that,
well, if you look at only one single aspect of someone's political opinions, and then you create this mythos around what that person is, right?
Mhm.
It's like really easy to write that person off. Because otherwise you have to like sit there and actually, think about what other people believe, and that's really difficult and it's really hard, and it creates, cognitive dissonance in people that someone isn't singularly evil or singularly good.
Well, think about it this. What's one of the first things you learn about a person when you first meet them? You learn about their politics. One of the first, because a lot of people meet on social media first, and they have all their labels right there, and so you can go and you can prejudge them immediately. Oh, look, a fellow conservative. Oh, look, one of those filthy grooming progressives or something, right?
Yeah.
It's like everything comes down to these labels and people putting forward these beliefs right off the rip before they even get to know the person. That's a very new phenomenon. Like I didn't before social media really exploded, especially around, politics and evolved around politics. I didn't know the politics of the people that I first met. We just kind of got to know each other, and over time, we little by little got introduced to each other's beliefs and values and stuff. And then we're able to sort of cope with it and deal. And like, yeah, we don't all agree on the same things, but we like each other as people. And so then we cross pollinate on ideas and learn about each other, learn about each other's values, learn about each other's backgrounds that inform their values, etc. And so that was a much more diverse friend group that you would have, and much more diverse ideas that you would have as well, as opposed to everything being tailored down to effectively an echo chamber, and
Well-
very, very controlled ideological bubbles.
I feel like part of it is just people making things more political and like taking politics a little bit more seriously as well. Like, because I agree, most of the time when you're meeting random people, you don't really discuss politics like right off the bat. But I don't know. Like I remember, it was right after I got done with a jujitsu class, and this guy was like, "Oh, where have you been? Like you haven't been here for a few months." And I was like, "Yeah, I got COVID pretty bad," and I was like, "Oh, I just feel like I was lucky to be vaccinated because I was really, really sick when I got COVID." And he was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Ah, man, I just don't believe in the vaccine. Never got it." And I'm like, "Oh, that's certainly a fact you can reveal to someone, I guess." I guess like just randomly. I mean, stuff like that is a little bit more normal nowadays. I feel like, whereas more people were comfortable just kind of living and letting live a little bit earlier. I mean, it's like the drag queen thing is a perfect example of this. Like, conservatives for 50 fucking years have not really had a huge problem with drag queen. Like, you see these photos of different conservative politicians like hanging out with drag queens and having fun, and
Rudy
but all of a sudden,
Giuliani.
like, Rudy Giuliani literally like dressing as a drag queen. Same thing with George Santos. Like, I just think I don't know. Like, it just gets. I think it's partially less a both sides thing as well, because I do think that the right has become further right than the left has become far left, and I think part of that's reflected in. No. I don't think that.
Unless
That's
you
at
mean,
all
like,
fair.
relevant political figures. If you're talking about like
That's
people
all.
just,
That's
like,
all
in
we should
general-
really be talking about, right? Like, because like when you look at who who do Democrats vote for in primaries, right? Like, the farthest left person, you've got like AOC, maybe, I don't know, right? And if you compare AOC to like someone like Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene, these are not comparable people, right? They're just not, right? And anyone who says that AOC is like comparably crazy to Marjorie Taylor Greene is just not
coping.
They're being ridiculous, right? Yeah. And so I think that's part of it. I mean, look at the presidential candidates, like the national selection of Republicans. They voted for Donald Trump, right? Whereas when there was a very competitive Democratic primary, we voted for Joe Biden. These are not comparably radical people. Like, Joe Biden has almost made his whole career on being a moderate person, right? And I do think that the far right has certainly fallen more victim to that polarization and radicalization than the left has, certainly. And also, to be fair, if you compare what the left wants versus what the right wants, again, I just don't think like the type of society AOC advocates for just seems like, if we imagine AOC got everything she wanted versus if we imagine Marjorie Taylor Greene got everything she wanted, I mean, these societies are not comparable. The AOC society is way better, so
I
much
guess,
better in
like,
so many ways.
It's hard for me to divorce just like the political reality, like AOC versus Marjorie Taylor Greene, versus like how people are kind of interacting with each other. So like saying that the right hasn't got or has gone like significantly further than the left has, I would agree if we were talking like only electoral politics, but like the people who vote these people in are, people that we engage with, daily. So that's kind of spooky to me.
Well, I will say one thing that I said was that I would never judge someone for voting for Trump the first time, because he was going against Hillary. He was an unknown, right? So a lot of people said, like, look, I voted for Trump just because I thought, he was a businessman and he'd really do a lot of cool shit. Now, if you vote for Trump a second time, if you experience 4 years of Donald Trump being president, and you say to yourself, you know what,
I need more of that.
I'll take a second round of that. Yeah, I mean, that really is crazy to me. Like, that does seem to I would judge someone for voting for Donald Trump twice. And I think if you're voting for Trump a third time, then holy crap, that is pretty crazy. So
Most of the people I know who voted for him because they were like, I don't want to vote for Hillary Clinton, or because they were like, screw it, I want something different, right? Most of those people did not vote for him the second time around. That I know. That's obviously my personal anecdotal experience, but of people that I know, most of them did not vote for him the second time around.
Luckily, I don't know that many people personally that voted for him either time. So,
just join your average
Sounds like
jiu-jitsu
you
gym.
have a little bit too much of a
I mean, I live in
ideologically
Houston, Texas.
pure.
No, it's not even that. All my friend group is all really young. I might know some of my friends' parents that voted for him twice, but like, I don't know. I don't think any of them really liked him the first time around. And by the second time, even if they were more, okay with him in the middle of it, by the second time around, they were like, okay, well, I'm just not. I'm just not.
It just like, I compare it to like if Kanye West had become the Democratic nominee, like I would hope to think, and to be fair, I've said that, like, I've never been tested in this way, like, because I don't think the Democrats have ever nominated like a comparably insane person to Trump, like in the history of the modern Democratic Party. I just don't think that's happened, right? But if someone like Kanye West won the Democratic primary, I would hope that I would say, yeah, I'm just gonna vote third party. Like I will not vote for Kanye West just because he's the D in the election, you know. But this was back, to be fair, when Kanye wasn't an open Nazi. Maybe there's like a better like democratic crazy example to run for president. But in general, I just don't think. I think a lot of conservatives are like in this weird spot of hating Democrats so much that they'll just vote for anybody who's a Republican. And a lot of conservatives have these, like stronger economic beliefs that lead them to voting for Trump. Like, oh yeah, Trump's crazy in literally every way, but he did cut taxes. And it's like, guys, I mean, Jesus, maybe pay a little bit more tax if it means you can.
Things, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Like, but because I've met a lot of people like that who are like, yeah, I hate Trump in like 90% of ways, but there's a couple ways where it's like, hey, I'm fucking pretty cool guy, and it's like, dude, that's just not, come on, like, be a little bit.
Or the people that
more reasonable.
Literally just vote for him because of the meme potential, like.
Yeah. I mean, there
were people who wanted to basically throw a wrench in the system, right? Like there were people basically saying, "Screw it, he'll screw everything up, turn upside down." I knew a few people who did that, who voted for him because they figured he would screw the system up enough to where finally people would get their heads out of their ass, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Wow.
Yeah,
True.
that's fair.
Wild.
Yeah, Destiny's gonna vote for Trump in 24, guaranteed.
And
I'm just saying, everybody knows. He
Sabotage
turned
arc.
full on fascist.
Based.
Voting for more content. That's what he's doing.
True.
Yeah. If he, what was it? The PragerU does like a PragerU video why I'm voting for Trump in 24. And it's right there. It would be a millions of views PragerU video.
Do they need like a pick me for their thing? Because I could use some cash right now.
Pretty sure Blair White's already got that position covered.
Ah, shit.
Has Blair White done a PragerU video?
Probably, I think so.
Goodness, that's crazy. I saw a video of Blair White. She was on. I don't even know if it was supposed to be a debate. I think it was really truly meant to just be a discussion amongst conservatives. But one of the conservatives on there was so fucking transphobic. Like it was hard to even.
I know what you're talking about.
It was hard for the conversation to even move forward. And
she was so cut because she couldn't like push back against the person, like literally calling her a man and shit.
Yeah. Well, the log, what is it? The Log Cabin Caucus, like the gay Republican caucus that's been around for a while. They've always had that problem of like, yeah, we believe in gun rights and like, less government involvement in the economy. But there's this awkward situation where like the party that believes in that also really, really hates gay people. So like, what do you do if you're that person, right? And yeah, I mean, same thing with Blair White. It's like, I don't know, it does create these weird voting niches of like, fucking gays for Trump. It's like, oh man, who knows? I don't know about that one.
She gets shit on when she goes to CPAC and such. And
well,
like,
fuck, what was it? Was it Caitlyn Jenner? I think it was at like the California Republican convention. She got like harassed out of the fucking stadium. Like she was harassed constantly, and it's like, dude, this is the fucking audience you chose to be a part of. I mean, it's hard to.
Yeah, these people represent me. Woo! You couldn't be more delusional with that one. That's a really delusional take.
Yeah. No,
the thing is, I kind of like. Here's the thing. I'm a little empathetic to people who harbor a little bit more in the way of conservative values overall, but who are still, there's something more unique about them and they're who they are as a person, how they express, and they want some group that embraces certain values of theirs, and they don't really have it because there's not really much in the middle these days anymore, right? So I can kind of understand that. Like I know some conservative, like people who hold like certain conservative values, but overall they're like pretty progressive when it comes to people just being themselves and live and let live.
Yeah.
And
well,
they don't
my
really
best
have
friend,
a place for them.
My best friend was the president of like a Young Republicans group, and he and he and I are still best friends. But to be fair, we haven't. Like, I haven't asked him like when we first met, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm like a libertarian, kind of like a libertarian Republican," and that was his thing. It's like, "Oh, okay." So, and then for several years have gone by, and for the first time, like a few months ago, I was like, man, we haven't really talked. Like, what do you believe in politically nowadays? Like, where have you been at the last several years? And he's like, yeah, honestly, I just don't know who to vote for in every election. Because he's in that spot where, he feels like the Republicans are nominating completely insane people, but he's not quite on board with like the Democratic platform. So he struggles in most elections.
I have to say, it's a weird, goofy Venn diagram that has libertarians crossing over with Republicans. It's a weird one. So
it makes almost zero sense for a libertarian to vote for the Republican Party nowadays. It really does, because like for libertarian Republicans for a long time could at least say, well, economically the Republicans will cut taxes and they'll cut regulation. But now you've got like Ron DeSantis trying to like optimally regulate fucking Disney because he feels like they've gone too woke, but Disney keeps on getting around like every single fucking
I don't think
attempt.
that's ever.
And
to be fair, though, that's never been an issue for Republicans. Republicans don't care about government regulation. I don't know if anybody cares about government regulation. It just depends on whether or not the government is regulating things they agree with or not. Republicans have always been pro-regulation when it comes to like gay marriage, for instance, right? Or abortion, right? They've always wanted big government involvement in that. And liberals or progressives don't want the government at all involved in things like trans healthcare, right? Like, stay away. That should be like individual freedoms and stuff like that. So,
well, I mean, to be fair though, I think the Republican platform for a while has at least nominally been economic deregulation, cutting taxes, right?
Yeah.
But you've got Ron DeSantis appearing on Tucker Carlson literally talking about democratizing the economy because banks have gone too woke. Like, he talked about how, he said like Republican states should pool their pension plans together so that we can have controlling equity in banks and businesses so that we can force these companies to drop their woke policies. And it's like, dude, you are literally talking about socialism right now. And so, of course, Tucker Carlson's nodding his head.
I think it's always just going to depend on it's just going to depend on the values of said. I don't think anybody has any values at all. Like, look at how big like Republicans are. Like, again, under the Bush era, like big business can be as big as it wants. If people want to monopolize, who the fuck cares, whatever. And now all of a sudden, remember? Actually, I'm sorry. Here's a direct comparison. Republicans fucking hated net neutrality, right? The government should have any business. They should have no business whatsoever in regulating internet things. It's going to be Obama controlling the internet. Nobody, blah, 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 blah. And now we want to make like social media common carrier because conservatives are getting banned from Facebook, right? So it's like, I don't think anybody has any principles on any of this shit.
Yeah, I think most people hold pretty stark double standards in a lot of these things.
Yeah. Or right now, like Democrats are generally pretty supportive of things like immigration, right? But I bet like if a majority of Hispanics started to vote conservative, I bet we'd all of a sudden care a lot more about border security.
Well, or at the very least, they'd stop caring as much about immigration, right? So, yeah, overall, what I see a lot of people touting their values, their conservative or progressive values, a lot of it is virtue signaling, right? And kind of putting a message out there. It's to let people know this is what my values are. But when it really comes down to it, when it comes down to brass tacks, people will go and shift and adjust their values when it comes down to it, and they won't really hold to them consistently.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a democratic. I mean, it's just in part Ron DeSantis is just reflecting the sort of ebbs and flows of the base of the Republican Party, right? I mean, it's hard to be a very, very principled. I don't think any politician fully lives out their principles because they do have to get elected, right? I mean, that's partly a feature of the system.
I'm not just talking about politicians. I mean, the voters for them as well will also hold those many of those double standards.
Well, I don't think most people try to really ground their, ethics or like political beliefs. I mean, it's just kind of what they, most people are like, it just kind of seems right to do this thing or that thing. And it feels bad to get banned from Twitter, I guess. So, you develop your whole fucking political ideology based around that. But, I mean, it happens, I guess.
I'll tell you what, though. I am constantly wondering when it is I'm finally going to get banned from Twitch.
Why would you get banned, Zonia?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I never know, but it's always one of those. Next morning, I'll get up and I'll be like, okay, can I not log into it today? Oops, my cat says hello. By the way,
Bro,
God damn, your cat sounds in pain.
You just have to do what I do.
He's super old, and so he's got this really, really
God.
raspy voice. He just turned 19.
Oh wow.
19 years young.
And he's
Damn.
got lots of health issues too. He's like an old man, crotchety old man with the raspy voice.
Wow. Yeah. My mom got mad at me because I told her she should just put her dog down.
Jesus, imagine wishing death on
Got
animals.
really mad. Well, it was one of those
Imagine that.
situations where she was like, "Hey, son," I was like, "Oh, where are you calling from?" She's like, "Oh, I'm at the veterinarian's office. My dog." It's like, "Oh yeah, my dog's 15 years old. He's got hip dysplasia, this problem, this heart problem. He has cancer," and it's like, Jesus, Mom. Like, I don't know if it's like, like maybe just put the dog down. And she got really upset that I suggested such a thing.
I can understand that. I would be upset
like,
too.
Damn.
No,
Look, it's like this dog is suffering, Like,
you said the right
goddamn,
thing.
I mean,
Fuck him.
Goodness.
It depends on whether or not the little guy is actually suffering, because like my cat, he actually does have some arthritis, and so he takes some gabapentin that helps him deal with the arthritis, and then otherwise he's pretty contented and he just hangs out and sleeps with me.
Just give your cat edibles, for the arthritis. Easy.
I've actually given him a little bit of THC oil a couple of times, but
Wait, is there
not him?
Is there THC oil? Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
They do. I swear I've seen this, like animal edibles. That's a real thing.
Yeah, for sure there is.
Yeah.
Wait,
There you go.
THC
as
oil
a
or
matter of-
CBD oil?
Not THC, and his actual insurance.
Wait, does that mean you just get like
covers
high?
it. He gets a little bit high, yeah.
Getting animals
Tiny
fucked
little
up,
bit.
Destiny. It's a business,
Damn.
Yeah.
Got to make money somehow.
My pet insurance actually covers it too.
Based.
Yeah.
Pet insurance. I've yet to opt into the pet insurance. I don't have any pet healthcare insurance.
Oh, because you hate your fucking animal?
That's probably
it's a
what it is.
Good thing to do, because it can get really expensive when they start,
What? Not for this
entering
guy.
their
He
later
just
years.
kills his fucking animals. He doesn't care, remember?
That's true.
That's true. Takes them out back, puts a bullet
Yeah.
in their
It's like a
head.
horse. Like as soon as they even limp on a leg, it's time to go back. Time to go out back and
True.
let you be free. No, I'm not I haven't bought any pet insurance. I don't know how expensive it is, but we just all cash it. I don't know if veterinary care is super expensive. To be fair, I don't know how
It's
competitive
pretty
that market
expensive.
is. It is okay. Well, we only have young animals at this point, so none of them have like really bad problems.
I already got somebody on Twitter talking about me boxing Lav.
Based.
You think you could win Zonia?
She'd probably kick my ass.
Lav?
What would your
is
strategy
like
be?
5'1". How tall are you?
6'1".
Okay. You would.
Sonya, what the fuck? Come on.
Clobber her.
Not even a fair fight at that point. You're way bigger. A foot
Yeah.
taller? Good God. It's like me fighting my fucking wife. It's like, couldn't even be close. I think,
Talk more about how you.
Sansel, how tall are you?
6'1".
Okay, Sansel, you and me. Fucking first DGG Orbiter boxing match. Let's make it happen.
I mean, if you want to, we can
Even
we can
bring it
find
bring it on down
nice
here to
boxing gym.
Texas.
Yeah.
It'd be a fun one. I feel like I think because I asked Destiny if he'd want to box somebody he hated or somebody who was just a good matchup, and he did say it would have to be someone he hated for like the entertainment value. So I don't know who I would
Yeah,
box that I don't like.
Somebody that you got a lot of drama history with is definitely going to be high value.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe.
think I have
A lot of
anyone
drama.
like that in DGG, so.
I asked Rob Noor if he would ever do a boxing match, and he said probably not. And I was like, damn.
You asked who?
Rob Noor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He was like, probably not. Rob Noor is a pretty big guy.
Yeah, he is.
Do you think it's really feasible? Like, you could do that. you got to be careful with the boxing stuff. There's all kinds of stuff you got to worry about in terms of regulation and all that, right?
Can't just sign like
Just ignore all
indemnity
the
forms or whatever
regulations.
and say fuck it.
Maybe. I don't know how it works. I don't know much about boxing.
Clearly. You said you'd box Lav. You're a foot taller than Lav. Jesus.
Yeah.
Incredibly unfair fight.
All right, what else you guys got? Are we doing anything? You guys are all just circle jerking each other.
Look, I've got nothing, boys.
Steven.
What?
Steven, you tweeted about Ryan Beard and the any all pronouns thing, right?
He's just fucking cringe. I just hate that guy. That guy's transfer pay 100%. He is.
I don't know much about the dude, so I can't say much about the transition or whatever, but maybe I'm being overly charitable, but let me just tell you a little bit of my experience here. So I present femininely and refer to myself in the feminine, but when people ask me what my pronouns are, I say any, all. And the reason why for that is because what I don't
Aren't you on like hormones and shit?
Yeah.
Don't you do like voice training and shit? You're obviously you're not this guy who's just like a guy, presents as a guy, Mr. Beard.
No, but it's sort of like
I'm not
because
buying
of. But here's the thing: it's just the way that when people misgender me, or I'm gonna put in air quotes, misgender me. It's really cringe when a bunch of people like want to dogpile that person for misgendering me, and so that's why when people ask me what my pronouns are, I just say anything, whatever works for you. I don't really care, because I prefer that because I just don't care about the pronouns that much. It doesn't mean that much to me. And it kind of seemed like Ryan was saying roughly the same thing in that thread on Twitter. So
Yeah,
I
maybe,
don't know
but
his
he's still a
actual
cringe loser,
situation.
so I don't care. Fuck him.
No.
Who
Fair
is
enough.
this
I don't
guy?
know.
My
I don't know
God.
much about the guy. So
But the difference is that you're actually trans and he's not.
Whoa.
Here we go. Trender talk now. Let's talk about the trenders.
Nope. Okay. Cool. I understand what you're saying. We're not doing another trans topic.
Yeah. All right. Just
All
wanted
right.
to give you my take on that.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all for
I'll
me.
tr-
Destiny, make it happen. DGG boxing. It'd be really fucking funny to see people like Darius go out there and box someone. And I think it's for the memes ultimately.
Indeed.
Zonia versus Lav match, everybody. Shout
Here
it
we
out.
go.
Go to Twitter with it. Get it out there, okay?
We'll do
All
that.
right.
See you guys.
I'm going to drop off. Take care.
Be careful.
Catch you later.
Look at me clear these fools out. Abba's here. I don't know what he's doing in here, but fuck, what was this girl gonna say?
To be, as though somebody was saying, I don't believe in breathing air, or I don't really believe in eating food or drinking water. I was completely baffled. So that conversation, right after we got married, that conversation continued and we kind of delved deeper into the topic. And despite my initial shock, I had to give my new husband credit. He thought of things in a unique way that accounted for far-reaching consequences and long-term results, and in a way that was not cowed by just mainstream popular opinion, just by whatever people were thinking or saying at the time. He was solely in pursuit of the truth, regardless of how weird it might sound or how offensive it may seem to our modern ears. So I was begrudgingly impressed, but I was still not fully sold on the idea, on the conceptual level, that the pushing of mass education on women was necessarily a bad thing. I was still writing my senior thesis in anthropology and still awaiting my Harvard graduation, for God's sake. Education is just the civilized thing to do. Now, almost a decade and a half later, after that conversation, I have some clarity on the subject and I'd like to share some thoughts with you guys.
Share away.
I asked myself very recently, what exactly did my studying at Harvard do for me? What kind of positive things did I gain from my 4 years at one of America's best and most prestigious universities? To be honest, I drew a blank. My mind hovered on the verge of answers, trying really hard to come up with at least one positive thing, just a short list of really good things that I got having gone to college. But the truth is, I can't remember the titles of the classes that I took at Harvard. I was there for 4 years, which means 8 semesters, and I took 4 classes each semester. So I took a lot of classes. And I remember really liking some more than others, and I really loved some of my classes. But honestly, wallahi, I cannot remember the titles of a lot of those classes. I learned Hebrew while I was at Harvard out of curiosity, but I forgot most of it now due to lack of use, except for a handful of very basic phrases like Toda Rabba, thank you very much, Shalom for Salam, Boker Tov, Erev Tov for good morning, good evening, that kind of thing. Aside from that, I forgot it all. I read a lot of books whose titles are now blurry in my memory, and I wrote a ton of papers, a ton of essays that I cannot find right now. My senior thesis, which I spent all of my senior year writing, is now collecting dust on one of my shelves at home, untouched for over a decade. I met a lot of people during my years at Harvard, many who were very nice, Muslim, non-Muslim, but I'm not in contact with most of them now. And the few that I'm still in touch with today are very, very busy. I'm busy, they're busy, and we kind of text each other every now and then just to say salam. And life has taken us in very different directions, and that's okay. This is how life is. The two main influences in my life have been my father before marriage, and then my husband after marriage. Not my Harvard professors, not my classmates or my roommates on campus. Next, I asked myself another question, to which the answer was much more immediate. I asked myself, what potential dangers did I face at Harvard? What were some of the risks that I exposed myself to in college? Now, the answer to this question was unsettlingly easy to think of, a long list of potential dangers rattling themselves off instinctively in my mind. Now, before I share with you this list of dangers, let's note how some Muslims sometimes conflate things inappropriately. There are some Muslims who confuse things like education, by which they mean modern secular academics, to things like ulum ad-din, ilm in Islam. And they say things like, going to college is super important for women and for men. It's important for everybody. Don't you know that the first word revealed in the Quran was Iqra? Haven't you heard that hadith about seeking knowledge being obligatory upon every single Muslim?
That's holy knowledge,
so
not secular knowledge,
I went
guys.
to college and I had a PhD in mechanical engineering. Hello? Let's see what kind of knowledge people actually get in college, shall we? The points that I'm about to share with you are 10, and they really shed light on the divine wisdom of the ayah that says, وَقَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ وَلَا تَبَرَّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ الْأُولَى. The translation of the meaning of this ayah is, and for women, remain in your homes and do not display yourselves in the tabarruj of the first jahiliyyah. The college environment is detrimental for both men and women. It hurts everybody, the way it is now. But it hits women much, much harder. Women tend to be more impressionable than men, their mentality quite a bit more open and more malleable than men due to women's higher scores in trait agreeableness. So putting women in a bad environment is much more dangerous than putting men in a bad environment. And lastly, before I go into the list, none of this stuff that I'm going to share with you now is just theoretical or abstract, or it happened to somebody else that is only hearsay for me. This stuff is stuff I've seen with my own eyes firsthand that I came up close and personal with in college. The first thing is loss of deen. College, especially when you live on campus and far from home, college is a breeding ground for kufr. There's no other way to put it. I don't want to sugarcoat it. This is the reality. It's only by the rahmah of Allah and the fadl of Allah on me, Allah's bounty on me, undeservedly, that I made it out still a Muslim, still trying to practice, still clinging to Islam by the aid of Allah, bi'awnillahi ta'ala. I know many girls who didn't make it. Many took off their hijabs. Some stopped praying. Some started fooling around with guys, getting a boyfriend secretly, not telling their parents. A lot strayed away from Islam. And this doesn't only affect Muslims. In fact, this sort of attitude or this shift towards lack of religion, lack of religiosity, lack of belief in God affects everybody, Muslims and non-Muslims. I remember one of my roommates in college, let's call her Kelly, was a devout Christian. She was a Protestant when we first started out all together as freshmen at Harvard. By our senior year, so 4 years later, she was a proud atheist. And one day I asked her about this because we were pretty close, so I could ask her these questions honestly. So I said, Kelly, why are you no longer a Christian? Why did you leave belief in God, and why are you an atheist now? And she literally said, I took Steven Pinker's class and it just made sense. atheism, or not believing in God, just makes a lot more sense than believing in God, so I'm done. And just like that, atheism pushed out theism. Steven Pinker, if you don't know, is a big name, popular atheist, kind of like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris. This loss of deen is very common in college for Muslims and non-Muslims alike, like my poor roommate Kelly. May Allah guide her. Number 2, zina and sexual immorality. College is notoriously a time to experiment sexually for non-Muslims, and very sadly, some Muslims follow suit. Partying, hooking up, these things are the norm on many college campuses. Basically, you're taking a very large group of young men and young women at the peak of their youth, their energy, their attractiveness, their hormones, and also at the peak of their immaturity and their lack of life experience and wisdom. And then you're throwing them all together. And then, on top of that, you're stripping them of the supervision of their parents and their elders. What do you think will happen? What do you expect? Number 3, LGBTQ. An extension of sexual freedom is homosexuality and being gender fluid and being non-binary, right? These are all terms that are easily thrown around these days, and we've all heard them. But college campuses are especially a place where all of this stuff kind of germinates, and it's a hotbed for all of this stuff to take place. I remember I had a Muslim friend very close to me. Let's call her Zainab. So I went to visit Zainab in her dorm room, which was very close to mine, and she knew I was coming, so she left the door unlocked. So I opened the door to go. We had to go through the living room in that suite to get to her room, and we were going to hang out in her room. And she had a female roommate, but she was not Muslim. And when I opened the door, I walked in on her female roommate, her non-Muslim roommate, in bed with her girlfriend. They were lesbians. I didn't need to see that, but I did. Number 4, drugs and alcohol. I remember smelling a specific disgusting smell one Friday night when we were walking past some dorm buildings on campus, and it was me and a couple other Muslim girls, and that smell was so gross that I said something like, "Oh, what is that disgusting smell?" I didn't know what it was, and one of the girls told me, "That's weed. You've never smelled weed before? That's marijuana." And I had never smelled that smell before. I didn't know what it was.
Wow.
I had never recognized the smell of weed or the stench of alcohol because those were things I had never been exposed to before then. But you smell these disgusting smells on campus pretty much every weekend because what people do when they party is they drink and they smoke. This is normal. This is something that becomes normalized, and a lot of people get desensitized too. We don't want to get desensitized to these types of smells or these sights as Muslims. Number 5, اختلاط, gender mixing. There is a lot of gender mixing, inappropriate mixing between men and women on college campuses. And this is not only in class as part of like academic learning when you're sitting there in class with the professor, but also for social events hosted by the actual college, like Harvard University put on different socials and events and gatherings for students for whatever clubs and activities that you wanted to join. But also, more depressingly, there were events hosted by the actual Muslim students in the Islamic Society on campus, the MSA, right? And these events were very often mixed. There was ikhtilat like you wouldn't believe. Even though we were all Muslim and we knew that ikhtilat was not okay, this is not acceptable Islamically. Many events basically had men and women together, there were socials, there were dinners, and just things happened in this very casual way where Muslim brothers and sisters would kind of hang out together and chit-chat. They would laugh or play games and just flirt shamelessly right in the open, right in front of everyone. And I remember this was actually one of the most shocking and the most depressing aspects of social life for me at Harvard, was seeing Muslims behave in this way. I had never seen that before. I had grown up pretty sheltered in a practicing Muslim family with very strict parents, and seeing this kind of display from Muslims with their ikhtilat, it made me feel very alienated and it made me feel depressed, to be honest with you. I remember one night I was asked by one of the sisters in the MSA, "Hey, do you want to go get ice cream?" And I said, "Oh yeah, sure, that sounds fun." But then before I could, be out the door with them, she also said, "Oh, also this brother's coming and that other brother's coming."
Brother?
And then the other brother. And I remember just stopping in my tracks and just kind of making up an excuse like, "Oh, you know what? I just remembered I have to write this paper. I actually can't come after all." But I remember inside I was really sad because I wanted to go out, but I couldn't because I didn't want to engage in ikhtilat, and that was just the norm. That was kind of how people hang out, men and women together, even Muslims. Number 6, debt and riba. The college debt crisis is real, and it affects not only us Muslims, it also affects non-Muslims. This is a national thing, it's a global thing. So, do you know how much a year at Harvard costs? Prices go up every single year, but for my senior year, which was over a decade ago, my senior year costs $52,000. Just for 1 year, not 4 years, for 1 year. And that's a lot of money. Luckily for me, my family was so poor and Harvard was so rich that it could afford to give me basically free grants to cover tuition and cover the cost. So alhamdulillah, I ended up graduating debt-free. But most people don't have this luxury.
Most people do get financial aid, by the way.
Students graduate from college with crippling debt, with riba that multiplies day by day, and it just keeps increasing, and you sink into this hole of debt that you cannot get out of. Not only is riba haram, and it brings about a war from Allah and His Messenger, alayhi salatu wassalam, as we see in the ayah towards the end of Surah Al-Baqarah, but also these ribawi loans wreak havoc on the physical health and the mental well-being of the person in debt. You basically leave college and you're told, okay, well, you signed this paper when you were 18 years old. Now you owe us money. And now you have to run and scramble and find a very high-paying job. Not necessarily a job that you like or a job that you would choose for yourself voluntarily, but a job that can pay you enough money for you to be able to pay back these loans that you have. That are, and you're racing against the clock because you have riba. This is what riba means. So you just sink into this hole that gets deeper and deeper and deeper every day, as does your depression. If you're interested in this, I actually wrote, about a year ago, I wrote a long post on Facebook about this, and it's also on Muslim Skeptic on the website. And the title is Riba, Women, and the Western Educational System, if you're interested in reading more. Number 7, feminism. I also wrote a long 10-part article on this issue of feminism. So I'm not going to go through all of this now. We don't have the time. But if you're so inclined, you can look it up on the Muslim Skeptic website. And the article is called Confessions of an Ex-Feminist. And inshallah, you can read the fun details there. But the reality is, I was exposed to feminist thinking and feminist ideas in college much more than anywhere else I went before that and after that. College was, again, this breeding ground for feminism and feminist thinking and the feminist psyche, and it seeped into my own mind and it poisoned my thinking. It tainted the way I saw the world, and I got that from college. I was a traditional, practicing young Muslim woman who wore hijab. I wore the abaya, and I was practicing and doing my best in terms of ibadah, but I was still a feminist, and I didn't realize it initially, and when I realized it, I just didn't care, because when you're surrounded by that, you just go with the flow. You're not interested in sticking out and, taking a grandstand. It's just, well, everybody kind of thinks like this. I guess I think like this too. I guess we're all feminists. That's fine. So this is all but inevitable at a liberal arts university. Number 8. Anti-marriage sentiment. Not everyone is the same, so I don't claim to speak for all women here, but I'll tell you about myself. I entered college as a freshman thinking I would do my 4 years of undergrad, then, inshallah, I would do my master's degree, then I would do my PhD in something, anything, really. I didn't even know what, but I knew the roadmap, I knew the plan, and that plan did not include marriage. In fact, marriage was straight up antithetical to my roadmap because it would most likely derail all my plans, my professional and my academic plans for myself, because marriage often also means kids, and who has time for a husband and kids when I had a master's and a PhD to get to? There's a clear competition between the two paths. There's this tension between college and career on the one hand, and then marriage and family on the other. And you'll notice that point number 8 is also intertwined with point number 7, of course. Now, number 9, waste of time, youth, and beauty. I didn't know this at the time, but now with the advantage of time, life experience, maturity, I realized looking back that college takes the best years of a woman's life. Not a man's life,
the most reproductive years.
But the best years of a woman's life, her late teens and her early 20s. This is when a woman is at the peak
fertility.
Of her youth, her beauty, her energy, her fertility, her attractiveness as a mate. Now, I'm not saying that all of those things disappear after college forever. They don't. But I am saying that this is the peak, and it's reached between the ages of 18 to 22 years of age, which is the college years. Note the uncomfortable, awkward fact that this is true only for women and not for men, and we'll explain it more inshallah later. Number 10, delaying happiness. Again, I'll speak for myself here, even though this truth applies to the majority of women. Happiness does not lie in a fancy degree or a prestigious education from a fine American institution like Harvard University or this really amazing high-flying career. Happiness for women comes from love. Happiness for women comes from relationships. Women value relationships, beautiful relationships that are nurturing and fulfilling, from the love of a good man, the husband who is caring and loving, a good protector, a good provider. He cares about us. He shows, his love in different ways. This is what we women love, and this is what we crave. And we want a warm home. We want beautiful children. We want the warmth and the happiness and the closeness of a tight-knit family. This is what brings us happiness. But again, when it comes to college and spending your time and spending your energy devoted in that direction, you start delaying thoughts of family. You start delaying thoughts of marriage. So you deny yourself that joy. I know I did. I rejected my husband the first time he asked me to marry him because I was only 18. And again, I was a feminist and I thought, I don't need to get married now. I am way, way too young. This is not the time for marriage. This is the time for me to go to college.
Wait, how old is that Daniel guy? Wait, I'm so curious how old her husband was. Asked her to marry him at 18. Oh, he got married at 23. He tried to get married at 19. Oh, okay, so that's probably whatever. Okay.
Further my career, establish myself, and all of that stuff that we all hear every day. So I was operating under points number 7, number 8, number 9. I delayed my own happiness, chasing the perception of success that I had at the time, which is higher education and career advancement. But for what? Honestly, for what? Did I get a fancy job with my fancy degree? Did I make the big bucks as a...
Okay, boring.
Just because you're a cop, why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge?
And you're saying we shouldn't be armed?
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, next time there's an active shooter going into a university, then we're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
Damn. You know what? I can't do this. Do this episode no more.
Drama.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt.
Goodbye.
Cops should not carry guns.
One person.
I mean, there are so many countries in this world that do not have this level of violence within its law enforcement department or any other department. Guns themselves are not the issue. It's the finger behind the gun, because you don't know the mentality, the mind, the heart of the person, and things trigger people and they snap. And no one exempt. Police officers are human beings too. They can snap.
If you took guns away from the uniform, I guarantee you, like, half of them would not be there working.
No, it's the power.
If you had to struggle to submit a perpetrator and to, like, actually do work, police work, like, it's not just about reaching for your gun 99% of the time. So it's like if the gun wasn't part of the uniform, a lot of them wouldn't take that enabling role that they want to take as officers,
Right in front of my building, I was harmed by an older man. When I got away, I went to the police. The detective took me to the hospital, everything, checked me out. You know what the police officer did with having a gun and everything else? Pulled me over, saying he was taking me back home, pulled me over on a dark side of a street and raped me.
Jesus.
Because of the uniform, the badge, and the gun that made me freeze. But you, as a police officer, saying that you were here to protect and to serve, you allowed your power, your uniform, you got everything else to make you think that that was okay. And this happens a lot. It happens a lot.
They want to abuse other people. They want to, tyrants over other people, so they choose jobs like that. Like, what? If you want to help other people, why can't you go be a humanitarian? There's oceans to clean up. Instead, like, everybody just wants to be out here taking rights away from others and abusing people and getting guns. And the moment you start
Are you a retard? How would having a gun on you impact a rape? A guy doesn't need a gun to rape a woman, you fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about? Usually you're way bigger, especially if it's a fucking cop. The guy's probably fucking 50 pounds heavier, muscular as a guy versus a woman. What do you mean? You don't need a gun to rape a woman? What are you talking about? It makes it a lot easier? Does it? Does it actually make it easier to rape a woman if you have a gun? You're in melee range anyway. What are you doing? Taking it out and holding it in their face while you're raping them? What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
an attitude literally click. Let's say.
If he has a gun, there is an immediate implication of lethal force. Anytime a man is on top of a woman, there is the immediate implication of lethal force.
Let's go.
But you know, I don't want to do that to them as they do it to us.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
If someone else has a gun, you gotta defend yourself too. You know, it's just the way you use it. I'm not saying that you should use guns, but I mean, if you have a gun, then you have to use it, of course, but not use it just for traffic stops or people with mental illnesses, stuff like that. That's out. If they have a knife or a stick, or or a fork, like that doesn't justify anybody getting shot.
So you're for having armed police officers?
Yeah, if someone else has a gun, if someone else.
I believe that y'all should be armed because I believe in the Constitution. I don't believe in the policing that the police force has done throughout many communities I've been in, but I do believe in rights versus laws, and I do believe that there are dangerous scenes that you go to where it is required to use them. So I have to agree that part of your, like he said, his tool belt needs to include a pistol.
Okay, good, because I was about to challenge you both and say, okay, so you mean to tell me that what happened at Michigan State University with an active shooter killing 5 students, or Ubaldi, where they went into an elementary school and killed children?
The Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook, what happened over 10 years ago. You're sitting there telling us that we shouldn't be carrying firearms?
Yeah, you shouldn't. Like, if you guys are just traffic cops and stuff like that, you guys shouldn't. No, if you guys are like a SWAT team.
Yeah, you're not answering my question.
Like I said, I'm just going based on what you said. You called me a predator. I'm like, I never done that in my life, right? I've been in situations where I've been shot at. I had 2 members of my department die in the last 2 months. I've been in situations where I've needed my firearm. I've needed every tool in my belt in my career. If you would go out and then see half of the stuff I see, you may change your perception about what you see. It's dangerous.
Moon knows you? Every streamer knows me. I'm the streamer.
Thoughts on Destiny? He looks very cute with his colored hair. I want to give him a little kiss on the nose.
Okay.
So you can't call for backup?
What does me calling for backup having to do with
So
this?
if you work county, okay, say in my area.
I'm a county cop.
Right, and in my area, I mean, you have miles and miles of nothing around you. Your closest partner is maybe if you're lucky, 20 minutes away. Okay. In the meantime, I've got somebody that has me at gunpoint, and if I don't have a gun on my hip, I'm dead. I am a dead man walking because I have nothing that can go up against another gun.
But how do you think felons feel?
There's tasers, pepper balls, like...
Societal issues are not on the police. Like, I'm not stripping you of your rights, right? That is not... you can vote. I don't give a shit. You can vote. You can carry a gun. You can do all that. That is not my... That is not my job in life. My job is, you've been accused of a crime. I got to take you to jail because this, and that, and the third. I'm done.
You're saying that we should have pepper spray, tasers to Michigan State University or Ubaldi? Is that what you're saying? So you're telling me that if I'm a cop, I have no gun?
But also, this
well, he said to the community, like maybe
No, that's not what he said. The prompt is, should cops be unarmed? Hold on a second. You just got done watching probably the most tragic incidents in probably historically. Ubaldi, may I add?
Why does he keep saying Baldi?
Kids, for crying out loud. And what you're sitting here saying is that we shouldn't be unarmed. What is it would you like me to do if someone has an AK-47 killing kids? That's my question to you.
We actually have our own rights. You know, that we actually have our own rights to carry and defend ourselves in certain situations like that.
You know,
but
with
the
all
full
due
story-
respect, that's not the that's not the question I'm
But if
asking.
you want to use your
No,
body,
I'm asking you if you were okay. I'll ask in a different way. If you're a police officer and you have no firearms, you got your pepper spray, you have your taser, you have your baton, and you are responding to Ubalde Elementary School where there's an active shooter with an AK-47. What are you going to do?
Damn, when was the last active shooting used with an AK-47?
I would say that I would call for backup to the proper authorities that would be entitled to have those weapons that are not in the general community.
I get what he's saying.
No, but what entitled to have weapons? Who? What agency?
So like, like
SWAT
the UK.
and above.
Yeah, what he's saying.
It's
Like United Kingdom, how United Kingdom, their special force in their police department have weapons, but they're regular.
So why should you just be? Why should you have the ability to just tote around a gun? That's my question to you.
What's that?
My question to you is, just because you're a cop, why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge?
No. That's not what. That's not what the prompt is. The prompt is cops being unarmed, cops being all of us.
but you use your
Whether
body,
you're
and your
patrol-
body, they took like over an hour to
If you let
respond
me-
when
allow me
they
to
were
finish. He
there. So
asked
you
me
had
a
the
question.
guns and you still didn't.
What I'm
ensure
saying
majority
is
of
that
cops wouldn't have
he's
done
saying
that, but-
cops. Cops is a very. When you say cops to me, you're talking everybody, every single cop. Okay, and you're saying we shouldn't be unarmed. Okay.
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, so you know what? Next time there's a big active shooter going into a university, then I guess we're not. We're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
So I have a question for you. So, all those countries that don't have their police officers carrying guns.
Not many, just so you know.
Oh, I know very well. That's the work that I do.
Okay.
So, and even been there to see that. But what I'm saying is that, have you ever thought about how those countries respond to those situations? And can we do the same?
We absolutely could not do the same because we have criminals here, and I'm not speaking of y'all, but there are people here that still carry regardless of if it's against the law. If you were to take guns away from illegals, criminals, people that are not from here, I would 100% agree that officers don't need guns and that we could go do
Because
what?
I think the mass shooters are not the ones, the immigrants, and the taking it all
No,
away.
but and that's what I'm just giving examples.
Yeah, but
I'm just
so
giving
the
examples.
She's right. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
so the mass
constitutional-
shooting
it's
and
a
all
Second
that
Amendment
is-
issue.
A constitutional
second-
right to bear arms, right, allows
It's a right.
everybody in this country to bear arms. Well, not
Which is
everybody,
rare.
not everybody. Let me be specific. If you're a law-abiding citizen to carry guns, the amount of guns that we have in America, doesn't it outweigh the people that we have? Hey, these countries, they don't have a Second Amendment. They don't have a constitutional right to bear arms. So it's a lot easier to say, you know what? Y'all can't bear arms, so y'all can't bear arms. In this country, we can. So I'm just being, like I said, everything is anecdotal. I've been in situations where I needed my gun, and you were absolutely right. Would I do the job without one? Hell no, because I've been in situations where I needed one, and you know what? I had it. It's equal force. I'm being shot at, I'm about to shoot back. Not just, hey, I have a gun on my hip, I'm just about to, you know what, guns. That's not how I do my job.
And the thing that popped right from that prompt is just active shooter, active shooter, active shooter. That's.
And it's not even
To your
it's not
question-
even
to your
active
question,
shooter.
you know
It's
what?
just being
I haven't
shot
d-
at by itself. In
I
and of
haven't done the
itself.
research, or I don't know if there's any empirical data to know exactly in other countries how they respond to someone who has an AK-47 that goes into a building and starts killing people, and yet we're a police force that doesn't have any firearms. I don't know.
They
I would have to
special
do the
units for it.
research.
They do have special units for it. They're just not out on the street where you see them all the time, 24/7. But you said something, and I want to bring that up. Hold on, what's that? You said something. You said that the people with the guns are oftentimes criminals or, people like that. And I want to say that those mass shootings that happen in our country are from people that pass a whole tons of background checks and are law-abiding, to your point, and all these things, and all of a sudden, and that was my point earlier about when people snap or whatever might happen, and we have to be clear in identifying that because we get labeled like we're the ones doing all these mass shootings, all these things, these horrible, egregious things, and 96% of the
percentage.
time,
Yes.
it is not
Right.
a person that was formerly incarcerated.
And to your
or had
point,
a-
we get
so
labeled.
let's be clear on that point.
Right, and then we get labeled as killers.
Right.
I think I've
But that's what I'm
heard
saying, so-
agents of racial genocide is what we've been labeled
Jesus.
before. You know, and all this when
Fucking morons. When she says law-abiding, she just means like people that haven't like committed crimes before. Obviously, as you're committing the crime, you're not law-abiding, but
And again, my point was just, I'm talking about one specific type of, incident where,
But we have to
I
pay
think
attention
everybody
to
would
that,
agree.
though.
I think everybody would agree.
We all
Like to
have
have
to
a
pay
farm.
attention to that, though, and be clear and be very honest with that, and identify it, and not try to like, oh, well, it sounds good, and let's get some news on this, and let's just like label them and put everything on them, because that's how we feel, because that is actually what's happening. And then when we know the truth and the facts, and it comes out, it's like that person was never been incarcerated, never had a record, never anything, and do the worst harm to our society, our communities, because believe it or not, the vast majority of us on this side of the fence want safety just as much as you do.
Hey, good humans, Zach here, checking in to
What up,
ask
Zach?
if you're doing your best to protect yourself from online crime. Anyone can find anything on the internet, including your full legal name, your email, your home address, phone number,
No
and even
shot,
your
Zach.
relatives.
Don't fucking
This
tell me that.
information is accessible because of data brokers who profit by selling your information to spammers, telemarketers, and anyone else that wants to learn more about you. That's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura provides all-in-one digital safety for your devices to protect you from online threats. They have almost every internet safety tool you'll ever need, including a VPN, password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring, and more, all in one easy-to-use app. Aura does the hard work of keeping you safe online, and if you sign up right now by going to aura.com/jubileemedia, Aura will give you a 2-week free trial so you can start protecting yourself and your information. Be sure to check out the link in the description or scan the QR code to start your free trial today. Thanks so much to Aura for sponsoring this episode.
I'm
Now,
on it,
let's
dude.
get back to the video.
Let's go.
Police violence is blown out of proportion.
I think that really depends on where you're at, whether it's city, town. I think it really depends on the department, because you have a lot of departments that you see a lot of that stuff, but then you have like the smaller departments that you don't see none of that. And you have community policing. You know, we go out and we do activities with the kids. We do activities with families. Yes, we still do our job. We still pull people over, but we're not, I guess, what you would call harassing people in some of the ways that the big cities do.
But I mean, you technically are, though. Like, I mean, justifying your bad behavior and your violence for you guys doing community work, it just doesn't go hand in hand, you know?
I understand people's sentiment where one incident where it looks extremely bad is wrong, and then it casts an entire umbrella over the entire profession. I may have a different perspective or different perception of what you're looking at than you do because I'm in this profession, but the way that I guess that we look at things now in the media, it's blown completely out of proportion.
So when we see the videos of a police officer handling a child, and that cop has become violent towards a child.
And I agree, but my thing is, has it been blown out of proportion? I see that one incident.
We
and I'm
see it
like,
a lot.
You do see it a lot, but you have to also take in consideration that there's over 1,800 agencies in the entire United States. So if you look at the big grand scheme of things as it relates to all these agencies, and you do see violence, you do see where it's scrutinized, where it's brutal, but if you take the numbers, it's very, very minimal.
If you look at all the public contacts with all agencies nationwide compared to these bad incidents or the perception of bad incidents, it's a very micro compared to the macro of how many public contacts all the agencies have with the public.
Those are the ones that you do see. I mean, even before
and it was brought up earlier about the media blowing it up, and we agree to that.
There was, Rodney King, there was Emmett Till, there was all these
and
people,
honestly, there's bad officers. And good officers will be the first ones to tell you there are bad officers. There's bad in every workforce that you're in. Everything. If it's bad, it's bad. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, we are the first ones to kind of, hey, that's too far.
And I used to work internal affairs, and I personally arrested 2 prior police officers.
I also worked internal affairs, and I can tell you out of 30 plus of these tribunal hearings, a lot have been terminated. So there is some accountability. I think we're heading in the right direction, considering 20-something years ago, you did something bad and, it got swept. Now, social media obviously has magnified it by hundreds and hundreds, which is good.
But what social media has done is just allowed everyone to see what's happening in the moment, right? Before we got it weeks later, months later, years later, so no one knew what was going on. But now we have the ability to film it in the moment and say, hey, look at this, and this is what's being captured. And violence that's perpetrated against people, who, whether they're doing something wrong or not, is so, I mean, it's to the point where it's not even harmful anymore. It's tragic. Why? Because we're all human beings. And there's a culture of violence that perpetuates within the department itself. And I've had good cops reach out to me and said, they're not listening. And if they know I'm saying anything, I'm gone or I'm gonna be hurt.
Police violence is completely blown out of proportion, in a sense that it's completely biased. Why isn't nonviolence or me saving someone's life not blown out of proportion?
Can the disagreeers step forward?
Disagreeers.
I don't believe it's blown out of proportion because I believe it's just barely getting the exposure that it needs.
It is what it is. That's what it is. Each time I've encountered the cops, it's just been like the most negative experience of my life. Like, I'm addicted to the news. And every time I turn on the news, it's another cop killing. Like you said, maybe they don't report what's good out there, but they do report the bad. And I watch it every day of my life. Like, I see how the cops treat people.
If I may ask you, if you did see the good, would that give you a different perception about the police?
What were you gonna say over your hair? Almost everything about cop discourse is just like tainted with like bad stats and everything. Like even the idea of like what is a mass shooting? People say there's 500 mass shootings a year in the United States, kind of, but like a mass shooting is like, you know, gang people are shooting each other in Chicago and like 4 people end up getting hit, and that's considered a quote unquote mass shooting. When most people mean mass shooting to mean like a rifle in like a school or like the Vegas shooting or something. And then like the idea of like, do the cops kill a lot of people? Like nobody even knows what those numbers are. Like all this is just very much like a, like cop arguments are literally like, how do I feel about what I've seen on Twitter? And then boom, and that's it.
It's not that I don't see the good, it's that it just doesn't, I haven't seen it happen, I haven't experienced it, I haven't heard nobody in my community like have anything good.
So I've seen the good when I was 16 years old. I'm in my 40s. I actually had a police officer who was my hero. Every contact since in multiple states, multiple divisions, has violated me, stolen from me, taken from me, and stripped me of every value I ever had. The way y'all talk to me, the approach, I'm so respectful. 18,000, that's what you said? Divisions?
No, 1,800.
1,800? How many prisons are there? And how many inmates? And then we're disarmed when we come home. We can't vote, so I can't compete with you on my laws. I can't carry a gun. I can't defend myself. I can't even carry a knife. The exposure is barely there. We need more exposure. I'm from the LA County area, from the islands of Hawaii originally. Every police in between them seas to the East Coast has always spoken with disrespect. They don't pull us over on a speeding ticket like, hi, how's your day? How you doing? Do you got any emergencies going on?
Yeah, they come with their guns.
When's the last time you was arrested?
Who, me?
No, I'm just saying that's the approach when you come to the car window, right? Is on guard.
I don't talk like that. So I hear where you're coming from, but I don't talk like that. So some people do that. You talk for them, but you said us. You just pointed at us and said us.
The department. All departments. All
I don't know which
I don't
department
know
they work for, but I work for a department, and I've never seen these people in my life. I've never seen you in my life. I've never encountered you in my life, but I wouldn't come at you like that.
So you don't cuss at people when you walk up to them?
Oh, absolutely. When I walk up to them, no. Now, if they're cussing at me, I might cuss back. Absolutely. I'm going to allow you to dictate how you want to allow this interaction to go.
What if I speak to you with respect and you go back there and you pull my license and it says
You're still
parole
gonna
date
get
2036?
treated. You're still gonna get treated with
Walk up
respect.
to you?
I've never, not one time. So you guys are 4 out of hundreds I've
you
came
can
into
come do
contact
ride-alongs
And that's
with
fine.
me.
But what I'm saying is I'm coming to you,
I
oh, what are
will
you on
show
parole
you,
for? I'm on
yes.
parole for this and that and the
Your
third.
computer doesn't
now,
tell
if
you
you're an
what,
asshole,
that's my response.
If
Your
you're an
computer
asshole,
doesn't tell you, you got to do your job.
Yeah, and the dynamics change because everybody's got body-worn video now, or dashboard video, and everything's recorded.
Yeah,
all
but
these
that's the reason
contacts.
you guys have them. That's exactly why you guys have body cams and dash cams.
For
Because even your own
transparency.
departments don't
it's
trust
for
you.
transparency. So if I do something, the public knows why I did something. That's what it's for. I grew up in the era of body cams, so I'm fine with it. I turn it on every single time. I've had people say, hey, this person is rude, this person this and that and the third, and they watch the body cam, did nothing that they said.
Bingo, and I'll
But
jump into that.
technology is policing you. So technology has little air. Human beings are policing us in the community of a community that you don't even know our values. You come from 30 miles away as a difference in the values. So I believe that it does need more exposure beyond the cameras that y'all
Well, I
hold.
think if you're gonna say it needs more exposure, I think the good side also needs more exposure. I think policing in a whole needs more exposure.
I mean, I grew up with that in school, DARE programs and all these false hopes.
But that's not, the DARE
That's your
program has
exposure.
nothing to do with patrol and being out on the streets and working with people and families out on the streets. I see the good in policing, but I also see the bad in policing. So, like I said, if this one side needs more exposure, I think it all needs more exposure.
I grew up in the community. I'm not judging you, but yet you see me with a uniform, you automatically judge me. And I don't think that's fair.
Well, because that comes from her experience. That's what she's trying to say. It's like as soon as the uniform is put on, the badge, it's like, and for most,
ego trip.
because I'm in that work, and I see it, and
Ego.
it's like the ego comes in, or that power. And as human beings, we must feel like we're in control. It just seems to be an innate thing within all of us. Oftentimes, people with titles and roles allow the titles and roles to justify what they do. The good is there. The good is there. There's 4 of you right here. You have some conscience. That's what I'm hearing.
Committing a crime is never justified.
Is never justified? Oh, come on.
Does anybody agree with the prompt?
No.
Everything is a crime now.
Can they disagree a step forward?
That prompt, it's a very open-ended question. I shared a part of my story earlier about the person, the officer, who was there to protect, serve, and he committed a crime against me. Was he justified? Because he's a police officer, a detective. I forgave him.
What?
And so that's why I couldn't step forward, because I had to pause for a second. I have to take a neutral stance here because that's not our reality.
I was 14 years old, and
Did I misunderstand
was
that? Wait, what?
deciding to not go to school. And my stepdad came up and yanked a cover out from underneath me, and I hit the ground off of a bunk bed. And I got up cussing him, and he slapped me across my face, and I was the one that was taken to juvenile hall. But damn it, my crime was justified. You know, I think with anybody, with any crime that is committed, there's a reason, there's a background, there's a story.
There you go.
There's circumstances that you have to find out. And us as police officers, that's our job, you know, and we'll take it from there.
So none of you as officers stepped forward and felt like it was unjustifiable the minute that you put your badge on to commit a crime?
No,
Not one of you?
I feel like it's
She just asked for
justified.
an instant.
Right, I feel like some things are justified for basic survival.
I'm just curious,
You
if
deal
out
with,
of 4 of you didn't have that one concept and you took an oath to protect and serve my community, his community, your community, her community, and not one of you stepped forward, I was gonna step forward and challenge it. I hesitated and went back because I wanted to rethink
Wait, what?
it.
Is she mad that...
Not one of you felt like when you put on that badge and that tool belt that there was no justifiable reason to commit a crime because it'd be self-defense, right?
Some things are justified. I can just...
Based. U.S. dollar is actually backed by nothing. The nothing.
All hands, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die.
Economic system where 2 of the wealthiest Americans own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country. We have levels of economic inequality that are worse than the Gilded Age. To truly invest in poverty, you have to reverse the impact of the disproportionate distribution of wealth that happened post-slavery. The Homestead Act, which gave the entire West to white Americans, both native and foreign born, that kept black people from getting that land, those homes, and building wealth. Black banks have never been invested in the way that, let's say, the Bank of Italy was invested in, that now has become Bank of America, one of our largest banks. You've had Jim Crow, black laws, KKK, mass incarceration.
Have I watched
You've
The
had
Expanse? No.
globalization where we, with the race to the bottom, chasing low-cost labor all over the world, taking industrial jobs out of the black communities. You know what they brought back in? Cops and drugs and the numbers game. You gave us an illegal economy and cops, but never repaired the harm that you have caused, which is why mostly gun trafficking is trafficking in the black and brown communities, and black and brown people are killing each other with it. So when I talk about dealing with the issue of poverty, I'm talking about reparations, repairing the historic harm, investing in schools equitably. Right now, if you live in a wealthy community, you get more money for your school than you live in a poor community. And the poor community is only poor because they were redlined by the United States government via the GI Bill. Come on now.
Now, let me address a couple of your things. The first thing you said is about income inequality. Listen, of course, incomes are not equal because everybody has different levels of talent, ability. People have started in different parts in life. We both acknowledge that.
Yes.
I will never sit here and say
Some
that.
were slave masters, some were slaves.
But Jamal,
Okay.
I'm never going to sit here and say that black people in America started at the same place of other people in America. I'm not going to make that point because we both know that is not true.
Wow. Simply Eben.
Just said basic survival. I
Food,
deal with
yeah.
transients all the time, right? They go and steal something. My department requires me to do something when somebody steals something. Now,
All right, I have a
do I
quick-
think it's right? No, but he's hungry. It's my job, so I have to do something or I'm gonna get fired. Can I pull out my card and pay
I've
for
done
it?
that.
No,
Yep. I've done that.
But I can't. My department doesn't allow me to do that, so I can't do that. I have to do something. They say, hey, I want him to go to jail. He's going to jail based on what that person said. With your situation, if she would have took the knife to the officer, that's justified to me, right? In my eyes.
Yeah.
Now, do we being justified and dealing with the consequences are two different things.
I'm totally accountable. My years in prison made me 100% accountable for me in every action that I do and every thought that I make. So I've served federal and state prison. I have a parole until 2036 for narcotics. I've never hurt anybody. Nobody's ever overdosed from my drugs. I just got caught under the Reagan laws. I was raised in there. I've created my deepest friendships that I have in there. I've left women behind in there. The problem is that when I found myself in trouble since I've been home, the last number I would call is anything with a 11, 211, 411, or 911. My loss of faith and belief in the whole entire police community is gone. It ain't no 2% of you in my eyes. There ain't no 1%. Because you might be a hero one day, and then 16 years later, back against the corner, lose everything you stood for. And it happens, we're humans.
Just a prompt. Anything that you've done to get you where you were was never justified.
If you look at justifiable, no, I was greedy. I was taught to hustle.
But why did you start?
Because I was hungry.
You were justified, but you're still gonna get arrested. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't justify it, I'm accountable. See, there's a difference, you can't.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand where you come from, but I'm still gonna arrest you. I'm still gonna do my job.
Because this is his job.
Yeah, I'm
So
still gonna
what
do it. So
is-
I understand your story, I hear you, but you're still going to jail. That's what I'm saying. Is it justified? I get it. You were hungry, you had to do what you had to do, you had to do what you had to do to survive. I get it. But you're still going to jail.
You're doing a job that the department told you to do.
Right.
You just said that, would you want it to come out your pocket to probably feed the person that was stealing something because they're hungry? Because in your humanity, you know what it's like to be hungry.
Agreed.
But in your job, you know that if you don't do what you're told, and the procedures and stuff, that you're going to get in trouble. You probably lose that job, and that's not something you want to do because you also have to feed your family
Agreed.
and feed yourself, right?
Absolutely.
So I think we can all agree, some of you have good intentions and you go in with that. But it's a department that has a culture of violence. You can't help but to pick up some of those traits. Number one, because you want your job. Number one. So I served 27 years in prison, in a maximum security prison for women. I had a sentence of 25 to life.
Jesus.
For the crimes of kidnapping and murder. That's what I was convicted of. Did I do it? That's a different story. No person that represented a system helped me. Punishment has become the response to every damn thing in this country.
Because it's like we're out in the street living every day to survive. We're out in the street doing our own thing. When you guys as colleagues come after us, like at what point does it justify your colleagues to do all that stuff just because they have that badge? When y'all colleagues are shooting at us, how does that justify you guys' crimes? That's what I understood from her. I understood like when you guys are, that's what I got.
Because I was agreeing with what she's saying.
You're out in the streets and, you know, you guys come and do all this and that. Well, who's calling? Who's calling us to get to where you're at?
All right, let me give you a perfect example, all right?
Okay.
Let's say I have a broken down car, you know?
Okay.
I have a broken down car and nobody called you. You just happen to see a broken down car. And I have my emergency lights on too, so I'm declaring that I'm having an emergency situation.
Okay.
You see me out and about, I'm on my phone, I'm in a safe area on this side, on the right side of my vehicle where I'm not in imminent danger. I'm following all my protocols. Let's say I even go as far as putting a road flare or a cone from like a traffic kit. I cover all my T's and A's, you know? I'm literally trying to avoid you because I don't like you. So I'm doing everything I gotta do, but here you go. Woo, 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 woo. Hey, what's up? Do you need help? And I'm like, no, sir, I don't need any help. I've called AAA, they're on their way. I verbally communicated with you that I'm good. I'm in no imminent danger. I put my cones up. I'm waiting for AAA. I relayed to you, verbally communicated that I'm okay. I'm not bleeding. You're not seeing anything going on with me that would attract you to come after me. But here you are, grabbing at your belt, pulling at your thing. Just seeking for something to go after. Immediately seeking, like you're like a predator, bro. You're literally hawking eye into your target and you're like, I'm gonna get him. Boom, and then here you go. You been drinking today? I'm like, bro, I just told you I don't need your help. Like I'm sitting here waiting for my AAA to come with a flat tire because I got a wheel lock. Okay. Oh, so, but have you been drinking today? Are you on probation or parole? Immediately it's like, dude, I'm in distress. I've advised you I don't need your help.
Right.
Put up all my flares, crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's, but you continue to push the subject.
Yeah.
And then you go as far as like pulling your gun. Why are you getting hostile, sir?
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't
Click.
happen. I'm just saying.
Why are you getting hostile, sir? Click. You good?
Yeah, so
I feel like you're getting hostile, sir. Put your hands where I can see them. Click.
Okay.
There we go.
So I'm gonna tell you what I always just say in the streets when I work
I mean,
patrol.
do we agree here?
This is what I was gonna say. I'm gonna tell you what I always say in patrol. You know, and this is what I said in my earlier comment where we get painted with this broad brush. First of all, I would have given you a ride. When you say you, I just want to make sure and be clear that me personally.
That's why I have AAA though. I don't need a ride.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that in my mind, you're speaking about me personally. I would have helped you no matter what.
But I don't need your help. I've advised you, verbally
Roger
told
that.
you.
That's
when
fine.
you were 10
and you
feet
know
away,
what?
and you kept
I
coming
would have went
towards
to
me.
I would have took off
When
and
you
went
were
to
like
Starbucks and
15
got a
feet
cup.
away.
I would have took off and went to Starbucks and got a cup. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that I'm going to tell you what I always used to say when I used to work in the streets. You know what? I can't speak and I can't feel what you feel.
So why did you?
Let me finish.
See what I
Let
mean?
me finish.
You guys are predators, bro. Exactly. Nobody called. Who called you?
You're not letting me
so
finish.
who called you?
You're not letting me
But
finish.
that was my question. That was your question, right? Who called you?
Did I let you speak?
But nobody called you.
Uh-oh.
Can
I speak? Can I say
we,
something? 'Cause I feel like
he doesn't understand can we get a little
like-
protocol
That's what he
here,
started
the
off
Q&A,
with.
where he talks and then I talk?
Yeah,
Because
one
she's
second.
not letting me talk.
Okay, you can respond, and then
Okay.
I want to hear from Star, and then
Yeah.
you have to go to the next
And
round.
can you just please let me finish? Okay.
I mean, I'm answering the valid points validly, you know.
Oh,
You're
the
not letting me-
valid
you know
points
what?
validly.
Disregard.
it's good. We don't
You're not
gotta
letting
agree,
me
but
finish
you know,
what
I
I'm
gotta
saying.
say like
What I'm trying
But
to.
you
what
gotta
I'm
have more
trying-
patience as a police officer.
Well, no, it's- well-
You just got a quick snap, and I can see it.
You always gotta be right, like,
No,
you-
I'm
you-
just
you don't
used to
always gotta be
argue. When
right.
I argue, I always
think
let the
I think
person
he made a
speak as
valid
much
point,
as you
like,
can.
I think he just
and
wanted
then once.
the crime that was committed, like when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cop. I saw the cops. I grew up in the 90s, so they would give baseball cards, and I thought the cops were the coolest things because I had a real bad childhood, like with my parents, and I didn't really have friends like that. But the cops would be there. But the second I got my lowrider bike, like the cops would pull me over and give me tickets, and I'd be like, why don't you stop them over there? It's like, well, we're stopping you. How are we gonna stop them? And then I would get tickets constantly. I was just a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I like the lowrider culture, and they would give me tickets all the time. Then my parents would be like, why are you getting tickets? Like, I'm like, I don't know. They just keep stopping me. And then like maybe I'll ditch school, and the cops will like, like sometimes they'll get me from a certain neighborhood and drop me off in like far away from my house, like, or sometimes, and I was a minor, and they'll get me from the streets and take me to the police station, which I found out later was illegal. There, and they made me to who I am, and they made me think that I was a bad guy. until like I realized almost like 13 years ago, I don't gotta be that bad guy no more. But the cops made me who I was.
And I'll share, like, I've never served any time like that. I was arrested as a 13-year-old, you know, literally I still looked like I was 10. I was smoking weed at the park, and I got immediately apprehended, taken into custody. I got handcuffed behind my back. And then I got placed in a cop car with no divider. It was like a park cop, you know. So no divider. And then when he started asking me about my name and stuff, so I was like the adolescent phases. I didn't want to answer him. I didn't have to.
Why not though?
He's a minor.
Because I'm a minor. You don't have to interrogate me without my parents.
You don't have the right to talk to them.
That's incorrect. You committed a crime.
See? But I mean, you know.
But I don't think you're well.
All right.
One second.
Gotcha.
So without the barrier, and he kept asking me questions, and I just simply didn't want to answer him. I didn't have to at that point, you know. So he got upset that I didn't, you know, volunteer with whatever his demands were, and he just punched me in the chest as a handcuffed 13-year-old kid, knocked the wind out of me, whatever, you know. It went as far as violating my rights. I never even knew that I could have told his commanding officers or even the watch commander once I got to the jail, yo, this guy like sucker punched me in the chest, like he knocked the wind out of me, he abused me, he abused a minor. I didn't know any of that. Now that I'm an adult, because I'm a felon, because of course that, you know, escalated into more things like gay marijuana, and marijuana was hella illegal back then. I'll be damned if you guys mess with me like all over again, and that has happened to me.
I get it.
That's why I got road flares in my car. That's why I keep like a kid, you know?
I get it.
I cross all my T's and dot all my I's, dude.
Criminals who commit violent felonies don't deserve certain legal rights.
You know what? I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this episode no more. It's not making any sense. The questions just don't make sense to me.
Sorry.
I can't really get my point across how I want to. And the questions are kind of like reversed. Like it's like you're asking the question, but you kind of. I can't do it.
I totally understand.
I can't do it.
You can always share whether you agree or disagree.
I can't be on camera doing that.
I totally understand.
I'm trying to get my point across at the police, you know what I mean? But I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like I can't do that, and I can't even get my point across. There's no point in me being here.
So
I'm out of here.
Can we take a smoke break then?
Damn. Adios.
Oh, I can? Oh, yes.
I fear the other side. Step forward if you agree.
You know, I think it's part of their job to put fear in us, but it shouldn't. You know, every time just for a traffic ticket or just being stopped on the street, it was always like guns drawn right away. You know, and every time they point their guns at me, especially towards my back when I'm not even looking, like it just gives me this fear, like, and then.
Wait, how do you know they're pointing guns at your back when you're not looking? Wait, what?
Not only that, they like to manhandle you. They like to like grip on your knuckles when they already know the procedure. I spread my legs and I try to do everything right, and they still try to manhandle you each time. They try to like hold you so you could react and do something. It's like that it's like their job is to incriminate us. And for every traffic ticket, it was always like, I always had my driver license, my insurance, so every time they would come at me, I'll start cursing them out. Like that was me, that was my whole, from ever since I turned 18 till I was like 30, I was just cursing them out every chance I get, and I would love it. Because they'll give me a ticket each time, and I'll be like, okay, like, I don't care, like, I'm paying for my freedom, and that was the cost of my freedom, but I did fear for my life each time. Every time, like, they manhandle me and talk down to me, all I would think about was my kids. Like, damn, if my kids wanted to see how these people act, because my kids look up to me, but to see the cops, like, act this way and then laugh about it, you know, who are these people? Like, they bring fear to the community. They don't bring any peace or nothing like that. You know, and that's how I grew up. I grew up with so much aggression towards the cops, like so much aggression, until I realized, you know what, I'm not who they made me to be.
I have a dangerous job, just like how you have children. I don't know if everybody has children. I want to go home to see my children, so I don't necessarily fear the other side. I just fear what could happen if I let my guard down while I'm doing my job. And that's it. Once you start off aggressive, I kind of have to match that, because in the back of my head, why are you being aggressive? I have to understand, hey, he's being aggressive for some reason. I don't want to die. I don't want you to die. You don't want to die. I would hope that you don't want me to die. And we just meet in the middle right there.
Yeah, actually, back then I would hope a car hits them or something because the cops will come out with their guns drawn. It wasn't even no like I'll just be spooked and once they come to me, I'll be like, you mother, like I'll just go off on them.
In my younger days, like I'd never just pointed my gun for no reason, but I was, you know, what, oh, whoa. Now it's like, oh, okay.
I mean, it's just interesting how all you guys stayed back there and didn't come. And I think you guys decided to come and show that you do have fear, but I don't think you guys really fear us, you know, the way we fear you. You keep saying that it's not you, and he's gonna keep saying that it's not him, so who is it? Nobody?
As if it's black and white, do I fear you? No. I don't even know you to fear you.
I signed up for the fact that one day I'm gonna get shot, and 20 plus years ago, I couldn't agree with you more. I totally understand that brutality and how we treat people, we treat them like, I get that. Fast forward 25 years ago, because of all that treatment that we did, now you have ambushes, you know, you got situations where suspects, you know, people are coming up at cops and just executing them. And you know, so when the prompt says, you know, do I fear the other side? Well, yeah, I mean, the other side is someone who wants to take my life out and doesn't even know me. And I suppose that's a consequence of what happened decades ago where we did treat people like.
I just had to say this straight. Let's be clear. What we're hearing right now, there's trauma, right? And
Yes.
this is triggering.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so what we're going off of our reality, what's happened and what continues to happen. It causes us as human beings to become defensive. It causes us to become protective. It causes us to become things that we're not.
But it
we weren't
shouldn't.
born to, and it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Exactly.
Like I should not have to
Exactly.
stay inside my house and become
That,
an
and I heard
introvert.
of it.
And it's like, why can't I enjoy my freedoms? I'm a tax-paying American. I mean, I know I'm a felon and I can't have certain, you know, rights, but when does my fear of you guys impede me from living my life as a free American?
I'm only 30 years old, so I'm dealing with the consequences of what people have done in the past. But it's like, I'm not like that. So it's like, I get the trauma, but it's also like, I'm trying to change it. Allow me to change it.
You know what, I do have to say something like, the cops from the 90s are very different from the new cops. Because now they got a whole bunch of different races. Before, it was mostly whites. Yeah, so that's what I had to deal with in the 90s. But now it's a little different, I could say that.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I agree with this gentleman here about the job as danger factors. Coming across people out in the field and patrol, I didn't fear them because I treated them with the utmost respect. And I treated them the way I would want my family to be treated if they were on the other end being stopped. I've had arrestees after going to the jail and processing them, get them food, whatever. A handful would say, you know what, thank you for treating me with the utmost respect.
I live in anxiety every day. Every time I see a black and white cop car,
I get it.
every time I see red
I
and
get
blue
it.
lights,
I totally
a
get it.
uniform, I hear a little too much keys. I hear I just don't, you know, little noises that come with your guys' uniforms. I sat up here for 15 minutes and was gonna turn around because I did not wanna be in a room with 4 people that wore that badge. And it's come to that much of a broken trust because I am the most friendliest human that you'll meet. I trust everything, even a stranger walking. As soon as I see a uniform, I'm totally guarded and I live in anxiety because of it. Me with my parole, I could show license, registration, insurance with a smile. Oh, why you got a parole till 2036? Step out of your vehicle. Next thing you know, my little tiny belongings are on the side of the curb and it's not even getting put back together. And then I'm late for work. Now I gotta explain to a job that hired a felon why I'm late because someone had a pissy day and they saw that I had a parole date. If you don't know my trauma, I don't expect you to evaluate it. But I don't expect a tough tone either, because it might trigger me and then we both gonna be all types of bitches. You know, like, what,
Totally.
you know?
Totally get you.
So,
What I want to know is how you guys feel about that we're scared of you guys.
I hate it.
I think it's interesting on both sides. Like, it's legitimate to have, like, trauma relating to cops. That's a totally legitimate thing. But is it not legitimate for cops to have trauma related to, like, dealing with perpetrators or suspects or, you know, traffic people or whatever? Like, because the trauma theoretically could exist on both ends, you know? But I'm curious why
Because how do I gauge that? I don't know. I guess I have to continue to ask questions, this and that, third. But I'm like, why the hell? I'm just talking to you. Like, if I saw it, like I said,
because you can only put an animal in a corner for so long before they fight back. But I think that's what the police wants. I think that they want a war. They want us to fight back. Because I wanted to fight back so long until I realized I wasn't that person, and I had to just go my way, like follow the path that God gave me, and I had to leave that alone. But I did have a uglier path that I was gonna follow. But it's like, the cops. It's like you guys make yourself our enemy.
I don't enjoy conflict.
Well, I'm telling you, we're all scared of you. And everybody I know is scared of the police.
When you interact with me or with any of you guys, I'm going to understand who you are as a person. And it kind of goes back to what he had said about match energy with energy,
But if that was the case, I mean, we don't really fear you. We don't. We're not scared. I'm not scared of you one bit. If I had a gun, we could both go at it. We'll do a duel or something like that, and we'll be even. Other than that, I'm not scared of you guys, but it's just the fact that a lot of times we don't have guns, we don't have knives like you guys think we're ninjas, that we're just gonna throw a knife or a fork and it's gonna land in your eye, and then you guys, that's not how we live. That's not the reality that we.
That badge gives you guys all the power.
What community are you from? Because I hear twang.
Tennessee.
Okay, so where do you police?
Tennessee.
You police in Tennessee?
Mm-hmm.
So do you police in the community you grew up in?
I do.
Okay, so out here in LA, it's pretty different. Okay, our police, like the beat, they might live there for 25, 30 years and live over here now because they've made it out. Or they might actually come from somewhere they wanted to police, but they send them to Long Beach. So a big factor is that badge that you put on, you took a responsibility to know that I don't trust you. We can have commonalities. I probably can't have a commonality with you even if you said that it was your passion, other than if we could get to the way above you, because you're like the bottom of the trickle effect of the system. Mm-hmm. I need friends way up there.
Yeah.
Once you put on that uniform and that badge, for me, I'm on guard no matter who you are.
You're 100% right. We have a lot of work to do. Shows like this, us coming together and having this dialogue, it's only going to try to get us, not only just to middle ground, but to treat each other as humans.
Middle ground, name drop.
We have a lot of work to do. I totally get it.
I agree.
Policing is necessary. Policing is necessary.
You don't do it cold like that.
I agree with y'all.
You're cold, man.
I agree because I was kidnapped, raped, and tortured.
Jesus.
And it was an off-duty LA sheriff officer who was out of jurisdiction playing softball. It was during payphone days. He saw red flags. He was policing. He did his job. He noticed damsel in distress, I guess, and he called local authorities, and the gentleman got a double life sentence due to the horrendous crimes he committed against me. So I do believe that policing is necessary in certain perspectives. However, I'm gonna be biased. I think that y'all don't need a police drug to me, no. So I do believe that there is a reason and a purpose for your positions.
I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm sorry that it happened to you. I'm a parent, and I have a daughter, I have a mother, I have a sister, and I would never want anything like that to happen. And what you went through was horrendous, and we have checks and balances in place for that. Moving forward with a lot of transparency, I think there are a lot of changes in regards to issues with that. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, I personally arrested 2 of our own officers working internal affairs for the crimes that they committed. It didn't go over well, but it had to be done. And those are the checks and balances of transparency that these agencies have in place. So
we are not a healed race of humans. We are not in a healthy place. We haven't been in a healthy place probably ever. But we have to get there. It's not working. It causes more harm than it does good. Because even if 100 police officers do good, it takes that one to do something so atrocious, so bad, that it just wipes all the good away. And it shouldn't. And it shouldn't, but it does. Hungry people are going to steal to eat. And that's the thing. We're not looking at the root causes of stuff. Yes, the 4 of you, what I'm hearing, you sound like really good human beings that have a job, or chose a job, to maybe you wanted to protect and serve and whatever else, and knew that there was bad things that happened, you want to help with that. I understand that, and it's true. But it gets lost and it gets murky when we continue to see the things that happen. Policing is necessary, but it depends on how you police.
I do believe y'all need to be policed as well, though. I believe that you as police officers spend way too much time policing us and not enough time policing each other. And on all the videos, 100% has shown the facts of what partners do. You know, they stand by, they don't police each other. They don't say, hey, stop, bruh, hold up. My homeboys, if I'm acting a fool and they know my felony, they're gonna stop me. They're gonna say, get back over here, Bonnie. Calm yourself, you got too much to lose. All the videos where there's one.
Is the majority of theft in America just household necessities, not food? Yeah, the majority of crimes in the U.S. are not committed as like crimes of necessity.
One gone wild?
Well, depending on what you consider necessity,
Not policing each other.
Right. So to your point.
Senate Bill 2?
Yeah. Well, not only that. Yeah. So yeah, they just enacted duty to intercede, or intervene, right? So yeah, right now you act a fool and you start acting up, and your partner's there and you just watching. That's not going to cut it. You're going to get jammed up and probably get terminated. Me personally, look, in my 25 years, I spent about 12 years in discipline. So I worked in internal affairs and I prosecuted cops. So I'm 100% with you. I don't think any of us here would like to have a bad actor or a liar, you know, or a murderer for that meaning, or a rapist, or, you know, so that in it itself, it's just not tolerated whatsoever because we're trying to do what's good. Is police needed? For me, on a personal note, I had a sister who was molested and raped when she was young,
Jesus.
My older sister, and she got heavily into drugs. She's a 27-year veteran of meth, and ended up getting arrested. She
A meth veteran.
ended
I've never
up
heard that term before.
having to go through the system, and you know, I suppose at one point she got drug diversion. But all those years that she did drugs, it really affected her physically to the point where she ended up getting ovarian cancer. And so 2 years ago, I lost her to terminal cancer. My nephew, her son, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. He also committed a lot of crimes. And you know what? If it wasn't for the police arresting him and going through the system, he probably will be dead right now. Right now, he committed crimes out here in Los Angeles, and he's now over in another state where he committed more crimes. And now, luckily, thank God that he's actually going through the systems at a halfway house, has been sober for, I think, over a year. So the police, for me, not just internally for what I did, but it's super necessary for others.
I mean, we do need policing in a way, but not this type of policing. You know, that's it. It's just, this is not it. We need to find another way. You know, and you know, I don't mean to be funny, but I'm pretty sure you guys, if you haven't seen the movie Judge Dredd, I mean, they get to the point. They don't take nothing personal. They do their job. They get spit on. They get talked back. And the cops just do their job. Well, they're judges, but not cops. But they just do their job. That's it. Nothing personal. It's just business. Because it is a business. Because everything that has to do with the police either has something to do with money or money comes out of it. But that's it. You just
I feel like never mind. Because I feel like you kind of missed the point of that movie. Because didn't it get kind of personal at the end? But I guess you could argue that in their world it wasn't supposed to be. Also, I feel like those cops are pretty fucking crazy. But
just got to take the personal stuff out the equation. I think will be all right. And I mean, compassion. It goes hand in hand. But like I said, just do your job and that's it. You don't gotta go nowhere beyond that.
Judgment
time. 50-50.
No, we should abolish this policing and start a new way.
But you're for the police as long as it's a better system, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not for the police. It needs to be something else now. The whole policing, everything that has police in it, just needs to get out the way. It needs to be a new way of going about things.
So if you said you had kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have 4. Okay. If my daughter is raped, I need an officer that is willing to be my child's voice and hold the rapist accountable. Okay? I was raped. None of my family believed me. Okay? Nobody. But that one officer that I spoke to, that one cop believed me and made sure that everything was handled appropriately. And charges actually stuck.
But what's the odds of you getting that one cop? I've lost all hope in 911 and calling cops. I don't care. My community can take care of whatever happens that comes towards my family. And I do believe that y'all need the police in perspectives, but
Okay, hold on. Is this lady black or Asian? She's from Hawaii. Oh shit. Okay. She looks very interesting. Gotcha.
not, how would I say, like the badge and the uniform ain't working no more.
We all agree that we need something better.
Nah, I don't agree at all, not one bit. I literally believe like that we should be able to take care of ourselves, fend for ourselves, you know? I mean, when this country...
So if you have a 3-year-old daughter that gets kidnapped or raped, your same situation.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go
How
out.
is she gonna defend herself?
John Wick?
I'm gonna become an automatic criminal and probably face charges for taking matters upon my own hands. I'm gonna fall into the cycle.
And
of,
if you couldn't find the rapist or the kidnapper?
I mean, to be honest with you, like, I hate to put it this way, but I've been a victim of crimes that I've solved myself before you guys even got involved. And crimes have happened to me that I've delivered, I've handed cases to investigators and I've done, you know, my thing. I'm not gonna go out and shoot people, I got too much to lose. But I will do my job and I will do what I gotta do because it's my stuff.
Literally, the Punisher.
My tax dollars are paying for you guys to do absolutely nothing. And when you guys are called, I'm gonna open a beer, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna hang out, I'm gonna probably order a pizza. The pizza man will get there before you guys do. You're civil servants of us. At what?
Hey, why didn't you knock on my door? Why didn't you knock?
I live here now, right?
What if I was doing something?
Like what?
Like anything. What if I was having an adult conversation? What if I called in somewhere?
I waited 12 hours. Are you doing something right now?
Well, no, but what I could have been.
Yeah, but are you?
What do you mean by doing something?
You said I need to be more assertive about asking if you're doing something and put myself out there more.
Oh, well, right now I'm just playing my game and I'm watching a Jubilee video. That doesn't mean you have to go to the balcony, though, if you were about to run there. I'm just,
Okay, I'll
yeah.
sit here then.
Okay, if you want to. Would you like some headphones, or?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Did you, have fun?
I had the walk sparked something that I thought we could have a discussion about.
Yeah? Oh, about what no means, or?
No. Okay. I'm interrupting this. for
Interrupting
work.
what?
From an Aussie bullshit.
Wait, what are you doing?
Opening a Word doc.
What? Okay, well, let's use our words for now. Okay.
Just
Okay.
hit me.
It's okay. All right.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Did the lasagna spill, or is it?
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Hold on.
So.
Hold on.
you
Wait.
put lasagna.
Okay. Just.
Here.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on.
Are you still mad like you were earlier? Should I walk away?
No, I'm fine. Just let me.
There's a way to do this. See? I completely fixed it. It's like when you have a spider trapped and you like put something under.
Yeah. How is my Coke? Did it spill, or is it because there wasn't that much left?
Your Coke is fine.
Okay. Can you back up for a second so I can assess the damage?
There's literally no damage. There's a fork. That's the damage.
Okay. Just.
Was this rug like a family heirloom or something?
It was my great grandmother's, but that's okay.
I get you like a wafer replica for like $30.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hold on. just let me plug stuff in before you knock anything else over. Is that okay?
Yeah, you just seem too calm. I wanted to like fire you up a little so we can get into this discussion.
Thanks. Okay, well, you did it. I'm super fired up. So
Can I have my
thank you.
headphones?
You can. I'm working on it. Give me 1 second.
Why are you reacting to a Jubilee video that isn't Hassan reacting to a Jubilee video?
Because I don't watch pop politics people. I watch idol react people like me. I'm in a different class, okay? We just sit
What's
here
the
and do
title of this one?
Cops versus ACAB people or something.
Oh, okay. I thought you were supposed to go on.
On what?
Jubilee.
They were gonna cast me for something, but I guess they either haven't had the episode yet or they didn't choose me.
You said it was like a male feminist.
Yeah, it might have been. I don't. Yeah. Okay. There you go, buddy. Okay, let me clean this up so nothing else gets knocked over, okay? Is that okay?
You should probably childproof your house if I'm gonna move in.
Okay, just.
You seem angry. Are you angry?
No. Just. Let me get some water. Are you okay? Do you need anything?
Can I have water?
Sure thing.
Do you have any like bubbly water?
Fuck no.
Oh, can I have my Coke?
Sure thing.
I won't knock it. Thanks.
How was your beach adventure?
It was nice.
Where'd you go?
South Beach.
Did you, what'd you do?
I frolicked. I sat in the sand. I dug holes.
Yeah. Did you bring a little shovel with you
To what?
to like dig around and make like sandcastles and stuff?
I didn't.
Oh. Did you learn anything about yourself?
Well, like I said, the walk sparked something that I thought could be a discussion.
Okay. What did it spark?
Well, I first want to make sure you're not mad at me for dropping the Coke because you seem tense, and I don't want that to cloud your judgment in this discussion.
I'm not tense at all. Why would you even think that?
You seem very tense, even though literally nothing happened.
Nope, not
There's
tense
no
at all.
Spillage.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Do you feel like I messed up the feng shui of your desk? Like, did you like the way the Coke bottle is like precariously positioned here and the dish here?
You know, precarious is like a perspective, and for me, it wasn't precarious at all. But if you felt that way, I could respect that. Okay.
Okay, so here's my dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at the beach.
Yeah.
Sitting prettily.
Okay.
As expected.
Uh-huh.
And I see this man smile at me. This happens multiple times.
Jesus
but usually
Christ.
I keep walking away. But
Okay.
this time I'm sitting digging holes and I don't want to get up. So I'm hoping, versus the other times I'm walking, so I can just keep moving and be like, oh, thank you, and keep walking. Right?
Yeah.
This time, sitting prettily, digging holes with my hands, and this man is approaching me. And obviously, I'm not interested, right?
Of course.
Because I'm probably gay.
Yeah.
But then I started thinking on the way back. So, like, pretty much he was just like, hi, you look really pretty. And I was like, thanks. And I didn't make eye contact, kept digging my holes. And then he was like, where are you from? And I was like, I'm from LA.
Holy
and he
shit.
was like, oh, I'm from New York City. We're on, like, opposite ends. And I was like, nice. And he was like, what are you doing in Miami? And I just lied. And I said, oh, I'm visiting my boyfriend. And then he was just like, oh, that's pretty far if you live in LA. And I was like, yeah, I'm moving here to be with him. And then he was just like, oh, nice. What?
Nothing. Just go ahead.
What? Do you think I'm talking about you?
No, just keep going.
You're just like, all the red flags are popping up.
It's all good. Keep going. So then what do you say next?
So basically, and then it was just awkward silence. I kept digging my holes. And he was just like, okay, like, have a nice night. And I was like, you too. So then I was thinking how a lot of guys get mad because they don't like when girls lie and say, like, I have a boyfriend, instead of just saying no. But the thing is, he didn't ask a question, right? He wasn't like, do you want to get dinner tonight? And then I said, I have a boyfriend. I was putting that in there because obviously that's what killed the conversation, because that's what he was seeking, was like a date or fucking or whatever. But a lot of guys don't like when girls lie and say, like, oh, I have a boyfriend. But it's like, what I used to do in college, especially like when I was out and about drinking and stuff with my friends, is I would do this really bitchy thing that my friends never liked because it made the situation really tense, where if a guy started talking to me and being like, oh, how's it going, or made some like quip about my outfit or whatever, I would always say, like, I'm not going to have sex with you. And my friends thought that was super bitchy, but I didn't even mean it in a bitchy way. I meant it more so like, we can let this go on for 10 minutes and then I can either say no once you ask me, or I can insert a lie about having a boyfriend. But it's like, I guess I was just wondering, like, if I were to map it out, like a flow chart in my head, like, what would be the proper response if the guy isn't just coming up to me and saying, like, some guys will come up to you and say, like, oh, I think you're really pretty, like, I want to grab dinner, right? But this guy was coming up first to, like, start a conversation. But if I'm already uninterested, like, what am I supposed to say without lying to them and saying I have a boyfriend? Or I think, do guys just think you're supposed to give them a chance no matter what, even though you're already like 100% uninterested? Like, what do you think guys would want for me to do in that scenario?
What would guys want? And we're assuming that you talking to them and having some kind of sexual interest is off the table? Because that's what they would want, obviously, right?
Not what that guy in the moment would want, because obviously, yeah, that's what he wants.
Are you asking how would they want to be turned down?
Not even the guy specifically. I just mean at a macro level. I feel like guys are always complaining, saying like...
Well, hold on. You just have to ask me a question. If you don't ask... I don't know. On a macro level, it's not a question. So if you ask me a specific question with a specific subject in mind,
what would be
the guy
to
want?
What would be the way to not upset guys as a whole on a macro level? Because they
It
don't...
would be to use the... It would be the boyfriend thing.
I'm pretty sure they don't like that.
Yeah, they do.
Ask your chat. I'm pretty sure they always get mad if girls lie. They're like, why can't girls just tell the truth and say I'm not interested?
No.
Ask them.
It's like when girls say autistic shit like, oh, I'd be with a guy no matter how much money he has. That's bullshit. Money obviously matters a little bit. Girls will lie about it. When guys say shit like, oh, I wish the girl would just tell the truth, the guy is also lying. Even if he knows you're lying, he'd rather you lie. A guy, 10 out of 10 times, he'll go online and he'll say, I wish girls were just honest. But a guy would rather have you tell him point blank, I have a boyfriend, and walk away thinking like, whatever, fuck her. She either has a boyfriend or she's a bitch, rather than you say, listen, I'm actually just not interested. That second statement is infinitely more hurtful than you saying you have a boyfriend, even if it's a fucking lie. But guys will not admit that to you. So it's probably better to just lie.
I just feel like always on social media, I see guys say that they hate that. You don't, so...
Yeah, and girls on social media say autistic shit like, I don't like bad boys, and they all fucking do. So, I mean, like, it's... Everybody lies about what they want. But the reality is it's the easiest way to just let somebody down while them... Because the goal... Because you're trying to let somebody down without fucking destroying their self-esteem, right? And everybody's fragile when it comes to like sexual shit. So if you tell him I got a boyfriend, even if he knows you're lying, well, at the very least, then he knows you're a bitch, right? Oh, fuck her. She lies. She's a bitch. I don't care.
Okay. Here's the other thing. You know how we were using that like horizontal flow chart earlier?
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying that like two things could lead to things. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, if the guy in his head thinks that there's a 50% chance she actually has a boyfriend or a 50% chance she doesn't, then aren't we predisposing him to think that he should keep pushing because maybe she doesn't actually have a boyfriend and she's lying? So isn't that also bad?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it does. But the thing is, the stakes there are pretty low. Because they're
going to keep persisting? I feel like that's annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying. But in the other sense, it's rape. So in the murky boundaries for setting sexual boundaries, the worst case scenario is people's boundaries are being pushed, and these boundaries revolve around like what is a rape or not. In the case of like flirting with women, the boundaries push are like this guy keeps hitting on me even though he told me he had a boyfriend. It's kind of annoying. It's like I think it's okay. Because the stakes are low. If the stakes were like, if I think you're lying about the boyfriend, I'm gonna instantly fuck you, then I would change my mind. I'd say no, you should just be honest about it, and the guy should learn to like take no for an answer or whatever.
I guess you make it sound like the guy's just gonna be like keep hitting on you very innocuously, but I feel like it can get like hostile and annoying.
Then it's gonna get hostile and annoying no matter what you say. So that doesn't matter at all.
Well, I guess you could just say, I'm not interested.
Yeah, but you just said the guy would keep hitting on you, no? If a guy thinks he can flirt with you through a boyfriend, he probably thinks he can change your mind if you say you're not interested, right?
Not flirt with you through a boyfriend is more so if they think you're lying. But the thing about the saying I'm not interested is that a lot of people, like you were just saying, that's the mean thing to say. So is it that it's the mean thing to say or it's the ineffective thing to say?
Wait, what?
Is saying I'm not interested, is it you shouldn't say it because it's mean or because it's ineffective because he'll keep trying?
It's probably effective, but it's probably going to be pretty mean. You can say it if you want. That would probably be the best thing, but it's... You didn't ask me before, though. What's like the most effective way to get a guy to stop chasing me? You asked me like, I think what would a guy prefer to hear, I think was your question to me.
Okay, so what do you think is the most effective?
Most effective is just, I'm absolutely not interested.
Even though he didn't ask a question? You think girls should just do what I do? As soon as a guy starts talking to you, just be like, I'm not going to fuck you. Even if they didn't ask?
Sure, fuck it, yeah.
That's what you actually think people should do? Because I can get away with it because I'm cunty. I don't think most girls can get away with that.
Who cares? Then fuck it. Then make girls not be fucking bitches. Or make them be bitches, actually. If I go up to a girl and we're like on the beach and she's whatever and she's like, oh, and I start like chatting her up out of nowhere, in my mind, I'm only chatting her up to flirt. Why the fuck am I talking to a girl on a beach randomly if it's not there to try to pick her up? What the fuck am I going to say? I like your hair? No offense. Not that I don't like your hair. Well, when I said no offense, that made it sound really mean. I didn't mean that. But I'm saying like, we're not going to go up and like just say random shit.
Do you like my hair?
It's okay. I'm not going to go up and just start saying like random shit to a girl on the beach. I'm there because I'm there to hit on her. So if I start talking to a chick on the beach, and let's say I had a question about like her car in the parking lot, and she's like, hey, I'm not going to fuck you. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I'm just letting you know there's some shit about a car. I'm not going to get like mortally offended. Like I imagine that in her mind, she's thinking I'm coming up to her to fucking try to riz her out because I'm chatting with her on the beach. Why the fuck else would I be talking to her? But...
So in my experience, when I'd say like I'm not interested or I'm not gonna fuck you, whatever, it's either like they say, like they either get very pissy, which is fine because it's like whatever, that ends the conversation, or they'll do the roundabout thing of being like, oh, that's fine, I'm not trying to fuck you, because then again, it's like that whole flow chart thing where it's like that can mean she just doesn't want to come off as easy, right? Like I don't think they'll
sure,
hear
that's
that.
Fine. But at that point, that's,
so how do you actually end it?
That's you end it by saying I'm not gonna fuck you, and then you just ignore them. But if they want to like keep talking or whatever, but if they mind fuck themselves into some shit, then fuck them. That's on them. They're fucking retarded at that point.
So what would be the clear thing to say? The way the clear thing in that chart was to say like, no, we're not gonna have sex tonight at all. Very like what would be the equivalent?
The clear
in this
thing is
scenario?
what you just said. I'll draw the. Remember how I said emotional rape is kind of like rape thing? Because it involves like assuming things and ignoring things. Oh yeah, basically, yeah. If you say no to a guy before sex, like no, unambiguously, and the guy keeps pushing for sex, then he's like a fucking rapist. If you say to a guy, I'm not interested, he's like, oh, that's cool, that's all right, I just want to like chat with you, and he's still trying to push for sex, he's like a Riz rapist. I don't know. It's like the same shit. If you're trying to ask me like, what is the magical series of words to make it so that a guy never blah blah blah, there is no answer to that. You can try to punch him in the nose if you want. Or you can tell him, or you can say, hey, my voice is really raspy. I just got out of bottom surgery. Like, you want to see my new plastio vagina? I don't know. If you want to say some crazy shit. Or you can take out a bottle with like a little tape around it that says AIDS pills and start popping those in the middle of a conversation. But there's not going to be a 100% thing. You know this. Like, there's no. But like, the more honest you are, the only reason women aren't honest is not because it's not effective. It's because it usually makes them feel bad because it makes the guy really feel bad and it puts people in kind of an awkward spot. But
I get that, but I'm saying like I think it's unrealistic for if this guy came up to another girl who isn't me, who isn't as like has much of a like cunty disposition, and he's like, hey, where are you from? Like, oh, you came from a long way. Do you really expect women to just be like, I'm not gonna have sex with you after he says like, oh, LA is pretty far from Miami? Like, do you think that's like a reasonable response?
I mean, you could just say like, hey, I don't feel like chatting right now. Like, I'd rather be left alone. If you want to say that.
It's just about not want. It's more so like you know their intentions and you know it's building for something. So why lead them on, right?
Yeah, but you probably don't want to chat with them on a friendly basis either. I'd imagine, no.
Yeah.
So then you say, hey, like I just want to be left alone right now. If I extinguish these soul vessels, am I going to get experience for killing these guys?
I guess it's hard because it just sounds rude. Like, I don't mind being rude, but I feel like it sounds rude.
Why do you think it sounds rude?
He comes up to me
Mhm.
and he's just like, you're looking very pretty. And then
Yep.
at that point, should I go, I don't feel like chatting right now? Or like, at what point do you say, like, I just want to be left alone?
Sure, but what more specifically, why do you think it's rude for you to shoot the other guy down? There's an answer to this, but it's unintuitive.
I think because people do get hostile.
A little bit. Okay.
Especially if a lot of guys are already brazen enough to kind of cold approach you. I'm not saying there's something wrong with that, but I'm just saying those types of guys, in my experience, are also the types of guys who will get a bit brazen if you're
Okay,
a bit
close.
cunty.
Okay, you're close. There is something wrong with that. The problem is that the guy is already like escalated to like initiate some sort of flirtatious action. So it feels shitty to kind of shoot him down. But the problem is that guys try to approach flirty interactions. The reason why all of this is so confusing, actually, if we go back to the chart, or we could draw a chart for this, the reason why it's so kind of confusing is because a guy is going to approach you in a way where he always has plausible deniability, right? I might see a girl on the beach, and what I want to do is walk up and say like, hey, you've got fucking banging tits. But I'm never going to walk up to a girl and say that. Or I could walk up to a girl and say like, oh, hey, you look like chill. Do you want to just chat? And that's literally all I want. In both circumstances, I'm probably going to walk up and say the exact same thing because I want to be able to, I do want to flirt if I can, but if it comes off, or if she doesn't want me to flirt, I want to be like, oh yeah, I was just coming up to chat. Like, don't worry about it, right? So that the problem here is actually the ambiguity on the guy's side because he's approaching in a way that always gives him plausible deniability.
Okay. So you think as soon as this person smiled and headed towards me, I should have just been like, I don't feel like talking?
Not as soon as he smiled and headed towards you. You're not like screaming at him from the other end of the beach. But like if he comes up to you to like chat, be like, hey, I don't really feel like chatting right now. Or do the standard like, I'm on my period right now, don't talk to me.
I don't know. I don't know if that's realistic. I mean, I would do it, but I don't know if that's realistic.
It's not realistic. I think guys prey on the ambiguity, and the ambiguity mindfucks the other side. But in this sense, I think it's similar to the girl being ambiguous on the sexual thing, and that it mindfucks the other side. But like, yeah, guys approach with the ambiguity in mind because they know you can't just say, because if you say some shit like, hey, like if I go up to a girl and I'm fully there because I want to get fucked in like 30 minutes, and I'm like, hey, how you doing today? And she's like, I'm okay, but like I've got a boyfriend. I'm like, you fucking cunt, you stupid bitch. And she'll feel like an asshole. Anybody that I tell is going to see her as an asshole. I might even think she's an asshole. But the reality is, I was there to proposition her. She did shut it down immediately. But because I wasn't completely forward about that response, I can hide behind the duality of my message. Be like, oh, I was just coming up to chat, and then she feels bad for it. So like, I can capitalize on the ambiguity to basically come out the hero always, right?
Yeah. So once when I was in college junior, I went out to this party with my friends, and I was in a bad mood because I was having a fight with my ex. So I was like very drunk and very upset, and I was like crying, and this group of guys came up to us and they were like, oh, why are you so sad? You're so pretty. And we're just like being very gross, and we're just like, we were in the street and just kind of like clamoring around me, and I didn't like it. And he kept like rubbing my shoulders and back, and he's like, stop crying, you're so pretty. And I was like, can you stop touching me? And then I called my other friend, my roommate at the time, and I was just like, what's your address? Like, text it to me, I want to come. And he was like, oh, we're shutting down and going to a different thing. And I was kind of being bitchy on the phone, and I was like,
hold on, wait. You use like 7 pronouns. Okay. You called your other group of friends, and then he said to him, who's doing what to what? Who you're getting
nothing
an address
relevant
from?
has happened. Like, I haven't.
Who's giving an
relevant.
address to who, and who wants to? Yeah, they're also the address.
This isn't even relevant to the story.
Okay, Okay, so go ahead. You're in a parking lot crying. Somebody was trying to rub your shoulders, and you called some other people over, and then people are going
So
somewhere.
basically, I was with my female friend. There's a group of guys. We're all in the street. We're like sitting on a curb at this point, and the group of guys are still there. I call my roommate, who's a dude, so that's maybe where the pronouns are confusing. I'm calling my roommate because I was supposed to meet up with him at a party because his house, like his friend's house, are like having a party, whatever. So I'm like, what's the address? And then he's just like being confusing, like being chill, but because I'm drunk and already in a bad mood, I'm like yelling at him.
Your friend on the phone is being confusing?
He's being confusing in the sense where he's like, oh, we might be going to a different house, but because I was just trying to get to this house, I was just like,
Yes,
can you tell me
ma'am.
where the fuck you
Okay.
are, whatever,
Mhm.
like, just, he's my friend, whatever, it wasn't a big deal.
Okay.
But the guy who was, like, sitting by me being annoying was just like, yo, chill, relax, and I got super pissed at that point, because I'm like, first of all, why are you still here, and, like, why are you telling me, like, dictating my tone on this phone call right now? So I got super pissed, and I was like, why the fuck are you telling me what to say? And he's just like, no, it's just because you're gonna get anxiety if you're, like, screaming and shit, like, are you okay? And he's, like, still touching me, and I'm very annoyed at this point. He's wearing, like, a hat,
Mhm.
like a, what's it called? Not a baseball hat, what's it called?
A cap? A rapper hat?
So what is it called?
I have no fucking idea. I don't know what you're talking about. But go ahead. He's got a thing on his head.
It doesn't matter. The point is, I'm very drunk and hostile because I'm already, like,
Drunk and hostile.
I was very
yeah.
feisty in college, so I was in a very bad mood. So I
Okay.
took off his hat and I threw it in the street and I said, go fetch.
Oh my god.
Because he kept rubbing my shoulders and I was pissed because I was
Oh,
already
okay,
mad at my
sure.
ex at the moment. I was mad at my roommate because he wasn't telling me the address, not because of any reason. He was just kind of like, oh, we're switching this other address. I'll send it to you in 5 minutes. And I was like, no, I want to come right now to where you are and then we can like Uber together. And then this guy is just fucking still here, like rubbing
Mhm.
my shoulders and shit. So at this point, it's like I throw the hat, and at that point, me and my female friend are like leaving because he gets really pissed at me and like literally looks like he's about to hit me, whatever.
Okay.
So that was me being very like a very bitchy person in college, right?
Mhm.
So that's why now I feel like I'm a lot less bitchy. Like that was the era when I'd say to guys a lot if they'd come up to me, because I was also drinking a lot and just like going out a lot more. So I'd say more
So you
feisty
were an
things when I was
alcoholic, is
drunk.
what you're saying. Okay.
I would say I was a typical college junior who drank on Thursdays and Fridays and maybe Saturdays and every other day of the week. I'm just kidding. But the point is I was a lot more like verbally hostile, and in that moment I was a lot more like felt like I was invincible and like nothing bad really happened to me. So like I did all those things. Now I feel like I'm a lot like nicer probably, but in the moment like I feel like that's what I did was like a good thing. But if I wasn't with that female friend and we didn't leave, like I feel like it was a more scary situation because we're just like him and it like it's him and his male friends and we're like out on this curb in the middle of like this city in New York. So what would you do? How would you navigate that situation? Like what would be the effective thing to say?
I mean, like, there's so many different parts to this situation.
But I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like I feel like there's two ends of the spectrum. It's like doing what I do in that,
there
where
was
you're
a
like,
there was a thing that a friend told me. I think I mentioned this before. That like you can kind of act like incredulously loud / retarded when guys are doing weird things. In my opinion, like I said, guys understand physical boundaries really, really, really well. They actually have a really good sense of it. They just don't apply any of it to women. Like a guy would never walk up to another guy and really put his hands on him at all, but like rub his shoulders. That would be like you're suicide inducing. You're like it's gonna be a huge fight at that point. Anytime a guy like touches a woman, I always think the woman should be like, hey, why are you touching me? Like, I don't really want you to do that. Like, just really loud and kind of sound retarded. And it'll always make the guy feel really fucking awkward and back off immediately. So as soon as you've got it in a situation where a guy's like just like touching you and like putting his hands all over you, I think that type of shit is really, really, really fucking weird. Because from there on, it's really hard to control the situation, I think.
yeah. So you think I should have just handled it verbally?
Sure, I say shit like that, yeah. Remember what I said earlier when I was giving the generic advice to irrelevant that trigger the fuck out of you? Physical touch is a really important part of like forming a bond with somebody. Like if you're on a date with somebody and shit and they're like touching you while they're laughing or whatever, it's like a really big indicator. So people try to like shortcut that and they're like, okay, well if I can just start touching her, I can like basically force that type of like personal connection. And I think guys do that, and I think it's really, 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 really fucking creepy.
Yeah. I love how your chat's getting mad at me for throwing his hat as if he didn't have his hands on me.
Based.
It's like so stupid. But yeah, he was very pissed about that. Okay, that's it. That's all I had to discuss.
Wow. So what happened to the guy? Did he try to attack you or anything, or?
The one at the beach or the one at my junior year?
The one at the beach.
No. Well, that was kind of the point of the story, I guess, is what I'm saying. Is I lied. And I said, like, I have a boyfriend, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I guess my point of the story was to say, like, if you are more assertive, they get pissy. You know?
The point of my story is, yeah, sure, a little bit. But I mean, yeah. Fuck them. Just go hard, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. You okay?
What?
You're just like throwing shit everywhere, you know?
I put the headphones down. Are you watching a video?
This bitch is misrepresenting chat. Henry1 is very upset at you, by the way.
Who? Why?
I don't know. He just said you're misrepresenting chat. He's very upset at you.
Who's Henry1?
I don't know. He's somebody in chat. He said you were misrepresenting them. He was very mad.
Oh, I only looked over at the end of the story, but I saw the people complaining about the hat thing.
Do you think you were in the wrong for the hat thing? Do you think I was too far?
No, I think if someone keeps putting their hands on you, why can't you? I feel like at that point it would have been justified if I hit him, right?
Damn.
I didn't even hit him.
Damn.
I mean, I wouldn't have hit him because it's like
Violence.
Obviously, then he'd hit me probably, but
Nah. Guys don't ever hit women back. You should just go fucking wild out as hard as you can.
I don't think so.
Really?
Maybe in certain environments, but in this one, I feel like, yeah, I don't think that would have. I don't think it was a smart thing to do on my part to even throw his hat because he was already like a very aggressive person. But
She farmed Giga Chad's literally one guide. Did you literally get one guide? Do you know what it means to get one guide?
Of course I don't.
It's when one guy in chat says something and it triggers you, and you're like, this fucking guy, and it's just one dude in chat. It's getting one guide.
I don't think so.
You sure?
I mean, can't you like keyword search?
So what'd you do at the beach? Did you literally just sit there and like dig a hole and then?
Yeah, what was I supposed to do? Write like a novel?
I don't know. You're an English major. Isn't that what you were trained to do?
I did think it'd be nice.
To write a novel?
Yeah.
But you opted not to?
Yeah. Do you have a favorite book?
Yeah. I would say definitely Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows.
Nice. I haven't read those.
Wow, cringe. Actually, have you ever read the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice?
No.
Oh.
Is it based off Twilight?
Close enough, yeah. Did you ever see that movie with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, Interview with the Vampire?
No, Twilight's based off that though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is there a novelization of Marley and Me?
There probably is. Do you like the movie Coraline? She also has blue hair.
Wow, I probably like it then.
We should watch that. Can we watch that later?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I actually think you'll like it because it's like quirky.
Well, I mean, I'm nothing if not quirky, so.
Both the movies you've shown me have been exceptionally quirky.
Yeah, but sometimes there's like good quirky. Wait, Superbad is not a quirky movie. Scott Pilgrim is a quirky movie, sure.
Yeah. Superbad's just mid.
It's not mid. It was a defining comedy of my generation, okay?
Again, say that to the clip of Destiny's frustrated thoughts on Farwa.
Yeah, because Farwa doesn't understand.
You walked back your stance on
good
Superbad.
shit. No, I didn't. It's a good movie. Yeah, well, okay. You not liking Scott Pilgrim that's on you too, okay?
I really wanted to. Like, I sucked it up for 30
you didn't.
minutes.
No,
Because
it's
you
all
looked
good.
so happy. I've never
It
seen
was
so
just a
much
funny
light
movie.
in your eyes.
I like watching, is it Simon Pegg? Edgar Wright. Edgar Wright he's a good director.
What else has he directed?
I like their movies, but like you just wouldn't like them, even though they're good. He directed a legendary movie called Hot Fuzz, which is really good. Another movie called Shaun of the Dead, which is very good. Yeah, fuck. But you probably wouldn't like any of them. Did you ever see the movie Baby Driver? That was okay.
No. I really haven't seen that many movies.
Yeah,
I'd be open to watching more and just, I'm very picky.
Okay.
I like the book Dracula.
Really? What's
Yeah.
it about?
Is that a joke?
I was just curious. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I also like Frankenstein. They're like the same genre.
Really?
I would say those are some of my favorite books. If I wrote a book, I'd want to write like a book like Frankenstein.
Why is that?
It's one of my favorite books.
Why? What do you like so much about it? Tell us.
I love Gothic literature. I love the way it's written. It's so long and boring and dark.
Yeah, that's your type of shit. You ever read Lord of the Rings?
I haven't.
Oh.
I don't like stuff that's super adventure based or like too heavy on plot, and I get that vibe from the Lord of the Rings books, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's more like
Adventures and like saving the
plot-driven.
world are very much like male things for sure. Like women wouldn't appreciate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
like they say the point of like a lot of classic literature books is that the plot just exists to like serve the themes. Like you're supposed to just be analyzing the themes, I guess, versus in movies it's the reverse. Like
Well,
the
that's
themes
fairly
are just there for the
reductive.
story.
Because like
Yeah,
technically what you're
obviously.
saying is like that's technically the entire genre of science fiction is supposed to be that.
It's supposed to be what?
That in science fiction the stories don't really matter. It's not about the story. Science fiction just uses fantastic environments to explore themes of like humanity and everything.
How does that? Wait, how does that?
Well, it's similar to what you just said that like in Gothic literature, assuming
I didn't
that's-
say Gothic. I said like generally in literature. I was talking about books versus movies.
in all of literature.
I said classic literature.
Okay, classic literature. Sorry.
That doesn't mean not other types of literature too. I was
Okay,
just,
so all books, the story doesn't matter. Every book is just about a theme.
no. What are you?
What are you saying?
You're not even thinking. I said in classic literature, typically, the story exists to drive the themes. Then you said, "Oh, what about science fiction?" And I said,
No,
just
I'm
because
sa-
I'm emphasizing classic literature doesn't mean it cannot apply to other types of literature. And you go, "Oh, so every book only cares about the themes, not the story."
I feel like you're summarizing that conversation in a very weird way, but okay. By weird, I mean not accurate.
Okay. My only point was, I guess I prefer books that are less about the story.
Gotcha.
Or less where it feels like the themes drive the story. And I guess my point was, I don't know if Lord of Rings falls into that category, so I was going to ask you. But then you got triggered.
I'm not triggered, and I haven't read books, so I don't read books. Books are for fucking losers.
You told me sometimes you read books when you prepare for debates.
Yeah, only if I have to try really hard.
Like, what kind of books?
There was some boring sociology book about Boston that I read to prepare for some debate about like redlining and black issues and shit. I read Lying About Hitler, which was a book that followed some boring trial about some boring shit. I've read boring philosophy books before for philosophy arcs we've done on stream. It's just all boring shit. Books are just horrible. The question is, why would you read? Oh yeah, Lauren Southern's book for that debate. Why would you read a book when you can read the Wikipedia article? Thought so. Checkmate.
So, I've thought about this in relation to, like, ChatGPT versus articles, because my agents were telling me, instead of just reading, like, these long essays, like, you could just copy and paste it into ChatGPT. So I've done that with essays that I've read to kind of have ChatGPT summarize it. Maybe it was just the specifics of it, but I didn't feel like it did a great job. And I was like, okay, no, I feel like I need
Wait,
to
when the
just read
fuck are you?
full-
What long ago were you reading essays? You were using ChatGPT. You weren't using this in school, right?
No.
When was this?
Like last month when I was trying ChatGPT for the first time.
What essays did you need to read for last month's work?
Essays in the sense of like just anything long form. Like you can just copy and paste it and say to ChatGPT, like summarize this.
Oh,
Like it could be like an op-ed or something.
okay. Yeah, I don't know if I would trust a ChatGPT's summary yet. I don't know if it's because you might miss out on some things. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's my point with like Spark Notes and Wikipedia. You kind of miss out on a lot.
True dat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also for me, because like I love writing, I mostly read books for the writing. So that's why I was saying like.
Well,
I
there's a
guess you could
difference
get
between
the
writing
themes
and an
from the
essay,
Wikipedia.
right? Like if you're saying you love a book, or do you mean like even for like argumentative essays and stuff, or?
I'm more so meant for books, but for op-eds too. Like my favorite things to read are things that, yeah, like I love things with good rhetoric and stuff like that. So
Sure.
that's why I like reading pretty prose and stuff. So I wouldn't get anything from like reading the Wikipedia because I'm not reading it to just get the essence of it or something, you know. Like I like just the process of reading.
Sure. I guess it depends on what you're reading or what for. If you're reading like a very emotionally charged essay, like if you're reading like the Aziz Ansari story, like a Wikipedia entry of it, you're kind of missing, right?
Yeah.
Because she stylizes the story a lot. It's
Or even that article we read after it about it. Do you
Mhm.
remember it? The
Yeah.
Lily Loughborough one. Like I feel like
about how women
I
suck
don't
at
think
sex
you-
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you feel like you said it like stuck with you a little bit. I don't think it would have if you just looked up a Wikipedia article about it, right? Because it's about her persuasiveness in it, and I don't know if that could have been distilled in a Wikipedia article.
Maybe.
Do you think it could have?
Probably not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. True.
Do you want me to leave?
Why would if I wanted you to leave, why wouldn't I tell you to leave?
Because you're nice.
Oh, so I'm nice enough to tell you when to leave, but I'm not nice enough to not leave you on the balcony for 11 hours.
That was the cruelest thing you've ever done to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to double the amount of trust exercises we have to do now.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is when we bike today
Yeah.
to get food,
Oh God.
you're just going to close your eyes on your bike
Uh-huh.
and just follow the sound of mine. I'm going to tell you when to turn left and right. Would you do that?
No.
Why?
Because I don't trust you.
Okay, so we need to start smaller.
I honestly, it just sounds like I would just crash.
I guess that one's less about trust in like the other person misleading you and more about like you just thinking I'm an idiot.
No, or me just not trusting my abilities to drive a bike blind without just fucking crashing.
I guess.
Yeah.
Do you want to like bike before or after watching Coraline?
Well, let's say before, okay?
Was that funny?
It's not. And it was. There was a number that made me laugh.
Do you know who Sylvia Plath is?
No, tell us.
I'm still getting used to this whole chat thing. Like, I find it so unsettling when you say us. Like, it just feels like when you're talking to someone, you're having a normal conversation, and you realize they have an imaginary friend, and you just get a little freaked out by them.
That's okay. They like you.
Who? The imaginary
Us.
friend?
Yeah.
It's just creepy. Like, I keep forgetting. What?
I'm waiting for you to say it. What were you gonna say?
Sylvia Plath.
Yes.
Is an author.
Okay.
She killed herself at 30. She stuck her head in the oven.
Wait, was this to promote her book?
It wasn't to promote her book. It was right after writing a book.
Why do I feel like I read this like 3 days ago? She had written a book that came right after, was it Lord of the Rings or something? And then she killed herself like right after releasing the book, right?
It was the Bell Jar.
Yeah.
She didn't kill herself to promote the book. The book was basically like a long suicide note.
Same thing. I mean, if you kill yourself and you have a suicide note, you probably want
The
people to
book
read.
was more to promote her suicide.
Well, sure, and the book was a suicide note. So,
It's a great book.
is it a great book? Really? Did you read it?
It's my favorite book, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
More than Lolita?
Yeah. I wouldn't call Lolita a favorite book.
Why not?
When I think of favorite books, I think of books that like really resonate with me. I wouldn't say Lolita resonates with me. I just think the writing's really pretty. and
Couldn't it resonate with you
it's
like as a Lolita?
engrossing. What? What do you mean? What? Could it resonate with me as a Lolita?
Like, couldn't you pretend to be the Lolita girl, and then it like resonates with you?
Like dress up with her and sit there and read the book?
I don't know. Just you were a little girl once. Can't you just like imagine like what it would be to be like preyed upon like by an older guy or something?
It's written from the perspective of the pedo, so I don't know how far that'd get me.
Oh well, never mind. I tried. What's your favorite movie for real? Have you thought of a better answer than Marley and Me yet?
That's an unbeatable answer.
Okay.
Let me think. I probably do have one. I just, like I said, I don't think I just store it for like surface level ice-breaking conversations like these.
Oh, it's like
I'd have
a
to
deep,
just think of it.
like it's like you have to be like crying in somebody's arms in like a vulnerable moment of your life to reveal like your favorite film.
No, because that's still the strain of the same idea. My point is like, it'd be my favorite movie because it resonates with me a lot, and then I think about it just casually. Like I observe a social situation. I'm like, oh, this is like that scene from this movie, you know?
No, I
like
don't.
I don't just list like, oh, this is my favorite color. This is my favorite movie. This is my favorite. I guess I do consider The Bell Jar my favorite book, but that's it. Yeah, I don't have a favorite movie basically. What's yours?
It's that Everything Everywhere All at Once movie, the new one.
What was your favorite movie before that?
There's a movie called Pan's Labyrinth.
What's that?
It's a movie about a little girl who has like magical creatures that she likes but she's also like living in some Revolutionary War shit and life sucks.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah. What's the genre of the Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I don't know. Probably like absurdist fucking. I don't even know how you describe it. I'm not sure. It's a wacky one.
Have you seen that movie Parasite?
Yeah.
Does it live up to the hype?
Have you seen it?
No, that's why I'm asking. I've heard it's really good.
You should watch it.
Are you vouching for it?
Definitely not. But I don't want to influence your young and susceptible mind.
So should I just watch every movie that exists?
I don't think it lived up to the hype. I thought it was a decent movie, but people like dick rode the fuck out of it, and I don't know why. It's like, imagine you write a movie and you're like, okay, I want to like make a movie that shows the difference between like poor people and rich people. Oh my god, what if like the poor people like killed the rich people, but they also like they lived underground, and underground symbolizes being underclass, and it's like, oh my god, class commentary. It's like that shit. And I'm like, okay. It wasn't bad, it was okay, but it was like, I think people made that movie seem way fucking deeper than it actually was. But I also might just be super burnt out on like, oh wow, another movie about how rich people are evil, and it's, I don't know, just fucking.
Yeah, so you felt like it was hyped up a lot because it was just like kind of woke?
Not woke. I mean, that's not really a woke theme. That's just, there's like, for a long time, there's just been this like rich people evil kind of like mentality. And there's like a lot of movies that like have like themes and shit based on that. And it's just kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
It's not like bad or anything. It's a good movie. It's like a solid movie, I think. Like, it's worth watching. But people like hype the fuck out of this like it was one of like the greatest movies of all time, and I didn't get that.
Yeah. I think I just don't like movies in general.
Yeah, I know.
I hate comedy movies. Like, I would say that's my least favorite genre. Like, I love comedy TV shows. Like, I would say all my favorite TV shows are all comedies, but I can't think of a comedy movie. I don't know what it is about the shift in format, but they all, to me, just fall very short. For comedy TV shows, like, I love Nathan For You, I love Silicon Valley, Community, but I don't know. I feel like they're just, like, always 10 times funnier than, like, The Hangover or Superbad or something. Do you think so?
I don't know. I guess I'm not sure why you like the movies you like.
No, but would you agree that like comedy TV shows are better than comedy movies generally?
No, I would say they're just different.
So you feel like you like die laughing watching comedy movies that you like?
Depending on the movie, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you watch stand-up?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Damn. I was trying to think about my favorite. I feel like anything by Simon Pegg is good. Paul Feig. Fuck, I'm trying to think. Have you ever seen the movie like Bridesmaids?
No.
I don't think you'd like it. I don't think you'd like any movie. I wouldn't risk showing you the movies, because then you wouldn't like them. I'd be like, oh my god, what's wrong with this chick? That's what I would think.
There's this one movie I saw.
Hot Fuzz is hard to hate. She definitely wouldn't like Hot Fuzz. I think it's too slow.
No, I like slow movies. Like, I like this movie called Kicking and Screaming. Not the soccer one or the sport one, but like it's like a college movie. I like college movies a lot.
Well, but not college like not college like raunchy humor movies, all right?
Like, give me an example.
Like Superbad is kind of like a college movie, or going to college movie, I guess.
I thought it was more of like a coming of age. Like
Kind of. What about like American Pie or whatever? Or
I haven't seen it.
What? I just watched one. There's like this whole era of like movies that are like goofy college kids got into trouble and some bullshit.
Yeah, probably not like that genre of college movies.
Yeah. True.
More like slow indie ones, I guess.
Oh, indie college movies. What's like an example of an indie college movie you like?
Kicking and Screaming, not the soccer movie.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know if it's necessarily indie though. I wonder if I'm saying the title wrong.
Do you like the TV show 13 Reasons Why?
No, I don't.
Why?
I've only seen the first season. I'm trying to remember why I didn't like it. Like if I just thought it was boring or if there was like another reason. Let me think. Have you seen it?
Nope.
Why'd you ask me that?
Chat asked. They were like, ask her if she likes 13 Reasons Why.
I feel like it's bait because a lot of people consider that like a really bad show.
Yeah, do you think that's my community? They're like, that show's horrible because it made people kill themselves? They're very worried about that?
No, more so it's just a bad show. Like a lot of people think it's like very corny. So I feel like they asked me that to bait me. To see if I just have bad taste. Or I'm paranoid. Or that person just really likes that show and I'm being a bitch now.
Yeah.
And putting it down.
That might be it. Way to go. Does she like Riverdale?
They're baiting me.
Is that a bad show?
Have you heard of any of these shows?
I know, but
These
I
are like
haven't heard of
notoriously bad shows.
Oh. Or he really likes that show. That's another person now. Another enemy you've made. Do you like Pretty Little Liars?
Okay. That's a really bad show, but I think it's
like
a super fun watch. Same with like Gossip Girl. Those are shows I both loved in like high school because you know they're bad, but they're just like, it's like a junk food watch, right? Do you have any of those?
Nope. Everything I like is high class, high taste. Yeah.
I was telling you the other day that I also watch a lot of things kind of that I think are bad for fun.
Like what?
Well, I can't say. Because we were talking about like creators and stuff.
Oh, like Hassan, you mean?
No, I watch him unironically nightly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I was gonna pitch a movie the other day to show Destiny, and he was like, let's just put on Hassan instead. And we just ended up watching Hassan for like 2 hours.
That's exactly what we did.
Did we not watch Hassan for 2 hours?
Maybe. We might have. It's possible.
You can watch your video.
I think we have 8 minutes left.
At what point did you go from serving us to harassing us? At what point did you go from serving and protecting us to making us inferior to you guys? At what point do we go from the people to, man, we're scared of you guys?
And I hear you. Honestly, I hear you. I hear everything you're saying. And,
I honestly have a better chance
through.
policing myself than I having call you guys.
Well, I'm sorry you went through what you did, okay? I will apologize for us as a whole, but you can't judge all of us.
It's not just you guys, it's a whole history since you guys started. Like, in 1777, when this country was built, there was no police.
I have trouble, especially
close enough,
being a black cop, is I have been through what you've gone through, yet when I try to be a better person, every time I talk to somebody with trauma like what you're saying, you judge me based off this, but then expect me not to do the reverse to you, and I don't understand where that disconnect is.
Oh, true. You brought up my point.
If I were to
viewer.
treat you like, oh, this is a Mexican on the street, right?
All the time.
I don't know you, so I've never done that. So don't say I've done that, right? But if I were to treat you like that, it would be an issue. Why do you feel okay to do that? Hey, this is a cop. He's going to do the exact same shit that everybody else did it before. That's not fair to do.
It's not, but it's not fair to come after me when I'm just driving my car.
I don't know you.
The Constitution says that I have the right to enjoy my roads that I pay for with my tax
It says that you have the
dollars.
right to travel. It doesn't say you
Yeah,
have
we
the right.
travel freely.
Travel
does
freely,
not
that's the
mean
key
drive,
word. Travel freely.
Right, so you can walk wherever you want to go, but you
Yeah.
can't drive. That's under the California Constitution. But that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying, I would never.
Pay attention, guys. I want you guys to pay attention, right? I want you guys to pay attention because this is a big problem right here. And he claims that he's not a problem and he's in the middle. But let me point it out to you guys right here where the big flaw is. Every time that I've invoked my rights, this individual has chose to go around and still violate my rights. You guys notice that?
Okay.
The same persona, the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not.
Can we move on to the last prompt because it feels like
let's
it's
go
not
to the
going
next
anywhere.
prompt.
Yeah, locking people up doesn't solve anything.
Yeah.
Finally, middle ground. Punishment is the response to everything. By punishment, I mean throwing somebody into a system that does not address anything, any of the issues that the person might have had, the communities have, people with substance issues, mental health issues, poverty issues. Let's be clear, poverty is a crime, right? But people are getting locked up for it because they're trying to manage and eat and survive and just do, you know. And so we're not addressing anything that causes these ills. Okay, let's lock them up and throw away the key. That's the mindset, at least that's how we feel because we lived it and we continue to live it.
Yeah, I think we've gotten
right?
better.
And I feel like that's where now we're getting this middle ground and this understanding that it is not the way to do things. It is not the solution.
Right. I feel like we're getting the blame for it when it's a system as a whole. You know, we don't have anything to do with what happens.
But you're part of it.
And well,
Yes.
we are part of it, absolutely.
You're the root of it.
We absolutely agree on that.
You see, that's the thing that you guys say, oh, we're not responsible, but then you say that, oh, we're not like this, but I mean,
But no,
it's
we're
like,
responsible.
No one's taking accountability. That's one thing. I mean, you guys say sorry, you're apologizing for them, but where are they? Like, you know, it's like we never see them.
You're the stage before intake. So you're the level before I go in. So when I'm put in handcuffs and going in, my last real human contact is with the person who put the handcuffs on me, and not once has anyone ever just had a compassionate like, hey, I hope to see you make it out of here healthy, or hey, you know what, I'm
Recidivism has been 70% for God knows how long.
Like 80 something.
I'd say probably 80 now. In certain zip codes, in certain locations, it's probably even the 90 or 95%. So from a societal, point of view, absolutely. I think that, locking people up is not the key. As a matter of fact, all the prisons that they made in the state of California has been overpopulated for decades.
There's money in recidivism, there's not money in reformation, and that's the problem, is that you are trapped in a system, and so am I, where it's all about a dollar amount on me, and that's just what it is.
Like, when I got locked up, like, I went in for a week. And when I got out, like, in 2 weeks, I came out, like, knowing how to steal a car. I made more connections with more criminals. I learned how to make a shank. I learned how to hide stuff. Like, I became more criminal going to prison, going to jail. All these, like, you just are surrounded by other people that are doing even crazier stuff than just having weed. So it's like, I came out worse. And each time I will go, I will learn something even worse. So it's like, it just makes you even worse. Like,
imagine like having a family for 13, 27 years, right? And then you come home and you're told you can't associate with them. Like, those are my friends. And they're home, I'm home. We've relied on each other. Violation, 10-day sit down. Oh, what's your name? It's all about the dollar amount. All my support is stripped because they're felons. What support do I have? Not y'all, not the felons. I'm in the middle line too. Who supports me, my job?
We need some help on both sides at all levels. Going back what you said about financials, yeah, it is. It's at the legislative branch where they need to make these changes, and it's going to trickle down where it affects all of us on both sides. Definitely.
And we have not really brought the elephant to light in this room right now. This system
White
is
supremacy?
not ours, right? It was created before any of us here. Was designed to continue a form of slavery.
God, I'm so good. I just know everything.
Period. The vast majority of the 2.3 million people in American prisons and jails are black and brown people. Period.
It's broken, and I don't see our generations being able to fix it.
It's gonna take-
I don't see the next generation, but I will tell you, I will do my part as an individual to uphold and treat everybody with respect, as I'm sure all three of these guys can say as well.
You disagree? Like I said, I think that everything to do with criminal justice I think is stupid. I disagree with every single take. I don't think that it's like there's a lot of money in criminal justice. I don't think that it's because it's to further slavery. And I think that the problem is just that like getting people to not commit crime is really hard because people commit crime for like a whole bunch of different reasons. And all of those underlying reasons represent really complex intersections of like social factors, familial factors, educational factors, economic factors. There's like a whole bunch of things that make somebody like a criminal. Nobody wants to sell crack, right? Nobody wants to deal meth. Nobody wants to be a gangbanger. But like if you grow up in an impoverished neighborhood, you come from a single parent household, if your school's fucking basketball courts are flooded every time it rains, like all of these things play into making people into criminals. And so like when you're looking at the criminal justice system, it's probably the last thing in the world that you would want to use to solve criminality. But so that's kind of like, but then everybody's always got these, oh, it's there to further slavery. It's there to further slavery. No, it's not there to fucking further slavery. It's white supremacy. No, it's not there for white supremacy, okay? How would you unfuck the minds of the people who believe that it's all white supremacy? I don't think you can. This conversation is like fucking poisoned with fucking AIDS on like every side, I think.
Well, you know, I didn't know y'all from Adam. I don't know them from Adam. But here we are. We're having conversations. We're having debates. And I will still treat you guys all.
Rehab all the way. I think the problem is that like, and it took me a long time to learn this too. I'm speaking from like emails now. I'm not speaking from anecdotes. So take anything I say with a grain of salt. When you think of like rehab, right? You think of like a person goes to like a pretty okay area. They've got a social worker that's kind of like helping them, calling them, checking in on them. Maybe they go out for coffee. They're like doing all these things step by step to like clean their life up. Like this is kind of like our envisionment of rehab. But in reality, it's a social worker that has like a caseload that's way too fucking high, that might not have time to check on everybody, that despite them wanting to try the best they can, I've already written some people off because like, this motherfucker's fucked. The people that are in rehab are coming from broken homes. They're going back to broken homes. They live in shitty areas. It's hard for them to find work. It's hard for them to like get back into normal life. A lot of them have aged out of things like school. And like, it's a whole bunch of like fuck shit after fuck shit after fuck shit. And like the problem is like sometimes we try to solve problems. It's like trying to solve like major medical problems at the coroner's office. Like the person's already fucked. Like I said, like criminal justice isn't like the issues with crime can't be solved by the criminal justice system. That like because when we're trying to solve issues relating to crime, what we're really trying to do is make it so people aren't committing crime. But by the time you've already committed the crime, like the criminal justice system isn't there to prevent that or fix that. So yeah, I don't know. It's just I'm not gonna. Oh man, I want to watch it, but if it's gonna feel like fuck. Is there any point in reforming prisons? Yeah, I think we could do prisons better. But again, I think there's a lot of factors that lead people to committing crimes that... Like, I feel like Jordan Peterson actually said it somewhat accurately. For you take a violent person, you're basically sticking... The way that you rehabilitate them is you stick them in prison long enough for the aggressive years of their life to fall off. So you take a person who's a murderer or a killer at 25, 20, 15, you put them in jail for 20 or 25 years. They come out when they're 40, 45. They're older, testosterone's lower, their aggression's lower. They've aged out of crime, and that's it. And that seems to be like our current solution, which sucks. It's not good, but... This video. Do you know what Brittany Simon is?
You burned a bridge.
Yeah. She apparently does an hour-long interview with Sneeko, and I see he's got his big booby girlfriend here. One of his harem members.
Let's watch it.
But it's weird to watch it now because I kind of had my public falling out with Brittany, and I don't know if she thinks I'm gonna watch it to just like shit talk her or something. Oh fuck.
Well, now you've had this prefacing, so
it doesn't matter. It's still gonna be. Because now it looks all of the, especially these fucking losing my chat, and everybody's starting to think that I'm like retaliatory. So what if they think I'm like?
Our campaign
Look at how
has
weird
raised
this guy
almost
looks.
$15 million since
I mean, you'll probably
George
be talking about
Soros
Sneeko.
Hello,
more
everyone.
than
Welcome
her
back to today's-
anyway.
Yeah, I know, but what if she perceives me as like attacking Sneeko because I'm mad at her or something?
I don't think so.
Okay. I will ask chat. We'll see what chat thinks. Oh no, I shouldn't have pulled that. I'm so sorry.
Why?
I have to go gym. It closes in an hour and a half. I don't have time to watch this. Oh, and now they're all voting in favor of it.
Just skip the gym. We're doing biking anyway. You'll be good.
That's not a replacement. Okay, we can watch like 30 minutes of this, but I have to show my screen by 9:50, so. Can you ask her why a man in a relationship watching porn is the same thing as a woman in a relationship making OnlyFans content? She said it in a recent podcast. That's a quick convo.
That's a quick combo.
You think a man watching porn is the same as a woman making OnlyFans content?
I like how you're pretending to be astounded as if we didn't watch my podcast.
I don't even know what this guy's talking about. No,
We're talking about my
wait,
Todd podcast.
justify that. Justify that.
Pull up my TikTok
no,
so you know
justify,
what they're referencing.
No, just justify that take. That sounds insane.
Can you show the TikTok they're referring
No,
to?
we've got you right here. Just go ahead and say it.
We'll show what they're referring to.
He
So
just
you can
said
hear
it.
the argument, and then you can tell me if you have a rebuttal to it. Why is this what you have as your...
It's probably the last one was your shit.
This one.
This one?
Uh-huh.
If a guy in a relationship is able to watch porn and consume porn and still be considered monogamous, then I think the symmetry of that would be a girl in a relationship should be considered monogamous even if she has an OnlyFans.
I think it's completely different because
Base
it's not
Todd,
that
yes.
Great
versus
rebuttal.
It is that woman who's showing that content.
What do you think the equivalent is then of a man watching porn in the relationship? The woman also watching porn?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I just don't think that's true. Like, sex work is a billion-dollar industry because of men. As much as we want to say, like, oh, well, my girlfriend could go to the strip club too. My woman could watch porn too. We know that that's not who's profiting off this. We know that, like, this content is not designed and marketable because of a female audience. So it feels kind of bad faith to just say, like, oh, well, whatever I enjoy, my girlfriend could also do. It's like if, you know, guys prefer sports. My girlfriend's not allowed to watch whatever shows she wants, but she's allowed to watch sports. It's like, okay, cool, but is that going to satisfy her the way it satisfies you? I don't think so. I think the symmetry of the gratification men get from consuming porn, maybe women get that from maybe garnering attention, having people look at them, maybe
This was such a...
being a bit exhibitionist.
That's probably my most
If
polarizing video.
a guy in a
Wow.
Like, every other comment was either like, I 100% agree, or it's like, I'm unfollowing you for this take.
Jesus. So you think a woman making porn is the same as a guy watching porn?
I don't think I said making porn. I think in the podcast I was talking about the idea of, like, selling lewds to...
So if a girl's selling fucking pictures of her boobs, that's the same as a guy jerking off?
That's not what lewds are, but even then I would say, yeah.
So a girl selling... Okay, so if I jerk off... So let's say that you walk in on your boyfriend who's masturbating to porn. That'd be the same as him going through your phone and finding out you've been selling pictures of your boobs to guys.
No, neither of that fit into the argument, because my point
Those
is
are the same thing. That was what you were
I'm
comparing.
saying? The point is they're saying if he's able to watch porn and be considered monogamous, what you're describing is cheating and the idea of doing something behind your partner's back. So obviously that's still not... neither of those things are okay.
So you think it'd be equal if a guy would want to say, if a guy is like, okay, I want to watch porn, is that okay? And then the girl's like, yeah, that's cool. But I'm going to start showing my boobs to everybody at the office. You think that's like the same thing?
Show my boobs to everyone at the office? That'd maybe be the same thing if he's like, I'm going to start jerking off in the office. Like, what? Like,
No,
just
you're
upping the
saying...
ante on
No, I'm
one
not upping the ante.
side.
You said masturbating for the guy is the same as a woman selling her boobs.
I don't think I said masturbating. I think I said watching porn.
Yeah, so a guy's at home jerking off to porn, and the woman's like, oh, no, that's cool. We're square. I'm just going to go to the office tomorrow and show guys my boobs.
No, because we're talking about making porn and selling porn same way. Like, that wouldn't justify him getting on the subway and taking his dick out.
What? You were the one that used the
You
comparison.
agreed with this argument when I showed it to you 2 days ago. Now you're simping for your chat. Guys, I showed him this whole thing and he's like, these are all great points. Like, Todd's rebuttals suck. Like, we literally watched this entire podcast in full and you were egging me on. You were like, this is a great performance. And now you can't stand up for your take? Are you serious?
Why are you just making shit up? When did you publish this? This just got... this is the first time I've seen this video. What are you talking about right now?
I'm going to block you. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? You can't just stand up to your chat and be like, yeah, I don't think this is a crazy take. Just because they think that? Are you serious?
I was just priming them to see how they'd respond.
Is this what you do? Always? You see where they land and then you cater your opinions
No, I was
towards
just
that?
curious if they'd all agree with me if I said this first.
They'll agree with anything you say.
Yeah, I know. It's funny to watch them agree. It's just, I think it's funny. That is.
He agreed with this, by the way. He agreed with everything I said in this episode, I think, right? Was there anything in this episode you didn't agree with that I said?
I don't know, but I think I agree with most of it. No shot you agree with her? Yeah, the point of the argument is that if you're looking for symmetry and people being able to kind of like do things in a relationship, it feels like guys feel like they have the type of sexual freedom that they can explore is greater than they'd let like a significant other explore. So for instance, guys would argue that it should be totally normal in a relationship to jerk off to porn. And then people will say like, well, what's the equivalent? It's like, well, I let my girlfriend jerk off to porn. And it's like, but girls getting off to porn is not really the same as guys getting off to porn, right? Like porn is like largely made like in a male-centric fashion. We make porn for guys. Guys enjoy porn like 99-1 compared to women. But like something that a woman might get sexual gratification for might be like showing off her body on Instagram or maybe even showing off her body on OnlyFans. But if you were to suggest to a guy, a woman doing OnlyFans or a woman taking like lewds for Instagram, that would be an insane overstep of boundaries. But like for a guy, it's totally normal to just like jerk off to porn. Yeah, fuck. You guys think I'm trolling now, but porn has actually been normalized to such a hilariously normal extent that like I think probably my guess would be like 90% of you, 90+% of you would say that a guy masturbating to pornography in a relationship is totally a-okay, which I think is a-okay. But then if you were to say like, what if your girlfriend wanted to post like lewds on fucking Instagram? I would guess probably 70% of you would say that that's like not okay. It's like cheating.
Yeah. So the only like rebuttal that people say to this is like, oh, it's not the same thing. Kind of what Todd said is because the man is showing it's not the man versus it is the woman, and that's already if you're presupposing that that's the definition of cheating. But you
Yeah,
could
a little
as
bit. That was
easily
my-
wait, what was the thing you said?
When we spoke about this 2 days ago, I said that the only counter argument that you could have towards this is that a guy jerking off to porn is not necessarily cheating because he's not necessarily giving anything or like making anything known to another party. That there's a big difference between masturbating to porn versus reaching out and telling somebody you're masturbating to them, or jerking off to a picture and telling somebody.
Yeah,
you're
and I
doing it.
said
Whereas
that's,
for the girl,
that's
like she is.
presupposing what you're defining as cheating,
Yeah,
based
but-
catering to what the guy wants versus I could easily just as presuppose that the definition of cheating is getting off to
It's
another
getting off
person.
to something. Yeah, sure, you could. Yeah, but everything is kind of like male centric and
So
everything.
yeah, and then I would compare it to the whole idea of like, oh, if a key can open any lock, it's a master key, but vice versa.
Well,
it's
kind of,
like,
that's a different thing.
No,
That's
my
a
point
totally
was like
different
that analogy only works if you're already presupposing like which genital part is the master key, is the key in the lock, and then that's why it falls on its head when you then say like, oh, well, then a pencil has been sharpened over time. You get what I'm saying?
A little bit. I just don't like that analogy comparison because I think the master key one that's a decent analogy. It explains something real in the world.
What do you mean?
That it's probably more impressive for a guy to fuck a lot of women than it would be for a woman to fuck a lot of men.
It's only impressive if you're just assuming without pushback that the guy is the key.
No, it's impressive because for a guy to do that takes a lot of effort or status or clout, but for a woman to do that, it takes a cell phone.
That's not what that analogy is implying.
That is what the analogy is implying. The reason why it's the master key versus the lock is because a master key is considered something that's highly valuable because it unlocks a lot of locks. That's a highly valuable key. For a guy to fuck a lot of women, you probably have to have a huge amount of value to do that. It's difficult to do that as a guy. But for a woman to fuck a lot of men, it's not impressive at all. That's why it's just like, that's why they use the key lock analogy.
I don't think so.
What do you think it is implying?
I literally think it implies nothing. I don't know if they consider it the way with
What I just said,
everything you just
it's
said
the difference
baked
between like
in.
it's a different. This is like a analogy of like what's more impressive, a key that can open many locks or a lock that's opened by many keys.
Right, but I'm saying nothing in that analogy makes it clear why is it that the guy is the key and the girl is the lock, other than maybe you could say like,
The
oh,
guy
well,
is the key
she's
because
a
the
lock 'cause
guy
she's a hole, whatever.
No. What? The guy is the key because the guy has to do something to unlock the lock. The woman is a lock because traditionally we view women as guarding sex and then only giving it to people that can unlock it, because women are the gatekeepers of sex.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so I wouldn't use that as comparison to this. Why can't this be extended to a guy having multiple partners, being equivalent to a woman being monogamous? That's the next step, literally, because satisfaction man gets from multiple women is equivalent that I guess from one man. Well, but that's not true. I don't think that's true. That's some weird red pill shit. I think better comparison is men watching porn and women using a toy. No, that would be a really good comparison. There are a lot of guys that would masturbate to porn. I don't know what the numbers are, but I know.
Because the equivalent of using a toy is then the guy just jacking off. I'm saying when you add in the porn aspect, that's why you were saying, oh, the equivalent of him just masturbating is the girl showing her tits. It's not about the masturbating. It's not about the self-pleasure. It's about having another party there. It's about the engagement with another person.
Sure, I was just comparing something that would be equal pleasurable things that another side would consider wrong or cheating. So I think generally women are probably not as, or probably in a vacuum wouldn't be as comfortable with men masturbating to porn, but it's kind of been super normalized, so they're kind of okay with it. But there's a lot of men that are really uncomfortable with their partners using toys, especially dildos, because they feel threatened by like the size or something. Some men don't even like it when their women use like vibrators and shit. So like the guy is seeking pleasure in a way that makes him feel good, that the woman may or may not like, but she's supposed to accept it. But if the woman seeks pleasure in a way that she feels good, the guy wouldn't accept that because he feels like threatened by it.
No, the equivalent to that is fleshlights.
I think you're missing my point, but okay.
I don't think I did. Or say it again.
You're missing the point because I don't think women ever generally feel that like those two things actually.
But what
wait, that was just what you just said. There was perfect because you just did the female Todd thing. If a guy says to a woman, I should be able to masturbate to porn all the time because I let you masturbate to porn, the woman would go, what the fuck? That's not the same thing. Yeah. That's not fair. But if a guy says to a woman, I'm not really comfortable when you use like a massive like 12-inch BBC dildo, and then was like, oh, well, you can use a fleshlight. That's also not the equivalent. Guys don't view fucking toys the same way that women view fucking toys. That's a totally different thing. Like
I don't think that's true. I guess that's where our disagreement is. I think a lot of women are uncomfortable with the idea of their boyfriend having a fleshlight. I would
that
actually
might
argue
be true,
more
but
girls are uncomfortable with that than vice versa. I actually have never heard the thing about the sex toys thing.
Absolutely not.
You don't think so?
No shot.
Maybe not in an insecurity sense. I think a lot of girls find it creepy, maybe. So maybe it's different.
Creepy is different.
Yeah.
When a guy sees a dildo, and they're big because women have big dildos.
Yeah.
Guys, feel really weird about that. Or even with toys related to like vibrators and stuff, because the guy sees the toy as a threat. Like, I can't get you off and you're using a toy. I don't think women ever generally feel replaced by fleshlights because women like can get sex from anybody. Like, guys are always chasing pussy. Like, I don't think a woman is really like, oh God, like he thinks his fleshlight is tighter than me or something. That's not, there might be some women that aren't okay with it, but overwhelmingly the complaints are generally from men being threatened by toys. This guy here, women are fine with guys having a toy. Men are fine with women watching porn. Like, I don't think men are threatened by women watching porn, whereas a woman with a guy watching porn might feel like differently about it. And like a woman, I don't think generally women don't care if guys use fleshlights, but guys feel like a certain type of way about women using toys.
Sure, I can see that. I guess I feel like men can easily masturbate, and like if we're then making the scale about orgasming and being able to masturbate, I feel like guys can do that without a toy, but I think girls generally probably need the toy, right? So I guess I probably just see the toy as equivalent to the guy just masturbating with his hand.
I super disagree with that.
Really?
But yeah.
Why?
If anything, I think women are able to get off easier than guys depending on what they're doing. I think that...
What do you mean what they're doing?
Like a woman could literally hump a couch and orgasm and like walk away and nobody would even know. Like, there's a lot of cleanup and shit involved for guys that are masturbating and a lot of other things going on with that. For some women, might only be able to get off with toys, but that has to do with, like, I think weird socialization stuff or weird issues that women are having hang-ups around, like, orgasms and stuff. They can be helpful for sure.
Maybe, I feel like a lot of girls maybe get desensitized by toys and then they can only, like...
You could.
Not to get too TMI, but before I used a toy, I didn't need one, but now that I've started using one, like, I have to use one.
Yeah, but you can like that feeling can go away in like a week. You just have to, yes.
At least not for me.
Yes, it will. It would. It absolutely would.
By myself, no.
Absolutely. We can put money on it if you want. Like, you're not caught, like, vibrators don't cause like permanent nerve damage, right?
I don't know if nerve damage has anything to do with it.
I
don't know if that's
there are certain, like, even for guys, like a guy can have like super ultra death grip problem. Have you ever heard of this?
Say that again?
Do you know what death grip is for guys?
I maybe have an idea, but tell me.
When you masturbate too much and it's too hard and then the guy can't get off with anything else with a girl because he's been masturbating too much and too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if a guy goes a week without masturbating, he'll be like sensitive as like a fucking prepubescent boy or no, pubescent boy, I guess technically. Like, he'll be like ready to fucking detonate if you were to like stop masturbating for a week. But if you keep doing it every single day, you're gonna. I think you're gonna get like hooked on it for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, people kept saying the erotic novels thing, but it's like, people in my comments kept acting like that was some common thing. Or someone in my comments was like, no, the equivalent's like 50 Shades of Grey. And I'm just like, one movie franchise. That's the equivalent to like the multi-billion-dollar industry.
I think girls reading fanfics and smut is analogous to guys watching porn.
Yeah, I just addressed that.
Yeah, I was just reading the guys' comments. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like it doesn't feel the same to me.
Because it's also like, then again, if we're judging the cheating by the idea of engaging with another person, a fanfic or smut, I don't think fulfills that criteria either. Cheating.
Sure, but neither does masturbating to porn, I don't think.
You are getting off to somebody's naked body.
Yeah, but like, what if you masturbate what you think about somebody's naked body?
I guess that'd be a different conversation. Same way, like, masturbating to the idea of cheating versus actually cheating, right? Fantasizing versus actually, like, seeing the naked body.
Is there a difference between masturbating to a naked body and masturbating thinking about seeing a naked body?
A difference in terms of...
Like, let's say that I could read my boyfriend's mind, okay? So I come home, I see my boyfriend is masturbating to one of my friends on Instagram. And I'm like, oh my God. But now let's say that he's not doing that, but he's just sitting there masturbating, but I can read his thoughts, and he's masturbating to that friend on Instagram. Is that really meaningfully different?
I think so, because it's like the difference if the guy was sitting in a classroom with a girl he has a crush on, and then he's like goes to the bathroom jacking off thinking about her, versus if he's actually hooking up with her, right?
No, those are two different things.
Yeah, I guess that's how I see the other thing.
But are they? Because in both, you're just masturbating to the thought of another person. It's just you happen to be seeing an image versus thinking about an image.
Some people do consider that cheating.
Sure, but it feels similar. Seeing an image versus thinking about the person. Whereas being with the person or messaging the person, that feels like crossing a different line.
I just feel like once you're seeing someone naked or doing sexual things, I feel like that goes beyond just like imagining, right?
No, because you're usually imagining doing things with a person.
That
That's
could
what
also
you're
just
doing,
be
right?
like, I'm imagining hooking up with her friend versus I text her friend or her friend sends me nudes, then I'm looking at the nude, right?
Yeah, but two of those things are not like the other. Two of those things involve some sort of actual sexual contact, and then the other is just a thought of your mind. Having a person text you sexual messages or messaging them sexual things are like different things, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could go as far back as you want to, and then there would probably be something analogous to it, right? What's your point?
Can you visualize an apple in your head?
Mm-hmm.
Can you visualize color in your head?
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you?
Yeah, duh. I'm not retarded. He's not gonna watch the Sneak Up Britney video. We can watch this tomorrow. Let's see how my fucking flight leaves. 10:30.
Your flight's tomorrow?
Yeah, 10:30.
A.M.
P.M. When did you think I was leaving?
The 22nd.
Uh-oh. Rip. The other problem is women don't have things sexually that are equivalent to porn for dudes. Creating an OnlyFans is probably too extreme, but reading smut isn't as extreme as porn.
The OnlyFans actually, to be honest, I don't even know. I'll say this to you later.
No, go. You're about to give a hot take.
I was going to debate myself, but I want to think about it more. What do they mean streams when we were just edging content but never get to it? I don't get it.
Because I have things up that I haven't read or done yet.
Oh. I mean, you can play this.
Well, I don't know if I want to watch just 10 minutes of it. OnlyFans is kind of extreme for a normal relationship, not gonna lie. Yeah, but this has been a generational thing that's changed pretty rapidly. I feel like 20 years ago, jerking off to porn would have been seen as cheating in a relationship. I feel like that would have been the norm. Does anybody have links to this? Is there like polling data on this that's tracked this over time? I feel like watching porn is way more normalized today. But like if it was like 2008, 2009 and like your girlfriend walked on you jerking off to porn, that you're like maybe not cheating, but it's like a no-go for like a normal relationship. That's what I feel like. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Lots of dudes had magazines, not videos. Yeah, but these were generally like hidden, right? No, only with religious people. Destiny, people reading Playboy on the subway and shit. I don't believe that. Fuck off. Or maybe like in some rare case it would, but I don't think we're ever at a point in our society where people are like reading full fucking Playboys on the subway and that was like a normal thing. It might have happened every now and then, but I mean people also piss on the subway too. Like, I don't understand the relevance. Are you saying that girls doing OnlyFans in relationships will become ultra normalized like watching porn? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that it seems like I'm trying to think if there's any way for women to engage with porn that makes a guy uncomfortable. It feels like the answer is no, but I don't know why. Like girls can literally full on like fucking like schlick off to like not lesbian, like gay porn and shit, and I don't know if guys typically care. But I'm not sure. I'm not a good person to ask her because obviously I don't give a fuck. I'm not sure. People keep saying erotic novels, but guys have never given a fuck if women look at erotic novels ever in the history of all of mankind. No guy's ever given a fuck. Girls messaging a male OnlyFans creator would feel like cheating. Yeah, but I don't think a guy has to go all the way to messaging an OnlyFans creator for them to feel like...
Also, I don't know any women in my life.
I know.
Who read erotic novels, but all my male friends watch porn, right? Like I feel like that's such a niche thing. Maybe older women do that. I don't know that many people in my generation who do that.
That read erotic novels?
Yeah, or maybe because it's more stigmatized, they see it as embarrassing. So I just wouldn't know. Mm-hmm. But
Destiny, it was a little weird a few years ago when every girl was reading 50 Shades of Grey in public. I mean, you can say like a little weird, but not really. Like, I don't think anybody really cared, right? Like, in terms of, like, were guys really saying, like, oh, no, I would break up with my girlfriend if she read 50 Shades of Grey? Like, I don't think any guy ever said that or thought that ever, right?
Maybe not, but a lot of guys were saying it gives unrealistic romantic standards the way porn gives unrealistic sexual standards for the other opposite sex.
Did they?
Some people say that.
I truly don't think guys care.
There's much truth to that.
I don't know if
women actually expect to marry, like, a billionaire.
Okay, here's the ultra hot take, but I'm not actually sure, and I'd have to think more about it because this is literally off the top of the dome. I actually think that men just don't give a fuck ever about women's sexuality. The only thing that matters is other men. So a woman getting off to like porn doesn't matter because there's not a guy involved, even if she's watching a guy. But the millisecond a guy becomes involved in anything, even if it's not pornographic, I think the guy gets ultra jealous. I think that's the thing. A woman can get off to literally anything she wants, but as long as the guy is not being like directly threatened, he like doesn't give a fuck. So toys threaten the guy because of dick insecurity, and any type of like there are some men, so like all the red pill guys, Sneeko and everything else, would probably say like my girlfriend is not allowed to have male friends or could never see like a male friend ever. Because there's like that threatening thing there of another guy. I think that'd be my guess, something like that, but I'm not sure. So because sexuality for women, just men don't give a fuck oftentimes. Men don't even care about women's sexuality when they're having sex with them. True, but that's like a guess. I'm not sure. I have to think about that a lot. Is threat not the same for porn when men watch? I think that women feel pressure to conform more often. I think this is all like super anecdotal feelings right now, but like, so for instance, like, let's say that you were a 5'10" guy and like your girlfriend exclusively like got off to porn with like guys that were tall. Like, would a guy care? Or I can even be more extreme. Let's say that you're a white guy dating like a Latina girl and she masturbates to porn with black dudes in it. I don't know if guys care as much. Maybe some do. But if there's a girl, I'm not saying nobody does. Maybe some people do. I never hear about those problems as much. But let's say that a girl finds out that a guy, let's say the girl's got small tits, and she finds out that a guy's been exclusively jerking off to women with huge tits. I think the woman gets mega insecure about that. Or if there's like an Asian girl or a white girl, and the guy's exclusively masturbating to porn with Asian girls in it, I think the girl feels a lot of insecurity. And those are problems that I hear about a ton. But I'm not sure. I don't know how I would.
The other thing is, like, a guy watching porn, like I was saying in that episode, like, it does have adverse effects on the relationship versus, like, the girl reading erotica doesn't, which is probably why the guys are less insecure, but maybe the girl doing OnlyFans would have adverse effects on the relationship to the same degree as the guy watching porn, because now
Well, how
maybe
does a
she's
guy
getting
watching
desensitized
porn?
to attention.
How does that have adverse effects on a relationship?
How does it?
Yeah.
I think they say, like, you do become desensitized a bit to your partner sexually. You lose a bit interest, right?
I don't know if that's because of porn or if that's just a natural overtime thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe there's a confounding factor. I don't know. I can look it up. I guess my point was I feel like OF is a threat in the same way porn is, because if you're a woman getting a ton of attention from other men, then maybe you become desensitized to, like, your boyfriend's time because you feel like, oh, I have so many options, right?
Yeah, I think the threat.
That's why, like,
but the
Myron is
response
against
there.
girls being on Instagram, kind of.
Yeah, because the worry is that the girl's going to leave the guy. Whereas a guy's probably not going to leave a girl for a porn star.
Or just compare him to, like, the incessant attention she's getting from other guys, and then maybe that feels, like, unrealistic.
Maybe, but even the attention, I don't think they care about. They're just worried about the girl leaving completely, I think. Can you ask her if she considers OnlyFans sex work or not? I don't know. Okay, give me your final thoughts. Farwa, what's your final thoughts for the night?
I do consider OnlyFans sex work.
Nice job.
But I wouldn't, like, insert myself in a space about, like, prostitution because of it. Like, I don't, like, elide all the differences between different types of sex work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you seen the tweet calling drug dealers drug workers? No, but that's fucking retarded. Okay. I'll leave you guys. We might be back later. Probably not, though. Be careful. Ripperino, cappuccino, actually 9 hours. I'm good, guys. All right, have fun. We might be back later. I don't know. We'll see. Be careful.